is interested
We're
in
interested in your globe demonstration of angles
if
on the
anybody's
sphere.
interested, here's the evidence. Here's the
No,
evidence.
you'll need a sphere. Please don't bring us no cartoon fucking garbage that's not a sphere. Idiot
There you
fuck.
go. There's the evidence on how to carry out the experiment
So
on
not a sphere.
determining the radius of the Earth.
So no ball in your hand. What a bunch of fucking retards that can't do anything with real balls in their hand. So no, you guys don't
Yeah,
know
he
any
just got
ball radius
debunked.
because
I'm
they're
gonna
ball
go because
calculations,
this is a
right?
hostile
So
environment. I
you don't
debunked
know
all of
any
you
ball
idiots.
radiuses or calculations from a cue ball to a marble to your globe ball in your classroom, right? You don't know how to fucking do
I think
numbers.
I've comfortably debunked you, but that's okay, man. I get it. It's
No, I
okay.
think you've never touched a ball, but that's okay, retard.
You
Yeah,
said
how
you
about you
said
Trying to
suck
people.
on
say
it
you're
in
going
that
to prove a
sense?
Hey,
ball
Dima,
without touching a ball, Globers.
Yeah, this
That's
guy thinks his chat GPT output is
Dima,
going to help him. He probably can't even describe what's going on in it.
I bet he
I
doesn't
mean,
know that when we use Alberoni's method to look at the horizon and try to determine the circumference of this big old circle, that we get bigger numbers and inconsistent numbers than when Alberoni did.
yeah, he was measuring angles. When I've just explained that to the guy, measuring angles, elevation angles, and dip
Yeah.
angles.
Alberuni
Nothing to
used
do.
a toilet paper roll. Galileo used a bong. We use actual telescopes. I mean, there's going to be a difference today.
Yeah,
We might
he was
need a
measuring.
definition of a horizon from this guy to continue.
You've been
Good luck with that.
debunked. You've been debunked. I'm out of
You
here.
can't just say that without any evidence, right? So what's a horizon? Why don't you define it for us?
I pasted the evidence in the side chat, you
Yeah. Now
donkey.
I'm asking a follow-on question. Are you going to engage in follow-on questions, or are you just going to crap on the
No, because
chessboard
this
and
is a
leave?
hostile environment.
Oh, yeah, because you are not engaging with follow-on discussions. So what is a
Yeah.
horizon? Can you define it?
I mean, while he's looking for the horizon, I mean, the copy and paste he's put, I think the third line down mentions is the Alberuni is measuring an angle. You can't use the word angle. You can't use angles when measuring curvature, mate. They don't go 2 in 2. You're not allowed to use that word.
His entire
Sure,
argument rests on Alberuni getting a dip angle measurement to the horizon. The horizon is therefore contingent upon his claim for Earth being a globe. So define horizon.
I don't have time for this. I'm just gonna go.
Well, maybe you
This
need
is
a better argument.
a hostile. This is just a hostile.
Maybe you need a better argument. That way you don't have to go and lick your
No, no,
wounds.
no. Listen to me. Listen to me. This is a
Bye.
hostile environment.
What is
How about
shark?
them apples?
Your first Google search didn't prove the globe. What is shark? Go ahead on.
His first Google
That's all right.
search ended up taking him down to the black swan, and he doesn't want to go talk about a black swan.
They all hate talking about horizons, don't they?
Too difficult.
Yep. Is it geometric? Is it optical? Is it both? Is it like 50% geometric, 50% optical, maybe 30 versus 70? What's going on, guys? It is whatever you need it to be to uphold your beliefs. Meanwhile, we can zoom over to the Department of Defense and look at the DoD dictionary on true horizon.
So you
Let's see what
say
that says.
it's kind of a flexible globe. It's just whatever you need. I hear you. Makes sense.
Yep.
Adjustable globe. I like it. Okay, time for the next globe champion to step up and demonstrate the globe. Go.
All they'll be doing is describing how the Earth's measured flat and using all the words that are needed for that, like horizon, sea level, horizontal, perpendicular, plumb, parallel, elevation, angle, That's what they need to use these words to explain curvature, apparently.
Yeah, to quote a famous song by our friend Chocolate saying, they're always flapping their gums, no demonstration.
Begging the question and never saying please. I like that song.
The best line in it, shout out to Chocolate. It's not logical to postulate you live on a sphere with no sphericity. Of course, he says it much better than I just do. You get the gist. It really isn't logical to postulate you live on a sphere with no sphericity. It's that simple. Come on, man.
So if the horizon is an optical phenomenon, as we contend it is, does that make Al-Biruni's so-called measurement variable? Could that explain why, when it's done the same way at different parts of the world at different times, you get different results? And then maybe you cherry pick the one that matches your preconceived dimensions of what you thought the globe is, and you say, aha, there we go, we proved it.
You probably just hit the key point there, Amish, that throughout history, supposedly smart guys thought they were proving something when they really weren't. But they wrote it down and put it in textbooks, and other people started believing it. So there you go. Here we go. Back in.
Yeah, totally right. I mean, you can almost see the enthusiasm. And they're supposed to be unbiased, men of science and principle.
But why would they lie?
Why would they believe?
Uh,
Yeah, maybe they're not lying. Maybe they just believe. Never underestimate the power of belief and the religious devotion of followers. Adoration is a powerful motivator.
You know, a question for the panel is the ability to have a belief, is that necessary to exist in whatever we're in right now? Do we have to believe anything? Philosophical question, sorry.
I would say that you wouldn't have to believe if you know something. But I think that when you believe something, you don't necessarily know that it's true, or you don't know how to explain what it is that you believe. But as soon as you start to know things, you end up having faith for whatever that thing is that you believed in. Because now that you have knowledge to support your belief, it's um, strengthened, so to speak. So they have their faith in their globe that it's real because their preachers told them that, well, Earth spins and gravity, therefore glob. But then they realize that, or they don't realize, and they just stay in denial, that the evidence that they've been given for their faith, it's blind and flawed. And then they realize that they'd have to reject this and they'd have to go back into a state of belief or into a state of not knowing, which is lesser than what they think they already are. And they don't want to, you know, they don't want to be unknowledgeable. They don't want to be ignorant. They don't want to have to go through the study again because school was terrible. They had to sit through hours and listen to somebody tell them that they had to memorize this thing and regurgitate it back on a piece of paper for a test, and then listen to people drone on when they didn't want to study that to begin with, and they want to study this. So it's easier for people to stay in their belief. My opinion.
Yeah, belief can be an important part of a culture. If you have a culture that is high trust, where people are generally honest with each other, you can do business based off a handshake.
Yeah, there you go. That's a good point. You have to.
I mean, it's like I'm only speaking from. Sorry, I'm only speaking for myself. But when flat Earth came my way, at that point, I just believed the Earth was flat. I didn't know it then, but I had a strong belief that that was correct. And now I do know because I went and investigated it and found out some information, and I found out the truth.
That's a good answer, Wendy, because I was just trying to highlight to distinguish for people out there listening, maybe the difference between belief and knowing is very important in this whole thing. What do you really know about your reality? What do you just believe? Back to you guys.
I think belief can also be voluntary. And if you do operate in such a way where you're going to dismiss believing things for knowing things, you're really not going to get a lot done. And I think what's important is being honest with yourself and with others about what you believe versus what you do know. And if you try to conflate the two, then you're creating confusion. And this is directly related to ad nauseum before, right? When he was spiraling. He switched from saying, I believe to I know.
But I suppose I don't know if it'd be a good point for everybody or yourself or me. I'm talking about. If you to not be in any belief unless you absolutely know for certain that it's correct, then anything else is just. It could be. Let's not call it belief. Let's call it what could you call it? A thought. Not in a belief system, but you can. Let's not don't go there with it. You can think about it. It'd have to be a thought to start with. Otherwise, you'd have no chance of believing it or not. So there must be some thought there or structure to deal with within your mind, and then you need to ask yourself, well, can this be proved undoubtedly, and how can I go about that? And if you can't, then it's just a thought. It's still a thought and an idea. You can't say I believe it at that point because, well, you can, but it doesn't mean it's correct. And that's what you're admitting.
Yeah.
It's not correct. So it's pointless. It doesn't. It's not good for anybody, really. So to put forward a belief, because it's just purely a belief.
Right, so you can say you can trust something without knowing it's true. So when we get people coming in here saying that they're trying to build trust, when you read the battery of USA Today articles about this topic, and a recurring theme is trust. Well, you can trust things without knowing, right? So they're building a terrible foundation of knowledge. You know, con artists operate on undermining trust, right? They build false confidence. They gain the trust of their victims and then screw them. Brings to mind that old Reagan expression, trust but verify, right? I would like to trust that what I'm being told is true, and I may choose to do that in the meantime while I then go verify it.
Well, I could give you an example of what we're just talking about as a belief, because it's something I believe, which I can't actually prove. But well, I might have to change the word believe. So you can talk about the 2,000-year-old system we've just been in, Pisces, is when you look at the astrological star sign of Pisces and the sun being there for 2,000 years. Pisces is actually a belief system, according to the zodiac and what's written in there. Yeah. So it's a belief system. So for 2,000 years, we've been in a belief system. And now the sun is moving into Aquarius, which is, if you look at Aquarius and what that means, Pisces is belief, Aquarius is knowing. So we're going into a knowing system. Now, I that resonates with me, but I mean, that's just my belief. You know, I can't prove it. But so I'm talking about something now to you guys, which sits well with me. I can probably think that could be something what's happening. These suns in staying in the star signs for 2,000 years at a time and having different systems and a different effect on humanity. But that's just a belief. But that's something that resonates with me. So I can talk about it, and it sits well with me when I speak about it. But I can't go and prove that.
Hey, there's a book about flat Earth. Has nothing to do with physics or the shape of the Earth, and I think y'all should read it.
Got any more information?
It's the flat Earth economic theory. Let me get the book. The book.
Was it The World is Flat by Thomas Friedman?
I believe so. Yes, and it's about globalism and has nothing to do with actually having a flat Earth.
Right.
Correct.
That used to be a popular book in business schools.
Yes, and so it's the retarded people are debating if the world is actually flat.
Yeah, I wrote another one called The Lexus and the Olive Tree. Also has nothing to do with flat Earth.
Yeah, so the point of it all is that the reason why anti-globalists bring up the world is flat is to fuck with people's brains in terms of
Every time
not
you order an orange, cut it up, slice it, quarter it, peel it. Remember that?
shave it. I don't know. Are you bopping it? Are you whopping it? What are you talking about? Isn't this like the
Are you okay?
you talking about the sock'em bopp'em toy? Rock'em sock'em?
Sorry, my phone was all fouled up. Yeah, but it's like talking to the globe believers. It's like trying to order an orange from the kitchen.
Oh gosh, you'll never
They'll
be
give
able
you
to get
anything
to
but
it.
an orange.
What does it have to do with the toy, the bop it, sock it, twist it, turn it? I
It
don't
had
get
to
what
do
you're
with the
saying.
Friedman book that you brought up.
Oh, yes. Okay.
What about
Yeah.
the senses? Are the senses lying to you? Are your senses the retarded people going against globalism? Because
Uh,
whenever I talk about flat Earth, I usually reference my senses, not some book that some dude wrote that I don't even know.
oh no, I've proven that the world is not flat with math. You can measure the
Whoa,
spherical
whoa.
nature of Earth.
Pump the brakes, dude. Okay. Math alone is not empirical.
You're wrong in that statement because the point of math is to
Oh,
measure things
really?
empirically.
Listen, I can create an entire virtual world in a computer simulation using extensive math. Doesn't mean it's real.
Yeah, but are you making a spherical virtual world or are you making a flat virtual world? You can measure if it's flat or not
It's
flat.
irrelevant. It's
Just because
irrelevant.
it can be measured
Measurements
in
are
a virtual
empirical.
world.
First order direct measurements are empirical and also do not
That's exactly
require
what I
math
did.
necessarily.
That's what I just did. I did that.
Well, you were
I
wrong on both
measured
accounts.
what?
Yeah, but you were wrong on both accounts.
You were wrong in your statement that math is not empirical. If you use math to
I said
measure,
math alone. I said math alone is not empirical, and you also don't need math to measure.
the point of math is to measure. I'm not saying that
No, it's
you
not.
can't
It's
between
to count
language.
things.
So you just don't know what math is, and you haven't learned trigonometry and your ability to measure
Wait,
spherical
hold on.
things.
What gives you that impression? You've never talked to me before.
You
So how
just
can you
told me
say
that
that? So
math.
you're demonstrating a stereotype fallacy because
No, what you
he's a
just
flat
said was
earther. He
the
doesn't know
problem.
trig.
You
So
just said
you wait out the gate. You gave us a category error, which I corrected you, and now you're engaging in a stereotype fallacy.
you were wrong. You were wrong in saying that math is not used for measuring.
I said math alone is not empirical, and you don't require math to do first order direct measurements.
You don't need it. Yes, I understand that, but that's not the point.
Okay,
Math
so you
is
just
the
contradicted
tool.
yourself. Congratulations, you contradicted yourself by agreeing with me.
I think you're stupid and you're debating, and your
No, I'll
debates are
give you a
making
great
you more
example.
stupid because you're not learning.
How medieval cathedrals were built, right? They take like a stick. It be called like a gnomon pole. It could be of any arbitrary length. And this stick is what they would use as a basis of measure. They'd stick it in the ground and they'd take a chain and they'd draw a circle. And they may do two conjoining circles directly on the ground like a vesca piscis.
You know that
This
still falls
becomes
under
basically the template for the temple that they would then build. The blueprint was drawn on the ground. So yeah, we can go into depth if you want, but yeah, no math was required there.
That is math.
You can use geometry.
You can use any form of any unit of measurement in math. You can use anything. You can use feet. You can use stick. You can use miles. You can use kilometers. I'm American, so I don't know what a kilometer is.
Okay.
But I think that you can use a stick
So
if you want to in math.
A kilometer.
All right, so what did I say that's wrong?
I don't think you guys know what math is. I don't think specifically
Why not?
Eagle Slave knows what math is.
Well, why not? Why don't you think so? What did I say?
You said that we shouldn't use math to measure.
I did not say that. I said it is not required to provide a first order direct measurement.
Yes, but I'm
You don't
using
need
math.
a math.
I use
You need
math
a
to prove
measurement.
that the world is not flat.
Measurement and mathematics are in different categories for a reason. Because
Math
mathematics is not necessarily empirical, where
measurement.
measurements are required to be.
That's the point of math, to measure stuff.
What happens if you're measuring something in a video game that's not real? It's not empirical.
That's okay.
Well, then you just refuted your own point.
No, I did not. Just because you have red in a video game doesn't mean red doesn't exist.
Do you know what
in real life.
empirical means when I say that? Do you have any idea what that means?
Yes, I know what empirical means is when you gather information and you make a conclusion based on it. So I did that with math. And I did
something observable in reality.
I used
something
math.
observable in reality, not in a computer game, which is conceptual.
I didn't use a computer game, bro.
Well, I'm bringing up a computer game because you can use pure math without any empiricism in a computer game.
Yes, and you can use red in a video game.
So no, math is not necessarily contingent on reality being true. I'll give you an example. There's great mathematics showing the power consumption required for the Starship Enterprise to achieve warp factor 9. There's a lot of mathematics involved. Great graphs and charts in a book, the Star Trek Technical Manual. Is that true? I mean, math proves it, right? It's internally consistent with mathematics.
Okay, so Jean-Luc Picard used a red shirt. Does that mean all red shirts are imaginary?
Excuse me?
You're saying that in Star Trek, Jean-Luc Picard used a red shirt and math. So that means math and red shirts are imaginary.
No, I did not say that at all.
Reality.
You told me that I said that. I did not say that. I'm describing a situation for you where mathematics is not reliant upon there being any empirical component. You can just come up with math and design a computer game and break the laws of physics while you're at it.
I understand, but I didn't do that.
Conceptual.
You're saying I did that, but I didn't do that.
Well, I am saying you need to prove that what you are doing is empirical.
I did that. You just started a debate for no reason. You didn't let me finish.
Well, hold on. I'm trying to define terms because you conflated math and measurement. And I'm trying for the audience to separate the two out definitively.
Math is a tool to measure. You can measure virtual things. You can measure real things. You can measure if you have money.
All right, go give me an example.
I just gave you an example.
All right, in reality, what's your example? What did you do with math?
The example is that I measured the distance from my mom's house to my house. And I measured the distance. And then I actually tried to go and walk that distance. And if you were to measure if you were to measure the distance from my mother's house to my aunt's house in a linear formula, it would fail empirically. Like you would measure it and it would be off. But if you measure,
what do you mean by measure with the formula? You don't measure things with a formula. I'm
saying that a linear math is incorrect empirically on Earth. because Earth is not flat. But if you measure using trigonometry a spherical distance, then it is correct. And this is measured in politics all the time. When people go canvassing, the data people, they have to measure
politics?
distances in non-linear distance, because the distance would not, the gas would run out before. So you have to actually add more gas than what would be accounted for in a linear fashion. You can't say the Earth is flat. It's more spherical than flat.
Okay, so why don't you walk us through? Walk us through what you did. Because right now I'm just here and you measured a distance to your mom's house and that's that. Like what?
I mean, how much information do you need? So, okay, I measure specifically using the distance between the two homes linearly, digitally, online, and it's incorrect.
Okay, so there's a problem perhaps with what you're using online.
And then you measure the amount of gas it takes to get from my mom's house to my aunt's house, and it takes more gas than a linear amount of gas needed.
Wait, you can't measure distance with gas.
Yes, you can.
You can't not reliably, because what happens if you go uphill? What happens if your tires are not inflated as much as they could be?
Yes, but this is applied in a larger situation. When you get people that work in a political consulting firm, they add it also.
Well, God help them if they're using your methodology.
Trigonometric distance that is spherical measures more accurately than a linear. You won't have perfect.
Provide an example of what you mean, because right now I'm not understanding you, dude. You're talking to me about filling up your gas tank and using that to measure distances, and I just provided a couple ways where that is really not a reliable way to do that. Now you're talking trigonometry. You're all over the place.
No, you just don't understand how you can measure.
I really don't understand what you're telling me right now. Like,
I know, I'm trying to.
Maybe you should engage someone else, because
if you don't understand something, you're going to debate them and not learn from them.
He's asking you to please explain yourself in a better way, because you talked about air pressure and then spherical trigonometry. So I don't. Yeah.
Yes, he's not listening. I said everything needed for him to understand, but he kept interrupting and thinking about other things.
Buckler.
Yeah, I'm letting you speak. What's up?
Okay. Thanks for acknowledging that you heard me. Just like in the book that you brought up by Thomas Friedman, you're acting like the kitchen in the hotel that keeps sending up sliced oranges, peeled oranges, quartered oranges, when all it is an orange that's been ordered. So just stop spazzing, dude.
Well, if someone continues to interrupt me while I'm trying to explain, this guy keeps saying random other things where I'm just saying it's more accurate.
You're not explaining. You're sending up to the room something else that wasn't ordered.
The guy said, explain how spherical distances are the way you should measure Earth.
Nobody's talking about that leading up to this discussion at all. Where'd you get that from?
You asked me a ton of questions, bro. You asked me like a million questions.
Yeah, I was trying to get you focused and get the audience engaged. So right now, what you told me so far is that you had a map of a distance and you went to go measure the actual distance and the map was wrong. Okay, so what?
I said that the linear computation is wrong, because a spherical computation is more accurate. I'm not saying it's 100% accurate. I'm saying a spherical computation is more accurate than a linear distance computation. So
how did you determine that? How did you determine that?
By actually learning the definitions of how to measure the circumference.
Did you actually measure anything, or did you just learn how to?
I both learned it and I applied it. I did both.
All right, how did you apply spherical trigonometry to measure the distance to your mom's house?
When you compute the amount of gas... Not
compute, I meant measure.
Well, there's a computer on the car that tells me how much gas I've used. And you can use that to measure how much miles per gallon, and it'll tell you how much you've expended over the time, and you can get the distance.
Wait, so you didn't
have to know
actually
the
do this? You used a computer to calculate the gas mileage?
correct.
Okay, so you didn't measure, you used the computer to calculate the gas mileage, which was different than what the map distance showed. Is that correct?
The gas mileage, you can then transmute it into a computation of distance.
Transmute? Okay, hold on a second. So you used a computer to calculate the gas mileage required to get to your mom's house. And based on the miles that were provided, I guess, in the car and everything else that you're using as inputs, you determined that distance varied from the map distance. And this somehow proves Earth is a globe.
You keep saying map distance, but I'm telling you the
you said you
linear
looked at a map.
I
How'd you
looked
get
at
the original
linear-
linear distance?
Great point. So you can actually compute the distance using math of two latitude and a latitude and a longitude, and
I understand.
there's two positions. And what happens then is that if you compute the distance using a linear formula, it's actually not as accurate as if you were to use a spherical formula using trigonometry. So if you use
And how
trigonometry,
did you prove this? By measuring a distance to your mom's house?
I've done it both personally and at work, but I don't want to share my work information because
No one's asking you to. All right, but so far you just told me that you use one computer program to invalidate another computer program.
Correct.
Okay, so you didn't do anything in reality. Hence my original point that none of this is empirical.
No.
So you lose.
I drove there.
Someone else can take over.
I'm sorry?
I can't go up against fucking
I
power.
mean,
Yeah, go ahead and take on. I gotta go.
On a car, if you can't trust the miles per hour on a car and you're driving like a certain speed and you go to a specific distance, then your lack of trust in a simple
I mean, are you
speedometer
sure you have the right
to-
tire size on the car with the correct tread wear?
I wonder if this guy works for Polaris.
I'm not sure if I'm trying to explain like I'm trying to explain that I don't know for a fact because I haven't gone into space, but I do know that I have evidence using trigonometry in empirical data that it's more spherical than linear, where I live at least. So I have data for me, and that's okay for me. I'm just sharing this, and I understand that you want to get information. It's an interesting topic. I don't believe that people actually should believe that the Earth is flat. I think it's more interesting to think about the flat economy, and that it's more important to bring up the topic of flat Earth in terms
Missile,
of
bro.
Wait, you're Buckler. You watched the so you searched for, do people think the Earth is flat? Like actual, somebody who's in a high position, and you found that video of the economic guys talking about his experience, and in his opinion, how economics is flat, and you got switched over, and that's what you're bringing up.
No, I think it's more important to talk about.
I mean, didn't him and his wife have an epiphany? Like, wow, maybe economics is flat.
No,
Or something
I
like
do think that the global economy flattening wages into like a more equal amount is dangerous to the world. And I think that globalism is the problem, not flat Earth in terms of physical. There's no problem if it's flat. It's fine. Like what?
Well, hold on, Buckler. Buckler, there's no problem with globalism if there's no globe in the first place. It's a mind device.
You're telling us that because they're lying to us, there's a problem there. The teachers are lying to us, so that's the problem.
No, they're not lying. They're just as fooled as you are.
No, but if someone is saying
they're repeating,
they're lying.
No, they're passing bad information, thinking it's real. That's not a lie.
Okay,
from the outside looking in, it may be a lie, but no, they are not partaking in a lie, bro.
I did your test before, Buckler, but not in a car. I did it in a hotel with your same kind of methodology. I don't know if you want to talk about the lying thing. You guys can.
Yeah, one more question, Buckler. When your car tells you have 10 miles left, your computer says you've got 10 miles worth of gas, do you take it all the way down to 0.1 before you fill up?
I do not. I fill it up because the sensors.
So you run out of gas every once in a while then on your way to Mom's?
I was trying to explain it that I don't need that specific sensor to measure that, but I am trying to explain the point because not everyone knows that trigonometry can be used to measure distances in a more accurate way in real life. And so that's what I'm trying to bring up. So
Welcome to Flat Earth.
I'm saying it in a simple way. And there's evidence that there is not a flat Earth with trigonometry in real life. Computing distances. That's all I'm bringing up. You can do what you want, but you can see in SQL there's computations that come pre-built to do geography and distances on land.
Yeah, I
And
did it
it's
in
not.
the hotel. Like just like kind of like the same thing. Only thing I didn't need, I guess, like to measure. I didn't measure the gas, right? So like I was just two people. I mean, I've said this before. It's two people, right? You get one person on the first floor of the hotel. From one end to the other end is 1,000 feet across. So you get up to the hallway, and you get another person. He goes on the 60th floor, right? And then we both are standing at the wall. You and me, Buckler, right? I'm on the first floor. You're on the 60th floor. And on three, right, we're on the phone. And on three, we're going to go, right? And we're both going to make sure we only go 5 miles per hour, right? Who's going to get to the other end of the hotel hallway first?
You're saying that the flat 60th floor will be faster than the
I don't
ground
know.
floor?
I was just testing it. So who would get to the other end of the room first, the other end of the hall
I'm
first?
sure if on a such a small level, it will be feasible to find the spherical nature of the Earth. I
I don't
think
know what
over
that
the
means.
course of thousands of miles, it would be more apparent because,
Listen,
like,
if there's something happening here, right? If there's something happening, right? Always, then it's happening always. That's all. So if I'm on the first floor and you're on the 60th floor, and I say 1, 2, 3, go, and we both go 5 miles an hour. Who's going to get to the other wall first? Like in reality, just because we're both
in
doing it. Who's going
reality,
to get
I
there?
think
Yeah.
that the 60th floor could be just as crooked as the ground floor, and
Okay.
that
How'd you
the
know?
hill, it doesn't matter,
What do you mean?
right? So my
None of it
purpose
matters. Nothing matters. I don't know. What do you say? Like, I'm just asking for a direct answer. Who's going
you're
to get to the other
abstracting
end
out.
first? I don't want to know if it matters and who cares and what could be the case. Who's going to get to the other end first?
Yes, and there's a problem with like abstraction and in like actual instances of situations.
Is that true?
And you want an answer that is abstract from an
No, I want a
instant.
true answer. I've done the
Yeah.
test. I want to know what what's your guess here? I got the answer. I did it.
You
What
don't
do you
have
what
one
do you think?
answer for every situation. That's what I'm trying
His
to
For
say.
guess is he
this
created a
situation.
crooked floor in his mind
It's
with
like
a not
saying
answer.
for every single acre of land, use the same mode of transportation. There's a
It's
true
like
form of
no,
transportation.
it's like saying if I'm on the first floor and you're on the 60th floor, we go 5 miles an hour. Ready, set, go. Who's going to get to the other end first?
If is the
A or
60th
B,
floor
1 or
flat?
60?
My question.
It's a hotel. It's a hotel.
Yeah, but is that
Hallway.
60th floor like perfectly flat?
Yeah, I mean, how would you measure that?
Well, you could use a distance formula. Math
There we
is
go.
meant
Okay,
to.
so we got the distance for. All right, so we're going to find out. So who's going to get to the other end first?
If the distance is linear on the 60th floor and it's the same distance linearly on the 60th floor and the floor, then the floor will be more curvature in theory. In the theory of the spherical Earth, the floor would take longer to get to the other side because the
Bottle
floor
cap.
has more
Which floor?
curvature.
Which floor?
What?
Who's going to get? I don't. A is the guy on the first floor. B is the guy on the 60th floor. You're B. You're Buckler. So who's going to get to the other side first? That's all. Still asking.
B is my answer. If you listen to everything I said before, if you dismiss it, then there's no
He's
point.
so delusional that he thinks that the first floor of the building is curved along with the ball in his head.
Oh, maybe. So who you
The
said B is going to
floor,
get there first?
ground floor.
Who's
No,
getting
that's
there
what he's
first?
implying.
I don't know.
We're
I'm
talking about
ignoring it because he's
spherical.
ignoring me. At
I
this
would
point,
say the
I just
first
got to keep
floor.
asking you A or B, Buckler. What's going on here?
I had already answered, but you didn't even listen.
I didn't hear
So
it. What was it?
Is that how they build buildings in reality, Buckler?
I'm talking about the ground floor, where if you go on the
Yeah.
dirt.
The ground floor now he thinks is the dirt.
Yes, because we're talking about Earth. We're not talking about like building
Oh
is
my
flat.
lord, dude. The ground floor is not the dirt.
This channel is that the Earth is flat, right? So we're walking on the Earth. Why would you walk on a
If
man built?
Thomas Friedman knew that you had referenced one of his books, he would weep.
I think that the problem with everyone here is that they're not going to exercise for lunch and they're getting fat talking on the internet. I'm gonna go.
Okay.
I'm gonna go for a run. I'll be right back.
Oh, dude,
You
before you
spazzed
go,
out
just tell me A or
successfully,
B.
bro.
I'll never know. I'll never know now. Did he say A or
The
B?
ground floor is the dirt.
I never got the answer. I mean, I got the answer, but I never got his answer. It's a shame. Ardbeg, what do you think? You heard it. I heard you. I saw you blink a little bit. What, A or B? Who's getting there first? I'll never know. Like, I might as well be like an old owl. So I guess the world will never know.
That guy's self-awareness was non-existent, dude. He didn't realize that he was completely out of his depth.
Yeah, I mean that's true. He really, I mean, he seemed like a few other people have seemed as if they're coming into like it's just like a troll name for a room. But let's see what these guys are really about. Yeah,
You
people
could
do
tell that he had
do that.
searched this, like you called him out on it. You could tell he had searched the subject up and came up with Thomas Friedman.
Yeah. Yeah.
And amazingly, he played out the whole confusion that these globies are struggling with, which is how that Friedman book opens, where all he wants is an orange. He calls down to the kitchen. They keep bringing him up everything but an orange juice, slices, quarters, peeled. He is that guy. He obviously didn't read the book. He read the title, but well done, Beckler, or whatever the hell your name is. Buckler. Yeah, he highlighted the gap that apparently can't be bridged.
Yeah, I'm not going to get mad at him for like doing a little thought experiment and trying to then, calculate distance using, speed or whatever. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of factors. And, is your car up to perfection? I mean, it's all these. Did you? How's the spark plug gap? I don't know. But when it says it's empty, is that real? Hey, what's your reserve tank? I don't know. Like all those things. But a lot of the cars have. They'll tell you. They'll tell you. Like,
You gotta have 2 gallons to start your car in there on some models, and some models will let you start it on 1 gallon. Just depends, I think.
yeah, I got screwed over. So my wife was driving the car. Just stopped in the middle of the road. I said, all right, I got too much shit going on. Had a mechanic just pick it. I just had him pick it up, take it to the shop. So what's wrong with the car? The guy, I guess the fuel pump is broken. We'll replace the fuel pump. I get the car back. Same shit. All right. I was like, all right. I go to start it. I take it to the end of the road. It just dies. Right. The gauge is broken. Fucking idiot. So I asked the mechanic. I says, we just charging us for a fucking fuel pump. It's just a broken gauge. What are you retarded? He's like, oh well, when there's no pressure in the rail, then that's usually your fuel pump. I'm like, it just means there's no fucking fuel. So anyway, trusting the gauge is what cost $800. So
So there
trusting that.
was no fuel in it, but the
Yeah,
gauge was like there was.
yeah. So the mechanics was
Okay.
retarded. Yeah. So, and then he must have known. This is the thing. He must have known, right? Because when he went to go do the fuel pump, or then there was no gas in there. You must have known, but you already made your mind up that it was the fuel pump, and then you can't get it to start with no gas in there. So he must have added a little bit of gas to the car. It's like, what an asshole! What an
Yeah, but
asshole!
he might have primed it.
Yeah,
Some will
yeah,
prime it from the
exactly.
front carburetor, and then some will prime it from the actually put gas in it. But a smart person would always check the gas. Why the fuck would you not?
Gosh, bad mechanic. Just a story I like to tell.
Oh
How
yeah,
I got ripped off by a retarded mechanic.
yeah, yep, 100%. Did he refund you?
No, he refused to do that. So I dropped another. Well, he said I made a deal with him to fix something else. So he's like, "Wow, come on, man! Like I did it though. You got a new fuel pump. Like fuck, do I care? It's probably a shittier fuel pump than came with the car. You know."
Right.
I said, "Well, fix the gauge." He said, "Oh, I don't know how to do that with a Mercedes." So I well then fix this other car. It was still bad. Still didn't work out. I don't feel happy about it. Is all I'm
I have
saying.
had to deal with my fuel pump going out once, legitimately, because I've had my car since I was 16, 15, 16, and I'm 32 now. So I've definitely had the fuel pump go out of it.
Yeah, it happens all the time. But I heard it. I heard it turning on and engaging. And when he said, "Oh, it's just not. It's some kind of malfunction," I said, "All right, well, whatever. You're the guy with the shop." But yeah, to say because there's no pressure in the rail, therefore the fuel pump is broken. It's retarded.
Right. You'd have to first put fuel in it to make sure that it's even trying to get pressure or trying to suck, or even you hear the noise like or anything. But some of them, I mean, it's still attached, and they try to turn it on or have their friend or something. If you usually there's, hey, start it, try it, let me listen while I'm back here, and if I don't hear it working, if you hear the pump trying to do something, it's not the pump. Pump's trying to do something. Listen to me. I'm going to tell you a story, and this story will debunk everything.
That's it. The Earth is flat.
You know,
It's true. Earth is flat.
Anyone around?
Yeah, what's up, dude?
Oh, not too much. I just was doing the mic check, see what's going on.
Yeah, I'm just doing other stuff and listening in.
I'm around, but When I ask questions, all the Glovers say they don't want to interact. My voice is that powerful. They're like, "Oh, that guy, I don't want to talk with him. Anybody but him." And I'm like, "Shit."
They definitely run for the hills when you start talking.
Isn't that weird?
It's quite the thing because they'll be like mute DMOC, and then you'll get muted. You'll go to a different server, then they'll follow you to that server and continue the conversation and ask you to be muted again. It's like they are like inconsistent with what they need and want. Which one is it? Do you want to talk to DMOC or you don't want to talk to DMOC? You're going to have to make a decision here because right now you're trying to do both.
Yeah, they're just weird. I don't know.
Yeah, it's like they don't know. Like, what do you want? What do you need? Articulate what you want. Do you want flat earthers to talk because you find their content is funny, is entertainment, or you don't want them to talk because their content is misinformation that's harming humanity? Pick one. Pick one and stick with it as long as you possibly can. Try to hold on to one thought pattern. The longer you're able to do so, the better it will be when it comes time for you to articulate your position. If you ever are able to, which won't happen.
I literally just try to come up with the easiest way for them to demonstrate they live on a ball. Literally a Sharpie and a dot on the wall. I mean, it doesn't cost anything. It's not. I mean, a marker, a pen, a pencil, ink, anything, paint, anything you can use to make a dot. That's literally all they need to help me understand how a globe would work, or the elevation, the idea to even be able to measure it. But they run from that, and then they want to do like all kinds of cockamamie cornbread stuff. It's weird.
It's like they're scared. They're so scared of being wrong that they just can't make a claim anymore.
Oh, the other day, helicopters don't work. People can't walk forward. Submarines don't go and walk. You can't swim anymore. Every time I ask every single different Glober a question, then all of a sudden we can't do it. What do you mean? Something like we can't do that. Now helicopters can't just hover. It's crazy. Now balls, hold water. You know what I mean? When I tell the Glober, go spin the ball and put water on it. I mean, what happens? They're like, no, no. And how can a building or a bridge or anything be made with Earth's curve if they can't get up next to the wall and draw out Earth's curve? Isn't that what they would have to have done? Was place the buildings on that said drawn out curve to be the part of that said curve? Sidewalks, streets, basements, drainage, all still waterways would have to follow a curve of Earth.
Yo, is there anyone here?
Yeah, man. What's up?
I have a question. It's from my dad. It's not about it's not about the Earth, I suppose, but it's technically about flat Earth generally. I don't know if someone can answer.
Yeah, we'll try. We'll see what's up. So, asking for a friend and
Yeah, asking for my
a
dad,
general,
basically. Literally my
yeah,
dad.
general question.
And it's about lights in the sky and shadows. So I don't know. Like, I mean, obviously, I know. I'm trying to humor him and answer this question.
Okay.
So, yeah, okay. So I'm gonna read it. It's gonna be a long read.
You just want to post it?
Yeah, I'll post it. Yeah, it'll be better.
Okay.
He's written a lot. I'll see if I can even break this down first.
Did you ask the question?
Now I'm just posting it in the side chat. 1 second. Because it's a long ass question. He's got like 3 questions. Basically, it's all about the shadows and the sun's movement, basically.
Well, shit, go get a ball and a big light source. That'll answer all your questions. I mean, I'm serious. I mean, if
It's
you
not
want to know about a ball,
my question. It's my dad's question.
right? I'm saying a ball will be a ball, no matter who asks the question, you, me, or your dad. And the shadows are going to be their self, and they're going to react a certain way, right?
Oh shit! I missed some of the texts. I have to repost it 1 second. Sorry.
And get like a big flat surface that's 3 times longer than the ball, and then check it out. You know what I mean? See what the shadows do on it when the light source goes over, around, past, in a circular pattern, straight that way, straight back that way. I mean, you'd have to try to figure out what. I mean, how could another human tell you what light's doing or how it should act or react or what it's going to do? To me, that's weird.
I'm reposting it. Sorry, I missed the first part. Just the first.
I mean, you can get fed a lot of bullcrap about what shadows do on a ball or a globe, supposedly globe or flat Earth idea, right? But what we have is what shadows do in reality. Now, if you made a little flat Earth model or a little globe model, and in reality match that to a T, whichever model, it can only match one. It would never match both. It couldn't.
Well, there could be some. I don't think in this. I agree with you in this current thing. But if you had a very limited setup, there are probably things which could match both.
Well, that's why you do it different ways. You raise it up really far away. You put it really close. You do it on the ball. You do it on the flat. You do all the different things on each version. Then you look at reality and then do the same thing in reality outside that you did on your model. And then you
Someone's
say,
probably.
hey, holy shit, this matches, Dad. Look,
I know, but I don't even know myself, right? I don't really care about the lights in the sky personally. I never really looked at them, but like
I
for
don't
some
think
people,
anybody knows, buddy. That's what I'm trying to tell you. The only way you can know anything is by firsthand experience. Demonstrate it to yourself. And if nobody's done that, then what are they going to tell you that you need to know?
this is it's not about me getting convinced. I don't. For me, the it being measured flat is enough to know it's flat. I don't care about the light in the sky, but for some people, that's
That's
just.
why light. Well, what's a light going to do? To measure the Earth, you should get down on the Earth and
I
measure it.
know. I agree with that. I agree with that. That's
Yes.
my position. It's not based on what I see, but for some people, that is just like something that they. This is how their brains work.
Because the government pushes them.
I don't
They're
know. Well,
only
okay, well, dude, I'm
listen.
not.
What I'm telling you, they've only been
I don't know
brainwashed, brother.
why are we fighting?
I,
We're on the same page.
you're not listening to me, are you?
I already
Because
know it.
the
Like, we're on,
government pushes them to have a 5 question base. That's all they know is
I
five
don't.
questions. 5 questions are their proof of a globe,
I,
not a globe proof. Do you understand?
I don't know why you're talking. Okay, peace, bro. I already agree with you. So there's no point of talking about that. I'm just trying to see if there's someone already has this figured out, and then I
Has
can
what figured out?
gap. You know what?
Light and shadows? No. I'll be the first to tell you if they say they do, they're damn liars. How about that?
Does anyone? Okay. You know what? I give up.
Who here can get 93 million miles away from an object to see what the fuck a ball would do? I don't think anybody. Looks like you could never demonstrate the ball model.
Little sniffer sniffing on. What's a sniffy? Sniff? What's up with sniffy nugget nuggies and sniffy munkers? What a good tiger, what a good
Do what?
No.
What language is that?
Hi.
Okay, what's up, bud? You was over in the other chat. I jump in, and you leave. Glad you can make it.
Well, what's your question?
I have a question.
Okay.
Any other gentleman had questions, but no one was there to answer your questions.
Thank- I guess no one talks here in as well. No.
What are you talking about? No one talks here. I'm talking right now. Am I inaudible?
Yeah, I can hear you, but
Well, conversation's a two-way street, bud. You say something, I hear it, I understand it, I make a reply, you hear it, you understand it, and we chat. So what do you want to talk about? Obviously the server topic, or the room's topic, which is the Earth flat or a sphere, right?
yeah, correct. Sorry, bro.
So what do you think it is?
It's about flat Earth.
You think it's flat?
No, I was just here to listen to debate. I'm not here to debate.
Cool. Well, the entire panel here already thinks it's flat. We're here waiting for people to bring the conversation to us because otherwise we're just, talking about personal lives because we already understand, experience, practically use our day-to-day life as if the Earth is flat and not moving.
Okay.
So what makes you think the Earth's the ball?
I already told you that I don't have an opinion. I'm just here to listen.
Oh, okay. Well, what did you learn about the Earth? What is it that you understand for the Earth to be a ball?
I didn't hear your question. Can you repeat it, please?
You went to school, correct?
Dude, you are like your voice cuts up. Sorry. I guess
So
because
then
of
my
your
name
voice.
is holding true. Droid. I'm just roboting out.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. When you school, what did they tell you that the Earth was?
I guess round.
Okay. Did they ever
Okay.
teach you about the Earth's radius?
Even if they did, I don't remember, my friends. I wasn't
Okay.
a good student.
Well,
But my
if
common
we're
sense.
going to
Sorry.
say it again.
Now, my common sense says that it's not flat, but I don't know. I'm just here to listen to the debate.
It's not flat?
Yeah, my common sense says that it's probably not flat, but I'm here to listen to the debates. I'm not saying my
Well, then
common sense is the right one.
what about your common sense tells you that the Earth is not flat?
I said my senses, my common sense. So yeah, my senses say that. I don't know how to explain that, my friend. I feel like the Earth is round, my friend.
Well, what about it makes you feel like the Earth is round?
I mean, how can I explain my feelings, my friend?
Well, you would tell me. Well, every now and like this. Well, every now and then, I feel the Earth move underneath my feet, and then that tells me that the Earth is spinning, and then it also tells me that the Earth is tilting. It also tells me that the Earth is flying around the sun in an oval pattern, and it tells me that the sun is also moving in an arcing spiral around the center of the galaxy. Um, so yeah, I feel the Earth in motion. So like that. Do you feel the Earth in motion?
That's actually called vertigo. You should see a doctor.
Oh, so there's an explanation as to why I feel the Earth in motion, right? Vertigo. Something is wrong. And then they say, well, it's your vestibular system that's acting up, because your vestibular system tells you whether or not you're in motion, or the area around you is in motion. So that helps you, calculate for the motion underneath your feet, so that you can balance on a moving object, such as a train or a plane or a car or a bicycle, or one of those rope bridges, right? Your vestibular system detects all that motion, and it helps you, naturally calculate how to maintain balance on these moving objects. So then what is it that is making you think that the earth is moving? Because you're telling me that your senses are telling you that the earth is in motion.
Man, yeah, I don't know, man. As I said, I am not here to debate. Please don't direct your questions to me, please.
Then who do I talk to, if not you?
I don't know.
You're the guest. Everyone else here is a regular.
Oh, okay. Okay then. I guess there's nothing to talk about. Sorry, guys. I need to leave then.
Oh, you made him run away. What'd you do, tactical droid?
I just, tried to get him to tell me how his senses tell him that the earth is a ball.
True. True. Fucking
Why do you think the
globers,
earth
am I
is a
right?
ball? Why do you think the earth is a ball?
My senses tell me.
What about him?
My eyes show me the ships disappearing over the horizon.
How'd you determine that it was the earth's shape?
Self-evident.
Well, how did you figure that out? Self-evident. Things disappear bottom up.
Mm-hmm.
I got a video saved on my phone of a little boat disappearing bottom up on a basketball court. Does that
Weird.
mean that the first basketball court is curving?
Let's see it. Send it on over. What about a lunar eclipse? Doesn't that show you that the Earth is round?
Well, no,
Oh, why
because
not?
there's lunar eclipses where the sun and the moon are both in the sky at the same time.
There's what eclipses?
A selenilian eclipse, where
The
both
sun.
the sun and the moon are in the sky at the same time.
Yeah. Do you think that disproves a globe?
No, I don't think it does prove it's a globe. Because
I
if it
said,
is
do you
the
think
case,
that
hold on,
disproves a
if
globe?
it is the case that you're underneath both the sun and the moon, and the ground is underneath you, the sun and the moon are both in the sky at the same time, and the moon begins to darken. How is it that the ground, which is below both you and the sun and the moon, is causing the moon to go dark?
Your proposition is wrong. Why do you think the sun and the moon cannot be in the sky at the same time?
I'm
That's
saying that
not
they
that's
are,
not something. Yeah, they are. Yeah, that's okay. That doesn't disprove the globe. Why do you think it does?
because the
They're
sun
they're
and the
not
moon
they're
are
not
both
in
above
complete
your head,
opposite
and the
orbits.
ground is underneath your feet. So essentially, the sun and the moon and you and the ground are making a V shape. So how is it that the sun is
I have no idea
using
what you're
the
talking about.
ground below your feet to cast a shadow on the moon above your head?
I'm not following. Show me a picture. I don't get why this is a
I don't know how you
difficult
can't
point.
see this. I don't know how you
Huh?
can't picture it.
What do you think about a lunar eclipse? Why are you not answering that? The sun
I am
casts
telling you about it.
or sorry, the Earth casts a shadow on the moon, and the
Thank
shadow
you.
is always round.
Yeah. How is
Huh?
it? How is it
Why are you not
that
answering my question?
all objects in the sky are becoming dark
Why
when
are you
they're
not
above
answering my question? That's weird.
Why do you play this game, sir?
Where I ask a question and expect an answer, is that a weird game to play?
No. The game that you play is you ask a question, I answer
Mm-hmm.
your question, you pretend to be retarded and misunderstand what I said,
You didn't
ask
answer my
me to
question.
follow up with what I said, and then you pretend that I didn't give you the answer in the first place.
You
Then you
didn't.
ask me for an example because you can't understand what it is that I'm saying as an example.
Well,
Ego slave.
I realize you
Give
answer
you
my question with another
the
question.
answer that you're asking for, and then you continue to play like it wasn't had in conversation. It's kind of like the times in the past where you've had somebody explain something. They give you a key word, and then you take the key word, you pretend you didn't understand the key word, and you go talking about that misunderstood key word. That's not the word that they said.
Okay, so are you going to answer my question about the lunar eclipse,
Did you
which
have
was
a
my
stroke
original
at that
question?
point? Is that why you can't have a good conversation with people?
I'm the one not having a good conversation. You didn't answer my question.
I did answer your question. And
Oh, can you remind me of the answer?
why is it that lunar eclipses happen on a
Oh, you're
full moon?
breaking up. You're breaking up. I can't. Your robot voice.
Yeah, tactical droid. So why is it? Your question is why lunar eclipses?
Your robot voicing. I can't hear you.
Okay, I'll wait.
Oh, now it sounds better. Try again.
No.
Okay. Well, you sound clear now.
Okay, cool. Your question was why lunar eclipses.
Yeah.
My answer was Selenelian eclipse, which is a lunar eclipse where the sun and the moon are in the sky at the same time, where the pattern of orientation between the viewer and the sun and the moon is a V shape. And then my point is, how is the ground causing the moon to shadow when the ground is below your feet, the viewer, and the moon and the sun are both above your head?
Mm-hmm. Are you done now?
Yes.
Okay. So if you think that's an answer to my question, you're completely wrong because that's a completely different type of eclipse, right? You're equating the two when a lunar eclipse and a selenium eclipse are not the
Selenelian.
same. Yeah, whatever. They're not the
They
same
are the
thing.
same. The moon is
No, they're
going into
not.
eclipse. That is a lunar eclipse.
It's not the same thing.
It is the same thing. You want a lunar eclipse to be explained. I'm giving you a specific lunar eclipse.
Okay, I'm looking it up. A selenelian is a rare event that occurs during a total lunar eclipse. Is that the same thing?
It is the same thing. The moon
Okay,
is going into eclipse.
gotcha. Okay. So you're not going to answer the question.
I did answer the question.
Okay.
Give you
Well, if
a
that's your
specific
answer, then it's an
example.
unacceptable answer, and I think we should either move on or stop talking.
Yeah. Are you wanting to know like other options than it being the Earth causing the shadow on the moon? Is that what you need? Is that what you're asking for?
Well, I mean, that is what I asked for that you refused to answer. So,
Oh, well, then it's a number of things that it could be. There's possibilities, but that's also going to be speculation because we haven't been into the sky to find out,
we
right?
haven't been to the sky to find out. We haven't been to space.
Nope.
So, what about all the pictures? They're all doctored.
I thought you wanted to talk about the lunar eclipse.
Yeah, but you just moved on to a point saying we've never been to space.
I said what the descriptions would be are speculations because we have
No, they're
not been.
not. We've seen
Yes,
the
they
Earth.
are.
No, they're not. We've seen the Earth. How's a
What
speculation?
is it that you're saying they
Where
are
you
not?
haven't.
Because I'm saying the descriptions about the lunar eclipse are going to be speculations.
No, they're not. We've seen the Earth.
Who's we?
So
Who's we?
Speculating
what I'm
what?
going to say is
Maybe you're not clear. Speculation of what?
anyway. It could be the case that there are objects in the sky that people don't see normally and naturally, and it happens to be the case that the sun and the moon travels above that whatever it is that's in the sky that people don't see, right? It could be
Right.
some layer to the sky that's causing the sun and the moon to go dark in this specific
Right.
pattern, such as like if it's
Okay.
if there's a layer of
could be.
water or a layer of fluid or some other medium, not the air that we breathe that's above our heads and between us and the two lights in the sky, that
Okay.
there's some vortex happening that causes the light to not reach you, the viewer, so they look like they go into eclipse. It could be the case that there is an object in the sky, similar to how the ancients believed that, like the Indians, the Hindus, they believed that there was a demigod in the sky that ate the moon and had its head cut off by Shiva. And so now its head is detached from its body. So whenever it eats the sun or the moon, it only eats it and it spits it out in its neck. Or it's like the Aztecs say, where there's a dragon in the sky and it consumes the sun and the moon periodically.
Right.
We don't know, but we haven't been there
Okay.
to find out exactly what it is.
So let's say you're right. It could be an invisible object in the sky that we can't see that's casting a shadow. Or it could be the Earth casting the shadow, which we have seen and which we have models demonstrating to exact precision exactly when the lunar eclipse is going to happen. Which of those is more reasonable to believe?
Well, since we haven't been to the sky to verify what it
We
is that
have,
you're
actually.
saying, you have
We
just
have,
as
actually.
much a cool story as the Aztecs and the Hindus have about the sky.
Okay, can you predict a
You just
lunar eclipse
claim
with your
that,
model?
well, because some Freemasons went to the sky
You
after
can't.
they discovered
I
that the
can.
Earth was a sphere, then it was noted that, yeah,
This guy
we
just
live
said
on
I can't predict the next lunar eclipse.
You're
No,
going
you
to use
can't with a model of a globe and
Oh, yeah, you
like
can't.
the
Gotcha.
sun, solar system. You can't. No, you
Okay.
can't.
Oh, okay. Makes sense. You're right.
You're
Good
make a
argument.
post-diction using some observations made by Sumerians a long time ago, who also
Gotcha.
thought that the Earth was flat and an enclosed system. What they did was they just watched the stars and, you know, calculated the times between specific events, like the sun going dark. How many days until the sun goes dark? Well, the sun went dark after this many days over this location.
Right.
Well, after days and over this location.
Huh?
Jupiter make a
Turning into a robot.
retrograde after this number of days in this location.
Dude,
That's all
nobody could hear you. You're a robot right now. Fix your
Thank you.
internet.
Travel.
Holy shit.
I gotta do and distance between me and cell towers.
Dude, literally not one person could understand you. You're literally beeping right now. So, what's more reasonable, thinking that there's an invisible object in the sky casting a shadow, or believing that it's the Earth?
Freaking retards.
I did not say that was a belief. I said it was a speculation.
You said it's
meaning
possible.
it's
You said it's okay.
negative.
So I'm saying,
I
what's
said
more
it-
reasonable for you to believe? What's more reasonable for you to believe?
It's possible that it has nothing to do with celestial bodies at all.
It's yeah,
Oh, yeah.
but which is more likely?
Not the Earth being a shadow of the shadow.
Why
Yeah, well,
not?
since the Earth is not a globe and it's not in outer space, it can't be that.
These guys. Honestly, the more I'm here, the more I think you guys are just fucking around. Like, there's no way you're serious.
The Earth is not
I
a
refuse to
ball
believe
in
you're
space.
serious. Honestly,
So
like
that is
that's a
not
compliment.
the cause.
That should be
You can
taken as a compliment.
absolutely rule that out as being
Gotcha.
a cause for a lunar eclipse.
Okay, you're just fucking around. There's honestly no way you really
No,
believe
I'm not.
this.
Can you give me the scientific method which explain? Can you give me the
Can you give me
scientific
the
experiment
scientific
utilizing
method
the
of
scientific
a
method
invisible
which gives
object in
us
the
the
sky
cause for a
casting a shadow on the moon? Can you
dude?
give me the scientific experiment for
Yes,
that?
I
Let's
want you
hear
to
it.
do a scientific experiment using the scientific method which gives the cause and validates the cause of a lunar eclipse, because a lunar eclipse would be a natural phenomenon observed, right? So it
Okay,
falls within the purview of science, right? So let's
gotcha.
do an experiment.
Okay, let's do an experiment. I'm doing it right now. Take
You'll need
two
3 balls,
softballs.
Grandpa.
Take two softballs, right?
No,
Put
you
one
will.
put one in front of you. One
No, softballs aren't right. You done fucked, idiot.
softballs aren't right. Why not? They're not spheres.
No, idiot. You'll need to scale your model. Retard. Do you know
Oh,
what that
gotcha. Oh,
means?
you're right. You're right. Okay, I
Oh,
got it.
do
Okay,
something totally
just
different.
build an Earth. Build an
Do
Earth in
something
your
totally
living room.
different. Show us something.
Build an
Okay, you make
Earth-sized softball in your living room. Gotcha. Okay, no, that's
fucking
science. You're
idiot.
not allowed to
What a
scale things down in
retard.
science. You're right.
Yeah. So what's your golf ball stand? Your softball stand for Earth, and your other softball the fucking sun. You dumb fuck.
No, the other one would be the moon, and then take a spotlight behind the first ball
Does it
and
act
see
like
what
a
kind of
moon?
shadow. See what kind of shadow gets cast on the
Okay,
far
Yeah,
it's
softball.
not a
it
moon.
won't be
It
alien. It
a
will
moon
not be
has the
Oh,
ability to
you're
light
right. The
up.
softball's not actually a moon. You got it. You got okay.
No.
It's not science.
Do you have
Okay, no,
any
you're
moon
right.
rocks available,
I
retard?
thought it was a moon.
Would you
You're right.
happen to have any moon rocks available, you dumb fuck?
I thought the softball was a moon, and I was
Fucking
mistaken.
retard.
Sorry.
We'll take
You're
moon
right. You're
material.
right. I was mistaken. I thought it was a moon.
Now
My
I
bad.
know moon material's not going to work for itself. I must be mistaken. Let's use leather
Oh,
and dogs' asses.
right, because that
Stupid.
matters when you're casting a
You're a
shadow. That
fucking
makes
idiot,
sense.
retard. Yeah,
It
you are.
matters what
Yeah,
kind of material it is when you're casting a
it
shadow.
certainly does, stupid. When
Yeah.
one of the other objects can be a light too, not
Right,
a
right,
sun.
right. Oh, so it's illuminating?
Yeah. How
Okay.
do you know? That's what you're supposed to demonstrate. So now you don't know anything about your own moon, you fucking idiot.
Can you show me a science experiment that shows the
Fucking
moon is
idiot. I
illuminating?
can show you you don't know what the fuck to demonstrate a moon with.
Can you show me a science experiment showing that the moon is
Yeah, you
illuminating?
got an experiment. That's mine.
So
You
you
got
don't have one.
nothing, baseball boy.
You don't have any science experiments that show
No,
the moon
two
is illuminating?
baseballs
That's
aren't
weird.
gonna work, and now you're crying about it.
Where's
Fucking
your
boo hoo.
Where's
Figure
your
out how to
science
be a better
experiment showing that
scientist.
the moon is
Do
illuminating?
better. Be a better scientist.
Where's your science experiment showing that the moon is
In
illuminating?
your demonstration, stupid.
In my demonstration,
I don't
that's
gotta
where the
believe
science
shit.
experiment is?
I don't gotta believe shit or do shit
Well,
other
you
than
just
see
told me
your
it's illuminating.
demonstration. I'll take a look at your demo if you've got one. If you don't, shut the fuck up. Quit lying to people.
You just told me it's illuminating. What's up with that?
I'm only gonna tell you what you demonstrate, retard.
Where's the science that shows that it's illuminating? That's weird.
I don't know. Where's the bright light in the sky that says it's a light in the sky called a moon,
The sun?
retard? That's weird. Looks
The
pretty
sun
good
that we
to
could
me.
see with
Looks
our
pretty good
eyes?
to me. That's weird. My natural observed thing is a moon that lights itself. That's
Does,
weird.
does a wall that you shine a light on, is that
That's
illuminating?
weird. I didn't shine a light on the moon.
No, I'm saying if you did.
It's lit up on its own. You don't need to shine a light
Okay.
bulb.
No, you're right. The earth is flat. True.
Yeah, we already know this. So now if
Right.
you can figure out how to prove yourself you could live on a ball, maybe with some balls, retard.
No,
That'd be
you
nice.
convinced me.
Well, you convinced me you don't have 93 million miles to scale. You don't have
Uh,
238,000. You
I
definitely
I
don't
can't
have
build a moon in
24,000.
my living room, so
So
thus
you
you
got
can't conduct experiments.
24,000 millimeters in your living room for a globe? What
No,
size is
you're right. You're
a
right.
24,000 millimeter ball?
I can't build a Earth to scale, so I can't conduct science. You're right. You're right. What do you want me to tell you? You got me
I'm
there.
saying, so how did you get, or any
No,
glober, get
I'm
the
saying
idea
you're
a
right. You
globe
don't have to
works?
say anything. You're
Brother,
right.
okay, stop talking over me then. Don't say anything. Shut
I'll
up.
let you talk. You're allowed to talk.
Well, yeah, but I thought you were going to say nothing now. You had nothing to say,
No,
right?
I'll give you permission to talk. You could talk.
Thank you, oh great globe non producer.
I'll allow you to talk. Go ahead.
Thank you. That's going to be great for the class because we want to know why that you know the Earth's flat and we know the Earth's flat, and that's all you can demonstrate. And why can't you demonstrate a globe model or any other human to even see what an orbit is or what seasons do or time zones or anything
You're right.
about balls?
You can't demonstrate it. The Earth is flat. What do you want me to
So,
tell you?
no. It doesn't tell me anything, but it's an undemonstratable
That's what I'm
thing.
saying. I'm agreeing with you. The Earth is
Right.
flat. What are you fighting
I
on me
can
for?
finish my sentence, really, right? If you're not afraid of it.
All right, I'll let you talk. You could. I give you permission to
Well,
talk.
just let me know what you're not afraid of.
Not afraid of what? What do you mean?
I mean, you're afraid of me talking, it seems like.
No. I give you permission to talk. I'll allow you to talk.
Okay, so
You have my permission.
So do all the other Globers like Neil deGrasse Tyson and just every human in general that's 90% of the population, do they know for a fact that they can't produce anything to do with the ball ever?
Do they know they can't produce anything to do with a ball ever? Is that English?
Right.
I'm sorry. I only speak English. I'm sorry, man.
Yeah, little globe balls. They're not going to produce orbits, seasons, shadows of suns,
Oh, right.
temperatures. Yeah,
No, you're
really.
right. Yeah.
Yeah, water sticking to it.
That's what I'm saying.
Right. So what are you
Yeah.
looking for a globe for if you can't find one or produce one?
No. I'm not. I'm a flat
Okay,
earther
well, so
now. What
go
do you mean?
outside in a sandbox that's flat,
Right.
horizontal, and
There's
pour
no
some water
seasons
in there.
there.
Pour a
Oh,
little
wait.
bit of water in there. Put an oscillating fan. You got your ocean.
Right.
Some of the water won't. Some of the water furthest from the wind won't move.
There
That'll
you
be
go.
still water. The water closest to the thing will be like your ocean with a tide. Your oscillating fan. It'll go in and it'll go out. It'll go
That's
in.
true. In and
Now,
out.
on your flat Earth, you can demonstrate seasons with the heat lamp. Anywhere you put the heat lamp over, it's going to be hot. Anywhere you're away
That
from,
demonstrates seasons.
cold.
Is that what a season is?
Yeah, isn't that crazy?
That
Close
is
to the
crazy.
heat source, hot.
Well,
Further
actually,
from
the
the heat
globe model
source,
does that too. You realize that, right?
cold. No, yours is further
No.
from the heat source, cold.
Yeah.
No,
Like
it's hot. Yours is hot.
colder.
The
Well,
top
that's
of
what
your
winter is.
mountains are
Yeah.
frozen. They're closer to the sun.
What do you think
Your
winter is
model
in the
is
globe model?
backwards. Death
So
Valley is
your
the
autumn
lowest
and your
point.
spring,
What do you think
your
winter is
autumn
in
and
the
your
globe model?
spring are the same distance from the sun,
Oh,
and
Death
okay.
your
Valley is the lowest
summer
point. The
and your
mountain is the
winter
highest point.
are
Hold on.
farther away.
Hold on. The top of the
Yes,
mountain is closer to the sun. Death Valley or a ditch or the Grand Canyon would be lower. So now why does the Grand Canyon at the bottom get hotter than the top of the mountain that's closer to the sun in your globe model? How could you demonstrate being closer but cold?
You got me, man. The Earth is flat. Why do you keep fighting me on this? I'm a flat earther.
Okay, now spread the word and get your other buddies in here that you've been talking to. You're a grandpa. You must know millions of people. So get them all in here and let's go
Tens
over
of
the flat
millions.
earth with them.
Tens of millions.
Tell them how we know the earth's flat. Are you going to spread the word right now?
The Earth is flat because we don't see it as curved. It's that simple.
You couldn't find a curve. You couldn't measure a curve. You couldn't science a curve.
You can't science it. That's what I'm saying.
You couldn't get up and draw it on the wall for me as another human. You being the smallest little
That was
dot
quick.
of information. You're the
Right.
smallest thing, right, that processes information. You're the nano supercomputer, and you can't find how to make globe elevation work in front of your face.
You're right,
So
man.
what
What do you
would
want
it
me to
work
tell you,
anyway?
man?
I mean, I
And
don't even know what globe elevation would look like on the wall.
me
1 inch
neither.
high, dropping below
He was
itself.
he was demanding
Weird, huh?
explanations for lunar eclipses, right? About 10 minutes ago. Now he's a flat earther.
Yeah,
You convinced me.
he can't produce his own
Yeah,
his
sure.
own thing.
I think the shadow is cast by an invisible object that we can't see. It's pretty simple.
Who says it's even a shadow?
Oh, it's not. Oh, no, you're right. Yeah, it's not. It's what is it again? I forgot.
Don't know. Could be a shadow, might not be.
Wait,
Can I
what's that?
tell?
Is it a shadow or not a shadow? Because I was told it's an invisible
No,
object casting the shadow.
I don't know. Some people
Oh,
say it is. I'm like, how do you know that?
right. Okay.
Yeah, you asked for speculation. I gave you your speculation. Now you're gonna take it like it's Bible truth.
No, I'm just, dude, I'm learning here. What do you want me to tell you? I'm learning. I'm learning from you smart folk.
No, you're not.
Yeah, I am.
Nah, you're trolling.
What do you mean, no? Why would I do that?
I don't know.
What benefit do I have doing that? I'm here to learn.
Self-enjoyment.
Self-enjoyment? My
Trolling.
life just got turned upside down.
Self-enjoyment.
My
Because you're
life
entertaining.
literally just got flipped upside down.
Well, just remember, reality's still the same. Everything outside in reality is still the same. It's just you're on a flat Earth now. You're
That's
not
true.
floating through space. That's all. Everything's still the same. You still
That's true.
breathe. You still go to work. You still do everything. Now, the only thing that's wrong is the science, the physics, and the ball.
That's
Now,
right.
once all of us as humans can ask them to actually demonstrate any real science or real stuff to us, then we can actually have a real scientific format, right? But no human can get that right now because we're led by the Department of Defense. And what they do is they control science with cartoons and pictures on your TV. The fastest
True.
way to hypnotize somebody is show them a million pictures, and those pictures become the reality over anything. Now it's harder to convince them that reality is real, like water doesn't stick to a ball, because a picture showed them water does.
It's
See
true.
how fucking crazy that is?
It is
Literally, this
insane.
has to be.
Imagine thinking gravity is a thing. Honestly.
Yeah, imagine thinking you could demonstrate gravity making a ball out of something.
That's what I'm saying.
Imagine thinking you could see gravity from scratch. I wonder which guy did that.
Honestly.
I don't think you understand the
CIA or something.
gravity of the situation.
It's
Yeah,
true.
no human has ever seen molecules or balls of anything turn into a bigger ball or something. Because what they tell you is little balls can't do shit. Little stuff can't move. So if stuff can't move and stuff has to be little before it becomes big, how the fuck can any little stuff even make gravity work? Or how can you even be affected by gravity, little nano nothing guy on a big earth because it's so big, 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 big?
Little stuff can't move. That's my new motto for
No,
life.
no, no,
Little
no. Little
balls
stuff
can't
does
move.
not. No, hold on. That's not what I said. Little stuff can jump to space. Gravity doesn't affect little stuff. Gravity only attracts big planets to big
Wait, but I
planets.
thought gravity wasn't real. What do we believe again?
No, 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 no. No, gravity isn't real.
Oh
But in
wait,
the
but why are you
imaginary,
saying gravity can't?
because I'm going over what you're going to be dealt with. You're going to deal with the imaginary model of a glober when they talk to you, and they're going to
Wait, but
tell
you're
you
saying gravity is not real because gravity can't. That doesn't make sense.
gravity can't anything. Humans do stuff. Gravity don't do shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, but I'm just saying, like, you were
So
disproving
that's what
gravity
you
by saying
believe. No,
gravity can't
listen.
do.
You believe what you can demonstrate.
Right.
It
I
doesn't
can't
matter
demonstrate
what
gravity.
I
That's
do.
true.
It doesn't matter what I do. If you can't demonstrate it with me, what would that
I
fucking
can't.
mean?
That's true. Yeah, I just dropped a fork before, but that
Yeah,
was
so you
the
shouldn't drop forks and you shouldn't pick them up, Gravity Grandpa.
that was what the Jews
No,
pulling the
that was
fork
you.
down to the ground or
No,
something.
that was you.
Oh.
That was Grandpa dropping and picking up forks. I said you're the only one that does anything, and then you lie on fucking other imaginary stuff. You have an imaginary friend named Gravity that does magic now
Oh,
because
okay.
you
I don't
picked up
know.
something and dropped it.
I'm
Well,
still
stop
learning
ignoring
here.
magic and religions,
I'm
and
still
you'll know
learning here,
what to
man.
believe. You can believe reality.
I'm learning here. Give me a break.
Now, what you're going to be met with is people that will say gravity's real. That's what I was trying to tell you. Not that I believe it, because I can't demonstrate it. I can't demonstrate a gas holding its shape into a sphere. Can you? Gravity won't do
No,
that for
that's
me.
I
It won't
can't.
make water hold a fucking sphere in front of my face and float around. It won't let me take hydrogen and helium and make a sun in front of my face from nothing in time and space warping in my face and just doing what it do when I
True.
throw helium or hydrogen out there. So, like, I can't see anything do what it's supposed to do the way the government says it's supposed to do it. It's supposed to
That's
do it
right.
on its own. Not supposed to give a fuck about your opinion.
When you're right, you're right. What do you want me to tell you?
So, like, if science is supposed to do what it do and elements are supposed to do their thing to make themselves be what they are, why would you have to hamburger help them in a nuclear reactor?
That's true. That made sense.
Right. So, I think everything is what it is, and everything's a part of other things. Everything bleeds from or to another thing.
Well, let me say this. That's a clearer scientific explanation than the scientists give.
Yes.
Everything is what it is.
That's right, and it bleeds from one thing to another. So what you call water becomes gas, electricity,
True.
energy, potential, and goes
And
back
that
to
can't be
water.
demonstrated. That cannot be demonstrated.
No, that is what can be demonstrated.
Oh, never mind, never mind.
Yeah, water can be boiled and it turns to a gas and it steams up. It hits the top of something. The temperature differential at the top at a certain rate away from the heat source becomes cold. Automatic differential producing more water. So
Oh, okay.
electricity produces water because it's a spark or an arc of differential within itself. You see,
Ah,
positive within
I
surrounded by
see.
its own negative. Yeah.
I
So
gotcha.
anytime you have a positive surrounded by a negative, so a little reaction within this big idea of everything,
Mm,
then everything forces its way back to re-energize that little spot every time. The little
re-energize.
spot of, yes. So the
Yeah.
little spot of nothing is where you have the power. Anytime you
Yeah.
try to make a container with nothing, you always have something, but it has the potential to be even more.
That's actually a really good point, to be honest.
Grandpa, do you see the refutations I tagged you in?
No, well, I think you missed it. I'm a flat earther now. What are you refuting? Are
Okay,
you?
cut,
Oh, is he a glober,
dude, cut
Gregory?
the shit.
No, Gregory's a flat earther.
Oh, okay, good.
You
He's
did
just
Yeah,
this
if you
giving
whole
look in
you
the
thing,
open chat,
insight.
do you see the refutations I tagged you in?
No,
yeah, Grandpa.
I'm heating up some soup right now, boys.
Hey,
Give me a second.
Grandpa.
Yeah.
Yeah, you did this whole thing. You're a flat earther yesterday. Okay, so
What do
cut
you
the
mean?
shit.
Well, I flip flop sometimes. What do you want me to tell you? I'm a flip flopper.
Okay, then say that.
Well, everyone knows that. No, I flip back and forth.
Yeah, we know, Flipper.
I'm a flipper. What are you getting so worked up for? Can't flip flop.
Well, though, the problem with the flip flopping is that there's a lot of people who come in here and they're like, a flat earther
Yeah,
told me X. And then you
right.
got to explain to them that the reason why that person picked flat earth is because they knew they could troll you. There's a
Right.
lot of globalists pretend to be flat earthers because they
Mm.
troll, because other globalists are easy targets.
And just to be clear, when we say globally, we're really talking the Jews, right?
The
Just
globe.
Just people in general, mostly that would be interested in this topic, that would come in this room or either haggle you and say, "Hey, man, hey." And it's not, no, it's an interesting topic. It's a great discussion thing. But the ones that go weird and overboard with it, like they're paid or something, those are the weird ones. And then some of them act like this to put out information. They'll be like, "Well, I'm a flat earther." We'll be like, "Okay." That's why sometimes a new flat earther, we got to be weary too, and we got to say,
Yeah.
"Okay, we got to vent them also." You
No,
think
I'm one of you guys.
yeah. No, I'm just saying we've
I'm
the
one of
new
you.
flat earthers also. So like, yeah, the flat earther giving information to people. If we heard him say, the moon is an apple, we'd be like, "What the fuck are you talking about, bro?" We'd have to correct him. We don't see an apple up there.
Grandpa, do you see the warning from Ego Slave in the open chat?
No, I'm making soup right now. I told you.
God.
We can't read right now, Gregory. He won't read. But go ahead. I'm done for a minute. I'm a roll blunt.
Yeah, you've been warned to stop the trolling.
UG. So
Hey,
not
Yeah,
the
he
old
he
UG,
not
the
want
new
to
one.
know about the Solomonian eclipse, did he? He did not
He's
want to
too
like.
busy to read in the open chat, but he's
So-
busy enough to text in the open chat.
He's a clown.
and he'll come back later and he'll be magically a glober again.
He'll commit intellectual seppuku and then be a flat earther again.
Hey, you guys, he's a flat earther today. You know what I'm saying? Just give him a break today. You know what I mean?
Nah, clowns get tomatoes.
Well, he was saying right before he started saying he's a flat earther, he was saying, "No, you guys are trolling. You guys are laughing, like having me on, blah blah blah." So he thought because he thinks that's what we're doing, he's gonna do the same.
All I was pointing out to him was practical demonstration is key. And if I can demonstrate, I mean, not to say we have models or anything, but I could demonstrate the idea of how flat Earth could work, right? I could demonstrate something working that way and show you that a temperature in a season could correlate with a close heat source, different than the opposite that we've been told, a far away heat source doing all the damage and acting the way it does, which is fucking weird, and we could never really wrap our head around it. So, like, the idea to demonstrate one thing better than the ability to demonstrate another should simply right there just tell them it's not, there's nothing to do with a troll here. If science imparts, if like the most part, the 99% of science is the demonstration, the other 1% is explanation or dog shit or just tell me your story, right?
It's show and tell.
Yes.
A lot of times the globalist they'll tell and never show. You're like, where's the demonstration? Where's your show? Show, then tell. That way I can test your bullshit. Because if you showed me one thing, then told me something completely different, I can be like, doesn't pass a smell test.
Right. And then the other guy came in earlier. It seemed like he was sincere. He was asking for his dad. And I wasn't trying to push him off. I was literally trying to tell him the only actual way for you to demonstrate how light works, brother, is get out and test it yourself. Other than that, you're just going to naysay any other fucking human that does something. And the one part you disagree with, fine. That's what you're supposed to do is try to disagree with something that doesn't make sense. But the one part that you disagree with that does make sense because of a bias you might have, where does that leave you? Taking the word of some other guy and then you get to critique him all day. Why don't you just do it your fucking self? And then once you do it yourself on a ball versus a flat, you'll see the attributes of both in front of yourself, you and your dad. You could sit there and watch it. You could help him out. And then that's when you would get the true attribute. And then I'm done speaking. And then, like, I don't know, it's too much for him.
It was a little heavy because he's expecting a straight up answer that he could give his dad. But the problem is I don't know his dad. So I don't know what that straight up black and white answer, because I don't know the audience. I can only speak from my point of view. I don't know who his dad is. I don't know what he expects or what he doesn't expect. So it's very difficult for me to tailor a message to an audience that I don't know what they're expecting.
I think they're
So then what
expecting.
he ought to do is just try to learn as much as he can from others who are saying things, and then create an explanation from his own mind and his own experience.
Yeah, that's generally the way people do it, but this guy was kind of weird in a sense that I think he didn't have that voice, so he didn't know what to do.
Yeah.
And that's sometimes, you know what? That's even better. Just say, I don't know.
Exactly. I don't know.
Yeah, and a lot of these globalists see I don't know instead of someone being honest, saying, you know what, that's a good question. There's an answer out there. I don't know what it is. They think that an I don't know is some kind of moral or ethical failing.
It's an inferiority complex about I don't know. And that's the problem. That's one of the hurdles we need to get over. Like, not knowing. Do you know where life came from? No. Do you know where life's going? No. Do you know what made dirt? No. You know what makes sound? No. You know what causes movement of everything to be moved for creation to even start being created in the first place? No.
Yeah, like stop asking these ever imposing big questions about the nature of creation and why are we here. I don't know. Okay, I got a good guess. Some people came before me, wrote some very good ideas down in the book about treating everybody how you want to be treated. It sounds pretty good. I'm going to go with that till I hear a better one.
Makes sense to me. And I know my great grandma, great grandpa, and their great grandma, so far as the stories go, I mean, so far as we know, that's what we know so far. Not aliens.
Just now I realized when I first started getting into this early on, and I was in the Discord VC, I was like explaining, everything above water level is Earth, and I now realize it was Denmark that said, "That's right, dirt."
Yeah, dirt and water, man. And like everything breaks down to dirt and water. And dirt makes different amounts of dirt. So different things of dirt. Like you have petrified dirt, heated up dirt, cooled down dirt, wet dirt, soil dirt, salty dirt, acidic dirt, uh, you know, negative dirt, positive dirt, whatever the fuck this shit means, you can have it all. There's and
And then
there's so many.
there's clay too, right? That's
Yes,
on
sir.
another level.
Yeah. Clay, rock, diamond, coal, every form of dirt you can fucking imagine is probably out there somewhere on Earth. Every diamond, crystal type of thing that can be chemistry or aesthetically fucking made by anything is probably made out there by the Earth somehow. Water, when they say they don't know what it is, it's H's and twos and O's. It's in a way, it's correct. It's no different than P and an N and a nucleus, an atom, an electron, and a proton. They're correct, but they're wrong at the same time because it's all the same shit. Everything bleeds from one portion or one denseness or one thickness or one amount to the next amount. Permeates, bleeds open, and then it goes back, and then it bleeds back. Just like magnetic principle, just like sound, light, everything goes away and then back to source, away and then back, away and then stop, away. And resistance is the number one mofo for temperature and everything. The idea of resistance. Without those two
Oh,
things, without like a high
ohms is
low. I'm sorry, I can't hear you that well. Go ahead.
ohms in electricity. Ohms, that's your resistance. It doesn't want to change. So then to
Yeah,
change, you have to give it voltage to make it move.
the higher you go
Or
up, the more the voltage increases. Yes, every meter, like every 3 feet, it's 100 volts. I think every meter, it's an extra 100 volts that increases that you supposedly go away from ground. Now, I don't know if that's a buildup from the idea of up there to down here, or to build up from down here to up there. And I would also like to know, like, I mean, I know it's not speculation Sunday, but where does the fucking electricity go from? Where does the Earth have to ground to? Think if the Earth is a big ground cord, and it has to go high to low, hot to cold, positive to negative. Where's all that energy going to from the Earth? Where's the low thing from Earth to be sucking the energy? I mean, if that's not a
um,
good question,
see, I think that it's actually grounding, and to whatever it is, right? Because we know that corrosion happens because we have two different polarities of metals, for example, and then you have your electrolyte that sits over top of them, and then you have uh, the ambient electricity, uh, the static electricity made from like the plane, for example, and then those two are corroding each other. So to prevent that, you put in your resistor, so your protective sealant or whatever. So the the Earth is just sitting in the ocean in the electrolyte, and it's just corroding.
So like it's kind of like an empty cup, right? So the earth is
Yeah.
almost like an empty cup, and the energy's like water. And anywhere you find a hole, the energy has to fill that spot, right? The water's going to fill that hole. The energy's going to fill that spot. So the earth being like the negative, the low, the the empty cup, weirdly enough, it's like a receiver. But all receivers are transmitters. All microphones are speakers. So the same thing that we're saying is pulling in on this energy has to be amplifying the fucking energy at that amount too. Has to be putting it out. Maybe even at a greater amount. Like where does a bumblebee ground out? You're not going to tell me there's no electrical static happening with the bumblebee or the spider's web or the spot or like I know the web's hooked to the tree. The tree can be grounded through the roots. I'm good with that. Now where does a bumblebee ground its shit at?
He grounds on the flower, and then he
Once
grounds
it
on
hits
the
it.
spider web when he gets caught.
Once it hits it, but where does it ground during the whole flight until it gets there?
He maintains his own, and it is released ambiently into the air.
Ground is the positive and negative. You don't need a ground.
He's
The
his
ground,
own grain.
yes,
He's
the
making
ground is
his own energy. He's formed his own little,
he's his own
you know,
ground. Yes.
and then whenever he touches the ground, that built up static, because he's a different charge, so
Has
to
more of
speak,
a
than
charge. Yeah,
the
the
pig,
excess charge.
it,
Yes. It
it
equalizes.
releases.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
equilibrium. Yeah. Like here's the thing. What energy hits the doorknob when you shock it? Is that positive or negative, or is that both, or is that all?
it's equalization.
Yeah, exactly. So that's all of it in one stream, one arc. That's the key. So the positive and the negative, like the idea of grounding, if you're the right material, the idea of grounding out is only going to recharge the material because the medium in that case is going to be the low in a way. So, like if you have a medium of a field of energy and you're creating a medium of energy, and your ground is just keeping your energy within itself to keep it going, to keep it that field, that source of energy, that wow. Like everything has energy in it. Like when you walk across the fucking carpet, you're just a dude walking across the floor. You shock the wall, you touch something, you shock it. So you're not going to tell me that butterflies, moths, birds, mosquitoes, all this shit doesn't carry a charge and have the ability to go touch the next thing and shock it in a way, or it's not, happen to, like, where do we ground? With rubber shoes all day. You see what I'm saying? Like, what's going on there? And what is the buildup? So if you keep ground and you can't ground out, does that short circuit your own system?
And because then you make your shit operate on levels it's not supposed to.
I find this stuff pretty interesting.
I heard from a gentleman who went to a convention in Canada, and he explained how one of the things that they do in acupuncture is to put a bent rod onto one of the needles that's attached to the nerve. And if the nerve is flowing its
Arc.
energy in the correct direction, it'll be like counterclockwise or clockwise or whatever. And then they'll leave it there, and then eventually it'll stop and then turn back in the other direction. And the electricity in that nerve is flowing in the right way.
That's crazy, like a little compass.
Yeah. Or like how you take two metal
Electromagnetism.
wires, hold them in your hands, and you walk around and you look for flowing water under your feet.
Yeah. Electromagnetic is due to the current. A current causes magnetism. causes a pull or a push. Like when you rub your head on the balloon and you have running water and you put the balloon by it and it moves the running water away.
Yep.
But I don't know if it moves the still water. I know it moves the running water.
Back in
That's
the
one
old
of the things that they say needs to be taken into account, because you can use a balloon to push a magnet sitting on styrofoam on water.
So it's
Or
no, I know. I had the idea to come up with a static box, a box that you produce to where you just, if you have that box and you have the electricity amount or the static field, you just grab it and it makes a static bubble around you. You can go swim anywhere you want. Like a suit that you put on that has a static resonance around the suit and permeates the field so you can go swimming. You're basically creating the energy of like the fake oxygen for yourself through energy, static. And it also keeps the water away. Now think about this. The balloon isn't, I mean, I guess it could be grounded through your hand, right? But if the balloon isn't grounded, its ground is actually a force field now. Like it's not trying to give to the water, it's trying to push the water away. And then when you take an Ark of the Covenant, right? A little bit different idea, but the same concept. A box that was made of gold, had wood, had some kind of thing in there, created electrostatic energy that moved water, could stop or start water from flowing or some shit, or push it away or control the idea. And I
yeah,
mean, to say that's
the German.
stupid would be, yeah, to say that's stupid would be crazy because a fucking a balloon, a plastic balloon can do it. So if you had like a Hindenburg flying over your head and you're like, hey, boys, bring down the Hindenburg with this Van de Graaff static machine on there. You bring the Hindenburg close to the water, the stream will part its way for you. Now you can get the gold. The water will stop on each side for you for a second. Then you raise the Hindenburg back up. Boom. Send it on its way. You don't need it no more. You don't need the static to repel the water on both sides. Just me, man. Or am I stupid or what?
That's an idea.
I
I
came
don't
up
think
with
it's
the box a long time ago when I told them you don't breathe fucking the air like they think you're breathing the actual electrical continuity. Because if you just were breathing air to prove it, you could take the smallest amount of air and never have to breathe in again
That's what
until
red
that
blood.
air was exerted, and then
So
breathe in.
is that what red blood cells carry around then?
Is that what?
Is that what red blood cells carry around then after we breathe? This electrostatic charge you're talking about?
No, your liquid in general does. I've never seen a red or white blood cell myself.
You need to get a microscope, dude. Red blood cells carry oxygen.
Yeah, that's a cool story. Are they bubbly? They got bubbles? You see the air bubbles?
Would you like me to show you? I mean, I
I
don't mind a
want you to show me air without bubbles.
carry on talking. Fucking hell, Mark. Seriously, dude. I don't mind your speculation, but when you're categorically wrong, I'm going to jump in.
Okay, show us a blood cell then.
Okay, no worries. Give me 2 seconds. Fucking hell.
Yeah, and I want to see the air go into it and how the air comes from your lung and turns into fucking
Capillary.
air in your blood cell.
What you do. Do you know what a capillary cell is?
Yeah, you
Do you
can
know
show
why
me some
blood?
bubbles.
Fuck me, dude. I don't mind your speculation, but if you're going to be an
I
antagonistic
don't
cunt,
mind you
fuck off.
speculating, but if you can't show bubbles in your blood, fucking hell, dude.
Seriously, you want me to demonstrate that red blood cells carry
Yeah,
oxygen and not
retard.
this?
Air. It's bubbles of fucking air. Seriously. I fucking seriously want you to demonstrate air bubbles in your fucking blood.
You know what oxygen is, dude, right?
No, it's electricity, motherfucker. That's what I just told you.
Okay.
Speculating.
Okay, show me that. Show me that.
Show me. Don't. I ain't got to
No,
show you shit.
mate,
You ain't got no
speculation.
oxygen. You can't
You're
even
making
produce it. You're the one that don't
You're
know
making
what it is story time. You got your story from a fucking book. I'm telling you that
dude.
book is wrong. Now
Good.
what?
Then it's wrong.
Yeah, it's wrong because you can't get even hydrogen, motherfucker,
Dude,
without a battery or without some
dude,
acid causing
show me,
electricity. So fucking
show
do
me,
dance, dude.
show me I'm wrong.
Yeah, I know you're wrong. Electricity, bitch. That's how
Show
you produce
me.
all your shit.
Show.
Show what? How you don't got no
The
hydrogen?
electricity
How
in your
you don't
blood
got no
cells. Do it.
oxygen? You don't
Do
got
it.
none. What am I showing? Electricity? I'll give you a
Show it.
9-volt battery.
Okay.
Walk across the floor and shock the doorknob.
That's got
Electricity,
fuck all to
motherfucker.
do with
Now show me your air
hydrogen.
bubbles. Now show
Got
me your
fuck all
air
to do
bubbles. Your
with them
turn.
up. Time's limited.
Your turn.
Keep,
Your
keep
turn, air
talking.
bubbles. I showed you you can produce.
You're going to keep talking through me. You're stopping me from answering you. Sound like a fucking glober, dude. What the fuck? It's fucking
Air
retarded, dude.
bubbles. Demonstrate the air bubbles. We know you got the power of video, boy.
Really? Do you want to
No,
demonstrate that?
not really. I guess you don't now.
Well,
I guess you
no,
don't
I've
know how they
got,
fucking check your
I've
oxygen and
got
make sure
it
you got
ready
oxygen in your
to show
blood.
you,
I
retard.
want to see
Bye.
oxygen in your blood. How do you know? Where did you see
Bye.
it?
Bye. Seriously, dude, you're making everyone sound stupid. This is what fucks me up. You make everybody sound. Literally having a go at the functions of red blood cells. Fucking retarded. So I can demonstrate the claim. It's not a cartoon, you fucking fool. I can demonstrate the claim. So can you demonstrate what you're talking about? Because it sounds like pie in the sky at the moment, Demok. You need to realise you're unmuted, dude. Call me bitch one more time and you'll be permanently removed from the server. You're making claims, dude, that you can't back up. Just asking you to back the fucking claim up.
Yeah, okay, air bubble bitch. Show me all the air bubbles in your blood, you dumb fucking hoe. You ain't back shit up. I ain't got to back shit, bitch. It's electricity that you fucking excrete
Call
and
me
get in your fucking
time.
liquid. It's called chemical motherfucking electricity. Same way you rub your feet across the carpet, cunt, bitch. Your fucking blood rubs in your veins, bitch. And the fucking air rubs in your lung and rubs against the fucking lung and pushes out, bitch. You don't keep none in there, you faggot ass cunt, bitch. Shut your fucking
See
dick sucking cartoon watching mouth, hoe.
you
You
later,
fucking
Demok, for
cartoon religious
speaking.
bitch. You old.
Unfortunately, you called me the F word, which is a total ban from the server. I don't mind people making claims, but you're speaking to somebody who has quite a little bit of interest in what red blood cells do, being as I have extreme cardiac disease. You're going to need to back your claim up. I'm not putting up with the mock anymore. He makes everybody in this room sound stupider. So you can fuck off.
Yeah, dropping the F slur was too far. That was one step too far. I mean, a freak out. You can, like let them. Let them. Do you guys hear me?
Yeah, we hear you, dude.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I got like some really bad connection right now.
Hey everybody, any globe proof today?
Hey,
Not that
Peter,
I'm.
what's up?
Hi, Peter. Good to see
Good to see you too, Jedi.
you. To answer your question, mate, no, I don't think there's been any today.
That's
It's been
good.
it has
Go
been
ahead.
relatively. Sorry, I was just saying it's been relatively quiet today, mate. So not been too much action around anyway.
That's good. I have these nightmares sometimes that when I'm not here, someone will present a globe proof and I will have missed it. So
Did you have your tongue placed firmly in your cheek when you said that?
yes.
Fair enough.
In fact, just for kicks and giggles, I wanted to show you something.
Okay, buddy. Well, I'm cooking my dinner at the moment. Would you mind giving me 10, 15 minutes?
Yeah. I'll just.
Show it to some, by all means, please show it to somebody else. But yeah, I'm a little bit busy at the moment.
Right, I'm not gonna prove the globe. Just a cool thing that I saw on Twitter. That's it. I think I brought it up in the past, like ages ago here, but I've never shown a picture or an image of it. So there anyone who believes in flat Earth?
Yes, buddy. How are you?
Yeah, it's good. So, okay. So I have some questions. So the question is, wait, uh, if world is flat, then how is it truth? What's the logic?
So personally, I believe Earth's flat, or I know Earth is measured flat.
Okay, how?
So it's how it's measured.
Also, by the way, we're two people, like we're friends, so we just want to know the proof that you have for being Earth being flat. Yeah.
So there's no evidence of Earth's supposed curvature.
Also, I
Earth's
want
measured flat.
sorry for interrupting. I want to clarify something. We are no trolls or anything. We're just genuine people that you can have a conversation with. Yeah.
Yeah, cool.
Okay, so continue. Yeah. First, can you prove me world is flat? Yeah, continue as you're saying.
So it is measured flat.
Okay, so
all of our navigation is done using horizontal plane.
It's also measured that the world is round. Basically, he's talking about in physics, right? For example, you have some formulas that can measure the width and length of Earth and stuff that can make us know that we know that the Earth is round or spherical. Is what he's trying to say.
Okay. So what kind of measurements there? Can you give us an example?
For example, you'd have in the physics like many. Actually, I can remember this guy is a good student. He'll say to you, basically, it's about like you'd have some things. For example, if you throw a thing, for example, you have Aristotle's experiment, right, where he puts a rod or something, a stick into the ground, and he goes to somewhere and he places another stick into the ground, and that stick depicts a shadow. Which, if the Earth wasn't flat, that wouldn't make a shadow. So as the Earth is flat, is not flat, it makes a shadow. This is the formula of Aristotle.
Yes, I'm familiar with Aristophanes. Just a moment, I'll post something in the chat for you. Have a look at.
Yeah, take your time. We don't have problem with that.
Hey, bro, fuck you.
Hey, I love too. Sorry, he's my friend. He's just a weirdo. Sorry about that. Hey, don't ever do that.
Shut up. The Earth is flat.
Yeah, I told him to shut up. Then problem. I apologize.
Earth is flat.
We're very sorry for that. Right?
Hey, okay, can you get like closer to your microphone or something? Like barely hear
Hey,
you.
hey, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, sure.
Where,
You
where do
just
they
did.
say? Where do they? Yeah, I sure did, buddy. Uh, where does the curvature start on the globe Earth model?
What do you mean?
Like how far is the distance?
Actually, I have to Google that. How far is the distance? Because I never really memorized it.
Google is your friend, my friend.
What you guys are the experts, right?
Well, we are nothing really. We are just dumbass in the school, so we just don't really care what the school says. This is why we are here.
I mean,
You need Google to go to bed and
if you
go to
claim the Earth is
toilet.
flat, if you say the Earth is flat, you should know when, right off the bat.
Now, I have some things. For example, I have a question. How can generally I have a friend who's a flat earther. He tries to say that the Earth is flat because the water, right? The level of the water never drops, right? For example, if you have a cup and if you make it upside down, the water will go down. So the example is that if the Earth is flat,
I don't even
then
hear
it
this
wouldn't
guy. Can
happen.
anyone else hear him?
But if the
I
world
can
is
hear.
not flat, the water will fall
Yeah,
down.
he's really low.
Seriously. Okay, then may
Water needs a container and it's always flat. You're right. Maybe, or your friend is right.
What's funny is that you guys are trolling, but if I scrutinized you on why you think the Earth is a globe, you would fall flat on your ass.
Who's trolling?
Those guys that are asking you questions.
I'm not trolling.
You're not. The other two, the two friends, are trolling. But
Oh,
they think they know, but they don't really know, statistically speaking. So the joke's on them.
yeah, I
You
dropped
do,
out of
you
school
do.
in the 8th grade, so I didn't learn much.
Rich Art, right? You've got someone on your own side calling you out. What are you going to do about that? You can take that line down.
I don't know what he's said, so I'm just here telling. Just came in, so don't care what the fuck he's telling me. I have no friends here, so if you think the Earth is flat, it's okay. If you think the Earth is round, it's okay. I don't care. The truth is always the truth. Got nothing to say now. T-Bud or what?
Oh, no. Peter just got some standards which are, seem to be a bit higher than yours. It's all good. Believe what you want, man. Nobody's going to say, you're not allowed to believe the Earth is a globe.
I don't believe it, so fuck you. You always assume, so that's your
okay,
problem.
okay. Uh,
You
Firstly,
can believe whatever you want,
very
man.
sorry for the
So
um
you're free. You're free to
criticism.
believe all you
Yeah,
like.
you're free to believe that the Earth is round.
Okay. So
Ab-
do you believe
loud.
like only Earth is flat and not other planets?
D-Dub, deal with this one, please.
Other planets, I don't care about other planets. Why would I care?
So if you don't care about other planets, then how how do you believe that the Earth is flat?
What the
Because we can
fuck?
access the Earth.
The
We access the
what
Earth.
what
We can
what
measure it.
does
I
what does
can simply
the other planets
these
have to do with
go on
this?
then. Take
It is basically like if you do not care about other planets, don't care about other planets, why would you care about Earth anyways?
When I look to the planet, it might be round, it might be this. I don't care. It doesn't mean I'm on a round. It doesn't mean it's the same as we are standing on. It's like when you tell me I look on a football field, so I have to be a football field.
It's basically your answer is that if you're in a football field, you take care of football field. You wouldn't care about other things as well, right?
No,
You
I'm
should
saying
only the football field. The
when I
football.
look at you and you're fat, it doesn't mean I'm fat. Maybe
But the
that's
thing is, like for example, you said you care about football, but if you have nothing to do with, for example, you do not study Earth, or you do not study anything about astrology and stuff. So why would you want to even know about that? For example, I'm not a football player, neither have I ever played it. But the thing is, I wouldn't care about football anyways, right? Because it's not my thing. So
I
similarly,
care
why?
about the Earth, and the Earth's flat. So why the fuck would I care what Pluto looks like or Saturn?
This is what I'm saying. Why would you even care about Earth though? Because it is not gonna benefiting you anyways.
I live on it, so of course it benefits me when
But
I know what
you
I'm
live on it.
on.
But if it's flat or not, how does that benefit you? The question to you, and I'm not troll anyway. So please be kind with me, and I am with you.
It tells me the reality about the world.
So basically, your answer is that you just want to know the reality, even though it may take you a lot of time to realize, and waste you a lot of time
It
to
doesn't
realize.
take a lot of mind capacity.
Yeah, it should, because it should take a lot of time, because myself, right, I am very open with the flat earthers. I have like 3 to 4 friends who are flat earthers, and they're once globe earthers, and at the time, like when they become like they become changed, they used to take a lot of time to research about these stuffs, and it took them almost like 3 to 4 months to revert in that stuff, or to be
Okay.
changed. So isn't this like a really no issue? For example, if the Earth is flat or not, does that really benefit me at all? Am I gonna get a job anyways for that?
You will be ridiculed, maybe, yeah. It
Yeah,
doesn't help in
but
life,
then
no.
fail the exam. Nice.
Yeah, then why the whole Earth, maximum people believe that world is spherical.
Like what you said.
Because they are lied
Social
to.
conditioning. Social conditioning. We're all subject to it.
So this is like more onto subjectivity, but not onto the facts. What are you saying?
No, it is about facts. You just asked why do most people? Most people are socially conditioned and they don't dig deeper. I was told by my mom when I was 4 that the Earth was a globe, so I was conditioned by her. And have I done more after that? Yes, but most people haven't. So that's the answer to your question. So when you ask a question, take the answer and engage on it as opposed to deflecting to another question.
Oh, I got it. So I got this thing. So it's about more onto that. You believe that the Earth is being flat is objective issue, right? But most of the people they look at as subjective issue. Am I right about that?
No, you're not. You asked the question, why do most people believe that it's round? And I'm telling you specifically, most people think it's round because they were conditioned to think so and they never occurred a day in their life to investigate further. Most people out of the 8 billion people are like that. Does that mean that the shape is an subjective question? No, it doesn't. I just answered your question.
I got this. I got this thing. But what about like for example, you'd have like astronauts, right? For example, you'd have the first space missions and stuff where they would go to space and tell people and take pictures. And people that would actually work with colors, work with VFX, and VFX would say that yes, this is true. Like, what about
Okay.
that? This is the main question of mine. One of the
Sure.
questions.
Then it becomes a subjective matter of which sources of evidence you trust and which you don't. I, for example, trust that source of evidence. I don't have a problem with it, but other people don't trust that source and they dismiss it. The question of
Okay.
trusting a source is always a subjective one.
So the thing is, like, do you have any like website or like Telegram where it basically gives proofs of Earth being flat and stuffs? Do you have any sources for that where it basically posts? I'm not talking about like NASA and stuff, where it basically posts refutations against globe Earth and stuff. Do you have anything like that? I would be very glad to have it.
I don't. Other people here do. I don't because I disagree with that position.
Because to get an opinion on something, I need to do research myself, right?
And people here will be happy to provide you with starting points.
So, is there anyone like who can give us proofs of Earth being flat? Like proof, I mean, like a channel where it talks about it, or like gives us a Telegram channel where it gives or posts refutations, something like that, or a website where it posts refutations. For example,
There's
Christians
this.
would have an
Sure,
antichristian.com or
no, I
something.
get it. You don't have to. You don't have to go
Yeah,
on.
I
Then
hope
repeat the
so.
same thing. So
No,
here's
no,
the
I hope
server. Sure. I'll send you a link to a Discord server they have where they cover all this.
so. Give me the link.
Sorry to interrupt, gentlemen. Abu, 3050, is there any chance you can turn up your microphone or get closer? A couple of people on YouTube and within the Discord are saying that they can't hear you very well. Is there any chance of that?
You talk to who?
Abu, the guy who was just talking. The guy who's just deafened himself and then undeafened himself, then muted himself. Abu, dude, I'm talking to you.
I cannot share the link with you for the server guys because I'm banned from the server, so somebody else has to do it.
You the same guy from the Flat Earth Discord? Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Okay.
Can't post Abu the link anymore. He's left the channel. That's a shame.
All the people are here now in the server, yeah. Because on the other server there's nothing.
It depends what's going on. So sometimes late at night, there's a little bit more activity on 24/7 than there is on the politics server. But yeah, most of us have come over here. But we still go back to 24/7 when things are going down or events are happening or whatnot.
My apologies, Richard. I jumped the gun on you, mate. So,
Yeah. No problem.
admitting to my mistake.
Are we all friends now?
What happened there, T-Dub? Was that friendly fire? Blue on blue?
Yeah.
Been a day for that. I banned Democ earlier. That was funny.
I heard that.
No, you didn't. Why?
Okay. He's just talking shit, and I couldn't stand his bollocks anymore. So I challenged him on his bollocks, and then he went fucking nuclear on me and called me every single name under the sun. Unfortunately for him, one of those was the F slur, so my hands were tied and I had to remove him from the server. That was a shame. But he was talking bollocks, and I challenged him, and he didn't like it.
Oh, is that a rule? Like those words are bannable offenses?
Yeah, so within the server rules, it's not channel, it's the whole server. Certain slurs, yeah, you get banned.
And so you removed him from the politics server like hard?
Oh no, he's been removed from the channel. I told him why. Usual 2-day ban, mate. So we can't necessarily operate any higher than that. We can't technically remove him from the entire server, but we can remove him from a guest channel.
Just for 2 days?
Just for 2 days, yeah. Hopefully he'll come back with an apology, and I'll be able to explain to him that he can't use that language. And then I want him to demonstrate that we don't need oxygen to survive.
That's par for the course for me. I get 2-day bans, 3 times a week. So that's. I was worried he got perma-banned or something.
Nah, just never say that flat earthers don't get banned, because they definitely do.
Okay. I like the fact that you sometimes challenge the more outrageous people who are on your side. I'm trying to do the same with the what I call sloppy globers.
I think it's wise to do that from both sides, mate, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
And I'm not using Democ as an example when I say this, but sometimes some flat earthers say some really stupid shit, and it makes everybody who's a flat earther look stupid, because somebody will hear that and say flat earthers say this when we don't. Excuse me.
No way. Did Kessler just enter the chat? That can't be the same Kessler.
Maybe it's not.
Sorry,
See, the
say that
thing is,
again. I gotta hear your accent.
Maybe it's not.
It is.
just to finish the little chat I had with Jedi. Yeah, I think Jedi that I'm pretty certain we, as in the groups, Glovers, Flat Earthers, won't agree on the shape of the Earth. But it doesn't mean we cannot both get better at presenting logical arguments, and at least put a little bit more effort into, thinking through them before we open our pie holes. So, like the typical Glober who waltzes into here equipped with 2 sticks and Eratosthenes immediately gets my blood boiling because they haven't even thought through this. So I guess we gotta get harder on those people on both sides.
Well, it's just demonstrating the reason why they think the Earth is a globe is like you pointed out earlier. They believe it because their parents told them that and they were taught it at school. They don't know, they just believe.
Yeah, most people do, and I think it's repetitive, but I do enjoy the moment when this smartass walks in here, thinks that he's right just because he has the body of evidence out there that he hasn't thought through at all. he throws it at you guys, and you guys have seen that before, so you dismantle that person. I don't agree with your arguments, but you clearly dismantle the person because I can see them scratch their head going like, well, I don't know. I haven't thought through the geometry of the two Eratosthenes sticks. And it just shows you how sloppy they are. And, they still think they're right, but it's not their conviction. They just borrowed it from other people. Oh, who is Kessler teed up? Is that a big time glober? Big league?
Yeah, he's an old regular from 24/7. Yeah.
Kessler, what's your favorite proof for the globe? Just high level.
My favourite in debate, I guess, would be the Tonga eruption.
No.
Yeah, there was a not the satellite footage, obviously. It was the pressure waves when you timestamped when each weather station received a pressure wave. If you map that out, it can clearly show. It follows the exact prediction it would be if it was a sphere.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not to do like every time I say Tonga, people think satellite footage, but no, I'm not that naive. Don't worry.
Can you post the evidence that you've looked through, and then maybe cite the bit where it says that this comports to the prediction of a sphere?
Yeah, sure.
Cheers, mate.
2
Thank you.
seconds. So a guy called Science It Out did a pretty good video on it. Got the
Cool.
sources. Got the sources in his description if you want to check it out.
Yeah, if you could post.
Pretty much the only source was Wundermap, sorry, which
Yeah,
is just basically like a collection of all weather stations. And you can backdate the data if you want to be meticulous.
cool. If you could post it.
Yeah, posted it in open chat.
Yes, dude. Thank you.
It's 8 minutes. 8 minutes long, but you can watch it on ×2 speed, I guess.
Hey, Ego.
What's up?
I just wanted to see why he banned me.
Who?
Ego.
Oh, so it's a T-dub. Sorry.
Are you back now?
I'm back. What was that about?
Don't know, dude. It was just a disconnect.
Jedi.
I remember. Yeah, you were ever so very slightly trolling with your flip-flop behaviour. I remember. He gave you a warning. He didn't have time to read it, so he acted upon his warning. But it was only next man. It's only 40 minutes or so. You're fine.
There you go. I'm fine. I'll live. Right.
Could have been worse. Yeah.
Could have been much, much worse.
Anyway, I've got a video to watch. I'll be back in about 8 minutes.
All right, bye, Jedi. Later, man.
Did you watch the video, Jedi?
Still watching it, brother. About 4 minutes through.
All
Just give me lots of pressure wave charts from different cities around the world at the moment. So give me a few more
Yep.
minutes, man.
You got to be patient for this stuff, Kessler.
Right, I'll tell you what the problem is, and I'm already 5 minutes into it. When he does his comparison, you'll notice an AE, azimuthal, equidistant, Gleason, globe projection. This
Mm-hmm.
globe projection flattens out the world and makes
Yep.
Antarctica a ring around the world. But this
Yep.
is a
You
projection
can.
from. Yep, just going to finish. This is a projection from a globe. No flat earther in this room thinks that this is what the Earth looks like. So this is a false comparison, also known as a false dichotomy.
Yeah, you don't have to. So he's just plotting that just as a failsafe. The actual plot is on a globe when he makes his conclusion.
Yeah, in
That's
comparison
proof.
to a.
He uses it as. So yeah, I agree. Like he doesn't have to use the AE map. He mentions he's like, there's no flat Earth map, but I'm going to use the AE to
Cool.
compare against the globe. He's using it. Yeah, he's using it to compare against the globe because it's the only flat example he can have. But the conclusion that uses globe, which is 3D, which is what the whole crux of the argument is, not
Okay,
the
well,
AE map.
cool. Let me watch the last 3 minutes then, mate, and I'll get back to it.
So, Kessler, I have a question. Maybe it's worth saying this. Globers frequently use AE maps to show things that originate from a point. That's what AE maps projections are used for. That's what they're useful for. So when you have an earthquake or something like that, you have an AE projection centered around the source of the event. And then it's very handy because every circle is equidistant from that location. So you can, for example, show how the waves are spreading. Is that what he's doing there?
No.
Oh, okay. So to Jedi's point, he is using the AE projection as if it were the representation of a flat Earth.
A projector from the North Pole, yeah.
Oh, okay.
You almost done, Jedi.
Yeah, almost, man. Just speaking to somebody who's got a little bit more knowledge on this before I give you a definitive answer, mate. That's all. Just looking up the seismic equation at the moment.
Okay. It's not to do with seismic waves.
It's a pressure wave, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's sorry, my bad words. Do apologise, dude. Yeah, but give me some time, mate. I'll have a better answer for you. At the moment, I've noted the false equivalency of an AE map. I appreciate at the end of the video that the gentleman said that this can't work on any other flat map. But I'd like
There
to
is one, technically.
Is there?
Yeah. You just have to project from the epicenter of the explosion. But obviously, it's unpractical because you can't do that for every single explosion because it would mean the world would have to change for every single explosion.
Of course, yeah, that's the problem with those types of things. I think I've got some kind of simulator. I'll see if I can dig it out. But like I said, man, I want to give you a proper answer. Just give me some time to do so.
Dude, why are you pretending to be a flat earther, man?
Who are you talking to? Someone talking or what?
Hey guys, Rich is here. The globe is in trouble.
Hey guys, Peter's here. Shut it down. Shut down the YouTube, the Discord, everything. It's over.
Can't even imagine how you're gonna disprove the globe today, Rich.
I'm thinking writing a song about it.
Damn, I need to change my name, I guess.
How about you use breakdance?
Yeah, you really should change your name if you want to get used to this. Being associated with this guy. Because I'm the real Rich.
There was this Aussie lady who disproved the globe via breakdance at the Olympics.
Oh, yeah. Was it Jenna?
No.
Man, she is so funny because anytime I get brought up now, she brings up how I told her that my job was like I have an OnlyFans. And like that's the only thing she brings up in regards to any conversation with me. She'll be like, "Yeah, he's a dumb glober, but he said he has an OnlyFans."
Okay, I'll bite. What do you post there?
No, I don't have one. I was a liar.
Ah.
I'm actually on OnlyTans, which is for the last 3 letters of Sokotoa. And that is the extent of my math knowledge.
Only tangents?
What are you on a tangent about now, Black Mage? Jesus Christ. He always does this every time. You got to admit, Peter, the only person worse than me is Black Mage, right?
Yeah, he deflects.
What? What did I do?
You know what you did.
I didn't do anything.
Exactly.
You said only tangents, and then you said the last 3 letters of Sokotoa, and I was like, only tangents? And that was kind of funny. I don't know why you didn't just say only tangents.
Yeah, that's what I did. I said only tans at the beginning, but you
Well, I
know
ruined
jokes
the joke.
better than I do, so I should just mute.
No, I fucked it. I'm sorry.
No, it was me.
I don't
Maybe
get
like
it.
if I said in the middle of a conversation, did you know
God damn it, Rich! Shut up. I'm joking.
that there's a sequence of 6 nines in the pi? Consecutive 6 nines. Around
So
like
pi
7.
upside down.
Yes. Yes.
Is that why in the Bible it says that a circle has or pi equals 3?
Good approximation.
Is it?
Yeah. Use it in daily life. You won't suffer too much.
Okay. I mean, I have a bake sale tonight, but I'll just bring 3 instead of an
I do
actual
that
5.
when I buy pizza and I trying to decide if to buy, medium, large, and what's the best value for the money. And I need to quickly calculate the surface area of the pizza. I use pi equals 3.
Yeah, but you're a nerd.
Yeah.
You don't need all these numbers and calculations to prove the globe. One needs only to use their naked eyes to inspect reality.
Well, there was this guy that went outside once equipped with his last 2 Euclidean triangles
I've
and
heard of
an
this.
ancient relic known as the theodolite, but
They made a movie about that, didn't they?
yeah, I think they're about to release it, but that guy was the odd one. Total nerd. And he ran out of Euclidean triangles, so the joke's on him now.
I had heard, I don't know how true it is, that during like the time of Pythagoras, math wasn't, there wasn't a lot of like practical applications for geometry and calculus and stuff. They may have not even had calculus back then, but like geometry and algebra were no practical applications for that kind of stuff. It's wild. I hear that
That's
a
true.
lot in here. That's crazy.
That's true. The Greeks were suckers for just like pure philosophy. Mathematics is purely a system of logical reasoning. It's not given that it should have any mapping to reality. Kind of one of the mysteries of nature that it does have some mapping onto reality. It's not a given. We're kind of used to it now, but it's not obvious. I put in the chat just now a diagram from Roger Penrose's book, which is an interesting philosophical conundrum that there seem to exist these 3 realms in this relationship that is quite mysterious. You're looking at it, Mage?
Yeah.
So if you look at the top, if you start at the top, that's the Platonic mathematical world that the Greeks so much loved. Let's say it includes all of mathematics. Only a portion of mathematics seems to map to the physical world. There are entire realms of mathematics that don't have any application in the physical world. Then that physical world, at least we think, encapsulates all of mental world, meaning we are a function of the physical world. But then in our brains, we can project all of the Platonic world. You know what I mean? So mental world contains all of Platonic world, but the Platonic world contains only a subset of the physical world, which in turn contains all of the mental world. Hmm? You'll never be able to unsee it now.
I'm going to be thinking about that for a while. This subset of the Platonic mathematical world is in the mental world?
No, all of it is. Well, humans contain the Platonic world, mathematical world, in their brains, right?
Yeah.
All of mathematics exists within our brains, but our brains, if you approach it from just a materialist perspective, are just a feature of the physical world, right? They're just chemical structures. I'm putting spirituality aside. There is actually a spiritual message in this diagram, I think, but setting it aside, your brain is just a chemical formation, biological formation. It can project the full mathematical world within itself. And a portion of that world can be used to describe the physical world. Bit of a conundrum. Why is there more in our brains that there seems to be in the physical reality? To simplify.
Neat. Thank you.
I think Penrose in his book calls that the great mystery or something like that.
Hey guys, I'm a little scared of silence. Can someone say something controversial, please?
The Earth is a globe.
Oh, someone get him.
However, the universe is measurably flat.
The earth smells like shit. We just cannot smell it.
Someone get him. Get the glober. I think Black Mage, he's a glober, right?
He's a glober in disguise.
Yeah. Well, I like to make fun of the people who get upset about the Earth being a globe. People get really worked up when they come in here.
That they do.
Yeah.
Some characters in this server. I miss Gregory telling me logical fallacies all the time. Just naming logical fallacies. That's how he
He has
speaks.
mastered that. He has mastered that.
Oh, since the modus ponens proves that all slippery slopes lead to a circular reasoning, modus ponens, it's an ad hominem, post hoc ergo raptor, straw man. Such a freak.
For example,
This
if the
sounds
Earth is measurably flat, then it cannot be a globe. The Earth is measurably flat. The Earth is not a globe.
Absolutely. If I
Modus
see it with
Schmollens,
my own eyes, it's true.
put that Modus Schmollens in your pipe and smoke it.
Modus potens.
I remember one time you got real heated when you were talking to Gregory, Peter. You were like, you said all your shit, and then at the end of it, you were like, "You fucking liar, piece of shit," or something like that. Why? You take it so personally. I've never seen you lose your cool like that. Other than that, you're very respectful.
What Gregory does to people.
He's in that atheist helpline. I might go listen to him.
Who, Gregory?
Yeah, he goes on Christian searchers.
I
Yeah,
love
he's
it.
a
Okay,
mod.
I'm going over there. I'm
He's a
listening.
mod there.
He talks about Calvinism.
That's his main channel. He's a mod there.
Is it on this server?
Yeah.
The only two channels I know on this server is this one and the one where I land when you guys get upset with me and disconnect me.
Why is everyone so? Why do people complain so much in this room? People complain so much in this chat room, bro. Pathetic.
Well, they want to
Why
find
just debate?
something to cry about.
Just conversate, debate, find a conclusion. You don't have to cry all the time. Muting people, attacking people, insulting people, character assassinating people, and yet you're getting nowhere.
What do you think will fix it? Will it be a giant leap forward? Will that fix it? Everyone coming together and embracing science and
maybe.
That'd be a start. I think we could start with geometry, Euclidean geometry, and use that as the baseline.
I hate it when people come in and complain about people complaining.
Anyway, I mean,
those are the worst.
I've been in this room before, and I've refuted this whole flat Earth thing many times. I think people are getting bored of it.
it's not
honestly.
possible. You just proved it yourself. You just proved the flat Earth.
What's your main argument, Cassio? What's
The
your
main argument, if I can remember, it was along the lines of the celestial cosmology, the constellations being different at different parts of the planet, and
So
the
looking at
measurement
this
of
time.
yeah.
That's a weak one,
Holy
brother.
shit, that's not begging the question, is it?
Okay,
Begging
so
100 questions.
how are you going to tell me now that the constellations don't change drastically in different formations or different juxtapositions when you're in a different location on Earth at different times of the day as well?
Okay,
When the sun
here's
is
one.
orbiting.
Here's one for you. There's a celestial sphere, or maybe even multiple layers of the celestial sphere, and they move in certain ways.
Multiple layers of a celestial sphere. What are you? How many theories are there? Do you flat earthers have? You just make up stuff as you go along.
Sure, but it's a possibility, right?
But anything's a pigs can fly. In the Aztec times,
My friend,
anything is a possibility. You can't argue that way.
you talking?
It's a
No worries.
possibility.
Yeah, Peter's not a flat earther. Maybe he should
Yeah, I'm not a flat
Someone's
earther. I'm
lagging.
just scrutinizing your argument.
Somebody's lagging. I can't. He's cutting. Someone's cutting. The microphone's going in and out.
Cassio.
Maybe stop flapping your gums for a minute.
Yeah, everyone
No,
else.
I won't stop flapping my gums. Actually, I'll keep talking. Tell me what to do.
Cassio, the person you're speaking to, Peter, is not a flat earther. He's a globe earther, just challenging you on what you said. So don't insult him with "you're a flat earther." Blah blah blah.
That's nothing to do with nothing. That's just him and personality clash. It's got nothing to do with anything I'm saying. So.
You want me to get the recording? You literally just said that.
Your microphone's cutting, man. You're lagging. You're not making comprehensive.
Casio, it's you. You're breaking up for us because you have your internet going through your Casio wall.
You're not breaking. You're fine. It's Jedi.
Okay, I'll be back. So, anyways, it's a weak argument because it is multiple steps removed from the geometrical question of the shape of the Earth. I'm very familiar
It
with your
isn't.
argument. It's just several layers removed from the fundamental question, so it makes it difficult to work with it because it requires a number of things to be accepted. So it just weakens your position.
Can you hear me, by the way? I have a new microphone.
I
Headset,
can.
hands free. You can?
It's a little
Or you
bit.
can't?
It's a little bit low quality, but it's.
Oh, shit. Okay. I have to set up my hands free headset with Discord, which is a pain in the arse on mobile. Yeah, anyway. My theory before some idiot jumps down my throat and goes for the jugular is that if you were to map your location in several places over a course of time in different locations, you can see the constellations change, whether you're in Beijing, China, or Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. In different times of the day, those constellations will look different in different locations and at different times of the day.
Everybody
Okay.
agrees.
Yes.
Oh, that's
Yep.
phenomenal.
Everybody agrees. And
Through the trajectory of mapping the constellations in different times of the day and different locations, whether Beijing in China or Rio de Janeiro in Brazil, you can determine that Earth is not flat based
actually,
on
what you can
the
say,
trajectory,
is that
based on the trajectory of the constellations in
you're just
different
repeating the
locations.
same. Yeah, just repeating the
Yeah,
same
there you
words.
go.
What one can do is one can say that these observations, which nobody here disagrees with, match really well with the globe model. But then that begs the question, does that mean that the globe model correctly describes the geometry of the Earth, or is it just a skillful mapping of the model to the observation that matches it?
No, because the trajectory of the mapping will not be the same if it was flat.
It would not if you made some assumptions about
So
the stars.
your argument is that the trajectory, the mapping, and the entire theory and practice will be the same both on a globe model and a flat model. That's what you're telling me.
Not if they share all the assumptions, but what if they don't share all the assumptions?
And what are these assumptions now? I mean, the first assumption is the Earth is flat. The shape of the Earth. That's the
That's one of
assumptions.
them.
Okay, so let's try, as I told you just now. Now you're trying to twist the argument around after just telling you that the trajectory of the
No, you're not
constellations
giving me a chance
will be
to
the
twist
same.
anything.
You're not just going to let me speak now. See, you're just going to
Yeah,
twist the argument
you're just
around. Listen to
spiraling
yourself.
out of control.
No,
So
you're just going to twist and turn
thank you for
until
bringing
it
some
suits
energy
you.
to the channel.
God.
I'll give you one. I'll give you one just from the middle shelf of my counter arguments. What if the stars, which are just lights in the sky, we observe through some sort of medium or some sort of layer that moves differently in different parts of the world? Therefore, our observations as such are such that they are. And it's nothing to do with the shape of the Earth or, God forbid, its rotation, but its rotation of those layers through which we observe the lights in the sky. So the only way you could drive your argument is if you had me accept that is not the case, that we agree on the geometrical relationship between stars and us, and we also agree on the optics and the way the signal is received, and that they are truly in the same position, current position for all of us. And it's our position on the globe that makes us observe them differently. But you would have to have me agree to all those things before you can drive the stake through the heart of my argument. So it's a weak argument because it has all these layers between what you're saying and what you're trying to demonstrate. And I can sabotage each and every one of those layers with a counter argument, and then you're going to be here with me for 3 hours.
I really don't know. I really don't even know what you're saying. I'm almost zoning out. It's too hot to
What I'm saying
concentrate
is
at the
I've
moment.
seen
He's
this movie
making up
before way
layers
too many
between
times.
us and the stars. Layers that you cannot observe or test. He's just making things up to fit
It sounds like a
flat Earth
Stephen King.
No, what
It
I'm
sounds
saying,
like a
Grandpa,
Stephen.
is
It
we would
sounds like
have
a
to
Stephen
engage
King
on a
novel.
very long conversation about the existence or lack thereof of those layers. That's what makes the argument weak, that it has many dimensions that can be attacked. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you're saying. It's a fluid discussion. We have to think outside the box. There's so many dimensions to all of the theories posed. Anything is possible. The possibilities are endless. We understand with that now. We understand that your theory and your ideas are absolutely endless in imagination, and that's
Well,
where you're
that's
going
where the
with it.
glow came from, imagination. But you said something about trajectories to the constellation. What do you mean by that?
Oh, God's sake, man! If you heard me, then I'm not going to have to. You don't have. If you heard me, I don't have to repeat myself.
No,
What you mean
what
by
do you mean exactly by trajectory? Like, what are you specifically talking about when you say trajectory?
Okay, let me just repeat myself then.
No, don't repeat
To a,
yourself. With different words,
so now
explain.
he's going to jump in. There we go.
Not with the same words, dude. He wants you to clarify what you mean by trajectory. Don't repeat yourself, because we'll have the same problem. Dumb.
Yeah, we don't need you to tell me what to say now.
You were going to
You're just
repeat.
going to do this then. You're going to try and dictate the room.
Yeah, moderator will do so. Notice how you're now muted. He wants you to clarify what you mean by trajectory. You repeating yourself is going to end up in the same point. Oh, he's fucked off. Well done, you dickhead. Children today.
Don't tell them how to talk, Jedi. You'll scare them away.
Yeah, right. Just ask him to be a little bit more concise, because I had the same fucking question. What do you mean by trajectory, dude? That doesn't mean repeat what you said, because we'll end up with the same fucking question. These kids, man. This Kessler got
You were thinking the same as me, weren't you? Like,
it was.
Would that involve angles?
Yeah, exactly. But hey ho.
Many men.
Anyway.
It's a shame too, because I wanted to hear that, because I just dropped in on the end of it. Him talking about the trajectory of stars proves a ball, and then I've got this other one below me. What is this, Wacky Wednesday or something? Who's now defending the fucking flat Earth? Who's normally he's pro ball type. So I don't know what's going on here.
I'm not defending flat Earth. I'm scrutinizing a poor globe argument. I'm trying to train some globe ninjas here, the way Jedi trains flat Earth ninjas.
Jedi doesn't train anyone. We all come in here of our own accord.
And I listen very, very carefully, and I will die by yourself, or I will come and help you. That's just a problem for me. But you're good, Matrix. You're fine. You've never needed me to interject. I just have a thing for people who say stupid shit. And because they say stupid shit, apparently all flat earthers say the same stupid shit, which I just can't tolerate, dude.
Oh, AJ's in. Shh. Don't talk about him anymore.
Yeah.
Stop talking about him.
What's
I was listening on YouTube.
Hey, how are you guys?
Yeah, good.
Hey, Jay, I've been meaning to ask you, man. When are we gonna get some time to talk? When Nathan Oakley? I mean, I can't speak Nathan Oakley anymore since my senior year has started.
Is Matt permabanned? I can't remember.
No,
Yeah, fair enough.
they got
What would you like
lifted.
to talk?
Yeah, I was just asking. I mean, I can't speak to Nathan Oakley anymore since summer's basically over for me, and I can't. He's usually comes in the morning and stuff. But when are we gonna get like people that can speak to him without being muted constantly? Is that a possibility?
You of all people should be talking, Matt. After the rash of shit you left on his YouTube channel.
What, Nathan Oakley?
Yeah, you're lucky he doesn't know who you are or care.
Is that Bobby Fischer in your PFP, Matt? Silence must be admission.
No, he's muted.
You know what I thought was a real highlight of one of the last conversation that Matt had with Nathan, right? Was when Nathan was asked for the flat Earth measurements, and he gave instantly, immediately. This was giving examples. If you had been watching his YouTube stream, he was giving examples of measurements, of flat Earth measurements. And when Matt was asked for examples of curvature measurements of the Earth's surface being curved, he immediately asked Nathan, "What do you mean by measurement?" Now, Nathan didn't need to ask. Nathan did not need to ask Matt, "What do you mean by measurement?" Right? He just went, "Yeah, here they are." Matt was like, "What do you mean by that? I don't understand."
I'm a bit
Or maybe
confused
he
with what he
was.
was asking me. He said, when are we going to get to have a good chat or have a chat? And then started talking about Nathan Oakley muting him. I don't know. Do you want to talk to Nathan or me? I'm confused.
I didn't know Oakley had mute powers in here. I'm pretty sure he doesn't.
Well, no, he doesn't. Sorry, he doesn't. Yeah, yes, I meant getting muted in Nathan's show, which could be anyone.
Well, maybe Matt was. I didn't listen to it, but maybe what Matt was trying to fast forward to the inevitable accusation that I've been accused of that we're doing calculations instead of measurements. So maybe that's why he asked that. Might as
No,
well
he
get
just
that out
clarified in
of
the
the way.
chat. That's all good. He just clarified in the chat for me. When's he going to get to speak to Nathan unimpeded without the mute?
Well, when people stop talking with what other people are saying and let one person finish, then it causes less audio chaos. So when that happens is a start.
Why would you want to embarrass yourself again, Matt? With the 6 and the 9 thing on Nathan Oakley's
Embarrass
show.
myself? I fucking confused Nathan Oakley with that shit. He was lost. Embarrass myself. You're
You know,
funny.
you're the only person in the world that doesn't understand perspective.
Well, I'm the only person in the world, apparently, to you that don't understand it. It's very basic, impossible perspective on the flat Earth that you got.
Well,
There's just so many things that don't make
why
any
do you
sense.
globers? Why do the globers even disagree with you?
What? Who? Name one.
All of them.
Name one.
What's his name? I don't
You're
really
great.
concentrate on their names, but
Peter's
Doesn't
in
even
here.
name. We can't name one.
Right, Peter, if you're standing in a room, right, and you've got a 6 up on the
Not a
ceiling.
6. A globe with patterns. Not a 6.
A 6 up on the ceiling, and then you swap to the other
Oh,
side of the
fucking
room. What are you going to see?
A 9. Because it's a 6.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah, but that's just like you like lowering your own intelligence though, because that's not the point though. The point isn't a 6 and a 9. The point is a sphere with patterns on it. If you go to the opposite side of a sphere, you're not going to see a 9. You're not going to see it flip.
You don't go
Okay,
to the
hold on a
opposite side
second.
of a sphere. You
I
don't
asked
go to the opposite side of a sphere.
Yeah, but are
The
you
moon-
going to the opposite side of the room?
All right, okay, Matt.
fucking
Imagine a
retarded,
big
man,
beach
but
ball
the
dangling
moon-
from the ceiling, and you paint a 6 on the bottom of the beach ball that's dangling from the ceiling. Does it change?
Okay, I'll just post a video because people can't understand basic perspective.
Holy shit,
No,
dude.
Matt,
you
Matt,
don't.
for some
You don't
reason-
understand. You don't understand because you're saying you're assuming the way that you're doing it. You're assuming that the moon's fucking 2 miles in the sky, so you're going to see the opposite side of the moon. No one sees that, and you can only see the side of the moon that's lit up. It's fucking
So
retarded.
everyone loves
Your brain doesn't
dude,
work.
Oh my
Matt.
gosh, he's broke.
It's hilarious, bro. You're speaking about retarded, but you only get
You're
retarded
not even
when you mention
listening,
a
Matt.
6 and a 9.
Matt,
A 6 and a
Matt, you're
9
not
is
even
not
listening.
anything that we're speaking about. But if you really want to help us out here, look in the chat and tell me where I look on that
you're
plane to make that
beyond
moon
help,
upside
Matt.
down. Where do I
Matt.
look?
Matt, you're beyond help.
Okay, answer the
Beyond
question.
help.
Where do I look?
Yep. Oops, I accidentally disconnected him. Sorry, guys.
Slip of the finger
Can I
there.
say
Apology
something?
accepted.
Yes, go ahead, misinformation.
Wait, why did you disconnect him in the middle of the sentence?
None of your fucking business.
To
Go ahead.
save-
Have you got a
To
question
save
or not?
himself from himself.
So
Listen,
sorry, is it
he's
another
recording.
group?
He's a minor who is recording his voice on YouTube. If his future employers heard this, they'd never hire him because they think he's retarded. So we're doing him a favor.
We're helping him.
So we've just saved that kiddie's career. Whoever did it, thank you.
Yeah, it was an accident.
So go ahead, misinformation. Have you got a question?
I think
Maybe
it's
you can-
kind of
Okay, are you gonna
insulting
talk
what
about-
you said
Sorry, are you going to talk about the topic or are you going
about
to
the
talk about
6
people?
on the ceiling.
Yeah.
Yeah, so let me understand the logic. Okay?
Okay.
You have a
Alright.
6 on the ceiling.
Yep.
In your room. No matter where you are in the room, the 6 is still a 6.
Not unless you go on the other side of it and it looks like a 9.
Oh my god, another retard.
What is the other side of the room?
Right. When you put the 6.
The only way
he's retarded too.
Miss,
The only,
miss,
but you're not letting me talk.
Fuck
Why
me.
are you?
Alright, shush. I'll unmute you, but you'll better fucking listen, dude. So, miss. We're talking about the 6 being in the middle of your ceiling, so you can go and look at it from different positions. You can put the 6 on the fucking floor at this moment, mate. I really don't care. But if you to go to the other side, it looks like a 9. It's really simple. A 2-year-old gets this, dude.
Okay, actually, a 2-year-old gets that you, let's say, you wrote a flat 6 on the ceiling, and when you move on still the same floor, same eyes. The 6 is still a 6.
Are you
It never
fucking
changes
retarded?
unless you will go above the room. You're fucking retarded.
Oh my
That's
god.
what you proving. All these groups.
Okay, guys,
you must be
shut up for a second.
fucking
Shut him up.
retarded.
Pull him up. Right, misinformation. If I get a piece of paper and I'm standing at a table and I've got my friend on the opposite side of the table, I write down 6 and I sit that piece of paper in front of me. I can clearly see the 6. My friend looking at that piece of paper, what will he see?
Again, you just changed the example. We are
No, I
talking
did not.
about a
It's
situation.
exactly the
You
same.
did, you fucked out. You did.
You're
No.
going to stay muted for a long time.
Wait, why doesn't
Our
he? Why
problem
doesn't he
advan-
literally do this right now? Go put a fucking number 6 in your ceiling and take a photo. Walk to the other side of the room and take a photo. You can see it yourself with your own 2 fucking eyes. What the fuck have I joined into? Why are we entertaining this? This is fucking
Recount.
kindergarten shit.
He's
Yeah,
he is
that's true.
incapable of conceiving of turning a book upside down.
Yeah.
I mean,
2 globers in a row that don't understand perspective.
You can literally
Let's
just
go
go
for
do
3.
it. Do it right now. Literally go get a piece of paper. Write a 6 on it. Stick
Oh
it
my
to your
god, can I
ceiling.
say something?
No.
I knew that flat earthers are morons.
Go do it. No, please. No, genuinely. Go get a fucking piece of paper, write a 6 on it and stick it to your ceiling and take a picture, please, for the love of everything fucking holy. Go and do it. And then walk to the other side, turn it back, and take a picture again. It'll be a fucking 9.
Again, if you don't touch the paper, the
It's on the
paper
ceiling.
doesn't change.
But your
Let's
perspective, what is on it is.
Can you not yell? Can you not yell in the
I'm
middle
Scottish,
of the
babes.
sentence?
This is me
So
talking.
I will explain
He's
to
not
you
yelling. You
the
can't
right.
explain how stupid you are. Start using your brain. If you have a piece of paper, you stand on one side, you see a 6. You move to the opposite side. You look back at the piece of paper. It is now a 9. It is not rocket surgery.
I know, and you don't even have to do that. All you have to do is turn the piece of paper upside down.
That's just lazy too.
He does not understand. He has no spatial
Please, let me say
comprehension.
one word. Can you shut up for a minute and let me
No.
say one word? Okay?
I don't know, but all
You
this talk
don't
about
understand
sixes
the
and nines and
example.
upside downs.
You don't understand the example.
wait,
You don't
let's see it
understand
again.
perspective.
AJ,
I don't know how you cross the street
Alright, okay.
from
Let's
being
say it one more
such
time
a
for the start.
fucking moron.
Hold on, give him a fucking second, right? Say it from the start one more time. Say it from the start.
Seriously.
One more time.
Channel, apparently. This is getting ridiculous, guys.
Nah, I didn't
It
hear
is
the start of his
ridiculous.
argument. What the fuck is he saying in the first place? Like, all I'm hearing is the fact that this man can't comprehend, like, perspective and things round about. So what was your argument in the first place?
6. The moon.
If you let me explain slowly,
Explain it, you're talking
and
now,
you will
explain it.
not interfere,
Explain it.
okay?
You're wasting
let
your
me
time.
finish.
Just start. Just
No,
start.
lady,
Do not
what you're
fucking call
doing
me lady,
is
idiot.
interfering.
Keep speaking. No, what you're doing
You
is
don't know how
babbling.
to
Stop
speak to
trying.
people.
Stop trying to defend yourself and just get the words out. I'm going to unmute you. The first thing out your mouth needs to be what the fuck you're talking about. Everyone else shut the fuck up. I'll shut up. The first thing out your mouth when you're unmuted is your argument. Go.
Again, you have 2 parallel planes, which is a room. You have a floor and you have a ceiling. As long as your movement, your own movement, is only on the floor and the page with the 6 or a ball or whatever is stuck to the ceiling, okay? You don't move the page.
Mm-hmm.
You get it so far, all of you? The 6 doesn't move. The 6 doesn't move. The only person that moves is you on the floor.
Amazing.
You cannot find any place in this room, so you would look at the 6 and it would look like 9.
Wow.
This is
So let me just question this. So this 6 that you've drawn magically rotates as you move around, so it always looks like a 6.
no.
So
No.
Yeah,
how
sounds
does
like a
it stay
I
a
need you.
6?
I need
So
you.
if it doesn't rotate,
I need you.
If it no, stop for a second. If this 6 does not shut up. If this 6 does not rotate and you are on the opposite side, it would look like a 9.
Okay, again. So when I
need a
describe to
drink.
you the situation, I simplify
I
the
was going to say the same
situation.
thing. I'm going to start drinking again after this guy.
Hold on, let him talk.
Really?
I'm trying to simplify it for basic stuff, okay? And not to make the room moving while you do it. I'm not asking about stars. I'm not asking about planets. I'm just talking.
Okay.
You're right now inside the room. You have a 6 on your ceiling, not on a a wall. Nobody is holding the paper. The 6 is
Oh my
stuck
god.
to a ceiling. Okay?
We get that part.
Dude,
What's
I
the
feel
part
like
about the
Get that part,
observation? What are you
morons!
observing? Yeah,
Cocksuckers, you get it?
what is the actual part that you're trying to explain? Because you've repeated that bit so many times. What's the observation? What are you witnessing?
You stupid bitch can claim you
Hey,
What
go
is
to
the observation?
Yeah, you're going to
No, wait. What's the?
No,
Hold on,
let
because
Bambi-
he's not
let
actually
Bambi
got to the
handle it.
fucking point.
Yeah.
What is the actual observation? Because you keep repeating this part about it being stuck and it's not moving. What the fuck are you observing in the first place? You've not rabbled that out your gub yet.
God, this is stupid.
Again, when you shut your pie hole, because you cannot understand, and you need to listen first, and then to think,
Hey,
and then
You've
to
not
talk.
said it. I have given you.
AJ,
I have
let
given you
Bambi-
so many opportunities
let
to
Bambi
actually
handle it,
just
man.
Stop
say
giving him
what the fuck.
opportunities.
No, but
Wow.
I need him to understand. I need you to comprehend through your thick fucking skull. You have been given so many chances there to
Want
actually
him to
say,
understand.
use your mouth. I've been giving you so many chances to use your mouth and literally just tell me. And I said I would unmute you and you just had to use your words. And the first thing you do is jump to insulting me instead of actually using your fucking words. You're not getting the chance to speak again because clearly you can't comprehend your own words out your own mouth. What a fucking idiot.
I was just going to ask him, what's with all the personal attacks? Just stick to the bloody topic. Far out. It's terrible.
Sounds
That's
like he's been
embarrassing.
hurt. Sounds like he's been hurt by women in the past or something.
Maybe if it's like a vaulted ceiling or a domed ceiling, that would be true. But you said horizontal plane ceiling.
I think I know
That
what he means.
That wouldn't be the case.
Oh no,
That wouldn't be
a
the
third
case
one.
either. Sorry, not another one. That's 3 in a row.
We got number 3.
3 in a row.
I think I
What
know
does your
what he
six
means. He's
turn
just
into?
doing a horrible job explaining it.
That's coming from a
boy,
globe
this
earther. Is
is
that guy still
clippable.
in here? Imagine getting shit on by your own people.
Just came back.
So do
That's
this experiment.
embarrassing.
This is what I've been doing in the room right now. As that guy was
Not an
spiraling
experiment, Peter.
out of control. No. But I'm actually okay. Perform this feat. Okay.
Observation.
Demonstration.
Put a 6 on the ceiling. I actually have a shape on my ceiling that has a top and a bottom, and you walk underneath it, but you don't turn. You don't rotate around your axis.
Oh, so you
pass underneath it.
Start walking like a crab, yeah? Once you pass under it?
No, like the lady, like your Aussie breakdancer. Like walk underneath it, and then just bend
Okay, that's funny.
backwards. Bend backwards, and then
Yeah.
you still see a 6. And it's only when you rotate around your axis that you're gonna see a 9. Maybe that's what he
Of
meant.
course.
Yeah.
That's the whole point.
If you eat more paint
so
chips,
you're
you'll make
looking
a
from the
6 and 9.
north. Yeah, you're looking from the north.
Bend
From
backwards?
the north. From the north, you're looking.
What?
From the north, you're looking
Number
south,
4.
and from the south, you're looking north. It's fucking self-explanatory. You don't walk under the moon and all of a sudden start looking fucking backwards.
Well, I think it's because you guys assume that we walk under the moon. That's what he was trying to say.
No one assumed that, Peter.
No.
You just said walk under the fucking 6 and arch your back over backwards like a
I
fucking
think it's very good that you
like
muted
the
him.
Exorcist.
He might have busted
Why are you
a
talking
vein or
over the top of me, man? Did you hear me finish my fucking sentence?
You fucking.
There we go.
Fucking idiot.
Shut
Are
up.
you gonna come in as well? Are we gonna have 4 out of 4? Hey, alright, I'm gonna ask you. If you have a 6 on the ceiling and then you walk to the other side of the room, does it turn into a 9?
He
Don't
missed
you know
half
we are
of it.
on Discord, so sometimes
Hey,
it happens.
Richard, shut your pie hole. You were asked
Yeah,
a question.
fuck you, mother.
If you can try to fuck me, but it'd be pretty to watch.
He's gone.
Let's see 4 in a row. Has he gone, has he?
He's out.
Right, so what the other actual glober, the Peter person, you're saying that we have to walk underneath it and then like have to throw my neck backwards to look at it?
I think that's what he was trying to describe. I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt.
Hold on, I'm gonna unmute him one more time. Just I want a quick little yes or no misinformation. Is that what you were trying to describe? Have I to walk underneath it, throw my neck back, give myself whiplash and look at it? Is that what you're talking about? Yes or no? One word.
You guys don't understand the problem. It's starting to become frustrating.
He's not even talking.
Jedi?
Doesn't appear to be unmuted.
I did, but he didn't talk, so I made him again.
You
He was
know
really
what?
pondering the yes or no.
You know what Matt Nuclear's trying to explain, guys, right?
Yeah, it's the ball.
Yeah, it's the ball. It's the ball bit. So if
Yeah.
you were to have a beach ball hanging from your ceiling, as you move around it, you're going to see different areas of that surface, that ball. This is what I keep telling Matt, that the reason within the heliocentric model we don't see more sides of the faces of the sphere of the moon when
Variance and scale. Yeah.
it's because it's so far away. Matt doesn't get this point. So that's why it's become even more fun. Because that's the explanation within the globe Earth model. It's not that you're standing on other sides of it, it's because the moon is so far away.
Yeah. Well, that's why I said to him.
Is that the fuck what he was trying to explain? What the fuck?
Yeah.
What a
In
shit
his
example.
in his example, he's got the moon. Have you ever seen his 3D imaging? He's got the moon like 2 miles above the surface. So he's walking around the base of a sphere, like seeing the different edges of the sphere. Is that, yeah, but that's not reality, dude. You don't see the different edges of the sphere. You see one side of a circle, and that's it.
You get to see about 55% of the surface of the moon due to light as well, but that's not an observed phenomena when you make one observation north or south of it. That happens throughout the 20-day cycle. But Matt Nuclear, who still doesn't get this argument, doesn't know his heliocentric claim, doesn't know the reason why it's because it's so far away. He still thinks it's because you're on the other side of the equator.
Yep. All you need to do is you've got two people looking at the moon. One's right way up, one's upside down. And then what you do with that, if they're standing on that circle, flatten that circle out, and there's two people looking at the moon from two different directions. Fucking simple.
Yep. I'm just curious. I'm gonna have to unmute information, but this is your last chance, dude. So you need to calm down a little bit, stop with your attacks, maybe address what we've said.
I'm calm, I'm sorry. Listen, everything you said after you muted me, not what I meant at all. You didn't understand my example, even.
I wasn't talking
If you
about you.
want, we can try again.
Wasn't talking about you. You may have noticed I said the name Matt 3 or 4 times. Now you know that your name's not Matt. I don't know what your true name is, but it's not what's written on Discord.
No. There was small part about my example, and also I don't agree with your understanding of Matt's example, because it's not that complicated. I'm just trying to explain a room, not planet, not moon, a simple room, okay? And you stand on the ground, okay? You don't fly to the sides, don't go on the wall. You just look at the number from the floor. And my claim is that the number will never change because you look at it from the same plane below it. Okay?
If you don't move,
you move.
But he's disagreeing with
you
that.
Move, you move as a point to other points on the same plane. You understand what I mean by plane?
And it will appear different.
Yeah, just try it, man. The only way you're gonna work this out by yourself. I haven't finished yet, dude.
Why don't you go take pictures of it? Go do it yourself.
Because you lie
go
to
stick
yourself.
It to the ceiling. But why don't you go take pictures of it?
Go and
Why
do
don't
it.
you go take pictures
the
of
only
it,
way
though?
you're going to convince yourself. Yeah, go and do
Can
it.
you talk one by one?
Okay, I will talk one by one. This is what I want you to do. I want you to grab a piece of paper. I want you to
I know
draw a
what he
number
means.
6 on it.
I just
Shut
did
up,
it,
Peter.
guys.
I want you to grab a piece of brain, okay, and do the experiment
if you be smart
yourself.
again, you're going to stay on mute forever. So just listen. We want you to grab a piece of paper, draw a number 6 on it, place it in. Shut up. Place it in the middle of your lounge room floor. That's all you have to do. Place it in the middle of your lounge room floor. I want you to look at that piece of paper. It says 6. The reason it says 6 is because you just drew the bastard. Now, I want you to walk around the room. Don't move the paper. I want you to stand on the opposite side of it. Turn around and face it. What number will you see? That's it, my friend. Nothing more. It's not.
Excuse me. Excuse me. Now you listen. I wrote your experiment down. Okay. I wrote your experiment down. Stop yelling, you. Stop yelling. Okay. Now listen. You are suggesting, okay, another observation of something that never anyone told you to do that. What you're suggesting is it's not reality, okay? What you need to understand, we are talking.
So you're telling me if I stand on one side of a bit of paper that says 6 and someone's standing on the other side, we are both going to see a 6. That's what you're telling me.
Do you know why we are talking about this?
Yes or no?
Talking about like crawling along on your back, right, on the floor, without changing your horizontal orientation, dude. Like, actually walk around and then turn around and face the 6 on the roof.
He's
and
got to be a
see
troll.
if it appears to be a 6 anymore. That's all we're saying.
Why don't you just go and take some? Why don't you just go do this yourself? Go literally take pictures and show us what you're talking about.
Why you Aussie bitch would not shut up for us?
Aussie bitch, I'm fucking Scottish, you French bastard. I won't eat a baguette. Fuck off. Sacre bleu.
To be fair, Australia and Scotland are pretty close.
Fucking nowhere near it.
Can't be, this idiot's all yours.
I don't understand why you can't just go do it. Just show us what you're talking about. Just go write on a piece of paper a 6, take a picture, and then show me what you see from the other side. Literally just go do it. And then, message one of us when you've done it. We'll unmute you and you can put it in the chat. Just go fucking do it. Show us what you're doing, because clearly your English is broken and you can't explain it. Even one of the Globers in here is saying, I got it, you just have a horrible way of explaining it. Really bad. Just say it will be a mirrored 9, therefore a 6. You can't even comprehend what he's going to say. Am I
I
right?
didn't get it. I confused myself. He's so terrible at explaining it. I got lost in it.
Okay, listen. You muted me because you don't understand the observation. You don't.
Dude,
You
you're
can't
muted
explain
because
it.
you're an abusive piece of shit. That's why you're muted. Yeah.
Wait. Look in the chat. Look in the chat. Is that what you're talking about? AI is just put in a W, which is the same because it's mirrored. He stood on one side. I don't know if this is him, but there's a W and he's on the other side and it's an M. Is that what you're talking about? But with a 6?
Talking about 6s and
Again. We are talking about the ceiling, not the floor, and we are
Okay, so
talking
it's
about
different?
planes. Wait.
What shape is your ceiling?
Wait, motherfucker! Don't.
Your floor and your ceiling, it's just the opposite side. So it works
Can someone
exactly.
please take a piece of paper, write a 6 on it, stick it to their fucking ceiling, and do it? If I had paper, I probably
Can
would.
you stick a piece of paper to your?
I don't need to do that.
I muted you before you got that out. That's funny.
We did this earlier before you jumped in, Bambi. The GIF went past of 2 cartoons looking at a 6 on the ceiling. One saw a 6, one saw a 9. We started with this. This is where we started. Bloke hasn't got a clue what
We got 3 Globers in a row to not understand it.
Yeah. It's just, like, he keeps trying... Oh, there you go. Look. Is that not what you're fucking talking about? And if you turn your head one way, it looks like a 6. And if you turn your head the other way, it looks like a fucking 9.
Exactly.
And look at that. There's 2 cartoons. One on the floor, one on the ceiling. So obviously, whether it's on the floor or ceiling, it means 5/8 of fuck all. And if you insult me Scottish friend again, look the fuck out. You'll stay perma-muted.
Don't you mean Australian?
Shrimp on the Barbie, eh?
I've got to do it. Yeah,
it sounds like the Scottish and the Welsh have come.
You know why 3 people gave?
Hey, Rich, don't be a troll, man.
I hate the French. Parlez-vous français? You want to speak in your language? Maybe you'll understand it better. Maybe you'll be able to comprehend what you're saying.
He's saying that when the moon passes his zenith, right, after rising, and it passes his zenith, he doesn't turn around to look at it again. He just bends over backwards.
Yeah, like a crab walk. Yeah. He's a break dancer.
That's hilarious.
That's a
That's
bit
hilarious.
embarrassing, to be honest.
That's so French.
I can prove the Earth is flat.
Go ahead.
There's no need.
Even
It's
Forrest
absurd,
Gump thinks he's
but okay.
stupid.
Come on then.
Are you ready? Are you ready
We're
for?
ready.
Okay.
We're ready.
Sitting down.
So, you know how women are always.
Bye.
I muted him so fucking fast. I was hovering over it. I was literally, I had my mouse right on top of it and I was just waiting.
You were quick on the draw with that other guy there, Bambi.
I know. He was like, it's funny talking about
Put a
women, the thing
paper
you
on
can't
your-
get. Fucking idiots. What's in the water? What's
Australian.
going on?
How does a French person not know how a Scottish person sounds? That's retarded. That's why he doesn't understand the 6 and the 9 scenario. It's just across
Whatever's
the
in
water,
the water is making it level.
It's fucking
Is
shit.
it only
Literal
me for
feces.
whom he
Feces is in
sounds
their
Middle
water.
Eastern? He
Nah, he's
sounds
French,
Middle Eastern, not
100%.
French. Really?
The way he was saying sealing,
French.
sealing, that's French.
Yeah.
100%.
Hebrew speakers speak
Ah,
like
is
that.
that Hebrew? Yeah, possibly.
Could
That's
be.
the first thing I thought.
They do that sound like that.
I suppose Arabical as well, yeah.
No,
I
it's
don't
the
care where
French.
he's
Oh,
from.
Hebrew.
As long
He
as he
was
stops
French.
eating fucking crayons, he'd be all right.
Which is why everyone
Crayons.
hates French people.
Oh,
Fuck
sorry,
French.
Timbo.
I think he
what's
was
that?
munching on fucking spray cans.
Look at AI. AI put the W on the ceiling.
Did he?
Yeah.
And I think Black Mage is a bit confused with his bit of paper on the ceiling.
He just
W
wrote,
is not a good
he just wrote the
example
word
because
six.
it's W, guys,
That's
is
funny.
not a good example.
I don't
not
get it. I did it. It
symmetrical.
looks like
Yeah.
all the way on the other side of my room. I
Shouldn't
looked
be
at it and it was a 6, dude.
What are you saying,
You're not
Peter?
that-
Sorry, can you say that again?
When
No, it's black.
you demonstrate this, use a something that's not symmetrical. W is symmetrical. For a moment there, when I was doing this experiment in my house, I convinced myself that the 6 would become a 9, but mirror flipped along its axis. So that's why 6 and 9 is a good example, and W is not, because it's symmetrical.
Okay, yeah. I get you. Yeah. But it's the same concept anyway, you know. It's for reference purposes. One's right way up, one's upside down. Yeah. So when you change location, due to perspective, you see a different thing.
Can I ask you though? Do you think Globers think otherwise? Do you think Globers think
We had
that doesn't
3 in
happen?
a row.
I
We
heard.
had 3
I
in
was
a
here.
row that disagreed.
No, they're idiots. What do you want me to tell you? But I'm just saying,
Yeah,
like
okay.
a normal person. Do you think that, or not normal? I mean, a normal person who believes that the Earth
Would you
is
like a
globe.
shovel?
No, yeah, I don't know. I don't know whether many people actually think about it, unless they're in this
I don't think I would
conversation.
find one person that, or at least in real life, that thinks
No,
what we
Grandpa,
said
you all
wouldn't
sound
happen.
like that.
So, Grandpa, to be honest, many people struggle with geometry. I do. Geometry is my weak side. That's why I love to prove the globe using geometry, because it makes me learn it more. So it's not that obvious. The people who don't have geometric imagination struggle with these things. They really do.
But what I'm getting at though is how does this disprove the globe?
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't, right? Okay, no. I mean that's what I was asking. I didn't know if you guys were trying to disprove the globe.
No,
by
what
doing
it
this
does.
experiment.
Okay, the answer is a question. Globalists ask, explain the moon if the Earth is flat, and they say the only way you can see the moon is because the Earth is a globe, and then people demonstrate the 6 and 9, the W and the M.
Yeah, because if you're looking at the moon, you know, people say I see it upside down, right? I see the other way up. I'm looking at it from the south, facing north. Someone in the north is looking at it from the north, facing south. So they're seeing it from a different orientation. That's the whole point.
Yeah, and what's funny is that on the equator it changes through the day.
Yeah, it has to, because it goes across the sky. So if you're looking at it coming up in the east, you're going to see it different from when it goes down in the west. Yeah, it's going to be opposite again. So it's still perspective. It still makes sense anyway. So whatever
Because the moon
orientation
is
you're in.
not on the horizontal plane, it's off.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
On the equatorial plane, sorry. I meant to say equatorial plane.
I always face north to look at the moon.
You do not. You face south and you bend over backwards.
If you're from France.
I think maybe the only way that I can interpret what the guy was yelling about was if you do walk underneath the moon without changing your
How do you do that?
your own orientation. Well, you do the Rachel Gunn breakdance. You do like a yoga bridge if you're a yoga guy. And no, but seriously, think about it. Just geometrically speaking, right?
Yeah.
If you walk underneath the 6 and you bend yourself backwards without rotating, then you're still seeing a 6. Maybe that's what he was yelling about.
Yeah, but and then he started talking about reality. So who in reality would walk across their room and
No,
start
that's
looking
not the
upside down?
That's not the point. The point is, in that sense, it still remains a 6 regardless of your position.
Yeah, but do you think that is that what he was talking about though?
I'm trying to give him a benefit of the doubt because he made zero argument. He just yelled, "It's a 6! It's a 6! It's a 6!" Right? That's all he did.
If I'm
I'm not
misunderstanding
understanding what
this,
you're
does
saying,
this
Peter. Can you maybe please do a screen share like you usually do and demonstrate it with the Rachel Gunn breakdance, how it works?
I'm a terrible breakdancer, even worse than Harry.
No, that's a good thing. You don't have to break dance. Make the 6 break dance.
Yeah, but I did this actually. I physically bent myself backwards to look at an object on my ceiling to see that it maintained its geometrical shape as it was on the other side of the room, and that is true. The moment I twist, then up becomes down and down becomes up. So that's, you guys are right.
There he is, the Gregory.
So geometrically speaking, two things are needed. You need to change your location and you need to change your orientation. That guy never said that because he was just screaming. But mathematically speaking, we would say you gotta move underneath the object and you have to change and you have to rotate, then you see a 9.
Hey, brother. What operation? Hold on a second. What operation other than a mirror can make a chiral shape transpose itself?
I don't know. It's too difficult a question for me to answer. I'm not lying this information. I'm just trying to figure out what you said because
I understand.
horrible. I'm talking to misinformation. He's on mute.
Oh, go ahead.
You're a horrible educator. Your pedagogy is dismal. You never explained to us the geometric relationship that you believe is true. You just yelled, "It's a 6! It's a 6! It's a 6!" and you mixed in a few slurs here and there. That's all you did.
Man, he's breaking so many baguettes listening to this.
Well, if you don't want to explain to morons, in quotes, then don't try to explain. But you tried to explain and you just yelled 6 over and over again.
Did we go over the basics with this guy or did he go straight to the moon?
No.
He went straight to spiral out.
Yeah, he just goes straight to abuse and name calling. That's all he does.
We tried to explain the argument. This was the argument that Matt brought up. He's the fourth contestant to try and say that the 6 would still be a 6 no matter where you were in the room. It's a bit weird. We tried to.
Can you peek?
Oh,
Can
hello
you
again.
peek?
Hold on, dude. Shit.
Oh, no. I did unmute him to reply. So as long as you're a good guy, you can stay. If you're going to end up shouting and stuff, then
Yes, can I talk? with only
Are you
one
French?
person and
Clearly you
explain
can
the
talk.
logic again? Can I
That doesn't sound like
explain
a
the
human.
logic
Doesn't that sound
to
like
one person?
Hey, explain it to me. I'm on your
Who's
side
gonna? Who's
technically, so
no,
explain
no,
it.
no, no. One of the flat earthers. Who's gonna speak to him?
I just want to know if he's French.
He's definitely.
That's
Yeah,
not
you're
an
definitely
accent.
French, aren't you?
I'm
Anything
sorry for calling you
Sorry,
Aussie.
that's
I think
French.
Jedi was in the
French
conversation
I'm
confirmed.
before. I
sorry
think
for
Jedi
calling you Aussie.
dude.
Okay, now I know you're in Australia, and it.
I think if Jedi can take it, he was in the argument before and understood what he was talking about, and he seems to be the calmest one at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, Jedi's gonna seal the deal. So.
All right.
Before you
try
kick off,
Jedi.
Jedi, I'm going to go to work. Have a good one, mate. See you guys.
Peace,
See
peace.
you, bye.
See you later. I don't know how to speak Australian.
See you later.
Yeah, peace. All right.
See you,
Alright,
mate.
listen, you've been unmuted. Please, call cat.
Someone wants to hear and learn, maybe? Or
Specific reason. My God, I'm losing my temper.
I
Yes,
got my pen and paper out, dude.
yes,
Jedi.
but
Jedi, see if you can get him to sing the globe proof like the guy last night.
Oh, that
Jedi
was
just said I'm
awesome.
gonna lose by 10. It'll make Tim those words all the more funny.
but the rules is that you don't talk in the middle of the sentence while I talk, and I talk to one
Go
person
on.
at a time.
Go on.
Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Can we define rules?
No rules.
No
Well,
rules.
the rules have already been defined.
How can you learn if you don't want to understand the
go, bro.
situation,
Oh
the
my God.
requirements?
Oh
yeah,
my
listen.
God.
The only
Shut
rule.
up, bro. Just hurry up.
Okay,
Only
guys, he's
rule is-
totally right. He's totally right.
The only rule is 2 men enter, 1 man leaves.
Right, okay. So you're going to talk to Jedi, yeah? Stop gish galloping. Talk to Jedi. Anyone, even Flat Earther, if you talk over Jedi or him, I'm just going to mute you. So let the two of them talk. Only talk to Jedi. You don't talk over him, he won't talk over you. Stop insulting and just be an adult. Jedi, do you want to start by saying something to him? Asking him to explain something?
Delightful,
Thank you,
rare addition with her
Right.
voice.
Info. This is a chance
Can
to
I
speak.
present the subject so you know why we are talking about the subject in a certain way?
Alright, you explain it from the start to Jedi and then let him respond, but keep it short and sweet. Just explain it straight to the point.
The claim from the globe side is that we see stars turning in different directions on the different sides of the atmosphere, right?
No.
The north side you see it turning to one side, the south side you see it turning to one side.
No, that's not the claim that we're dealing with. We're dealing with the moon being observed from different orientations. One observer in the north of the equator, the other observer south of the equator, and the appearance of the moon. For one observer, it looks upside down. That's the argument.
So in order to explain what perspective does or not, I'm trying to start from simple example that we can agree upon, which is a fixed room in space. Okay, again, fixed room, not turning, not moving. One person is standing on the ground. He is not flying. He is not going anywhere. Okay. For example, he's standing in the middle of the room and the number is located in the middle of the ceiling. Okay. And it says 6. I understand you correctly?
Yep, go on, carry on.
Because the last time I said it, the other guy said the number is suddenly on the floor, which I didn't like. Okay? I want you to agree with me. You are only looking at the ceiling, and the number is only located at the ceiling in one place.
Yes, in the centre of the ceiling, in the centre of the room, I have drawn a 6. Carry on.
Right. So if we take you and we reduce you to a point in the room and you move on the plane, which is the floor, no matter where you go inside the room while the planes are parallel perfectly, the number will look to you as 6. This is all I'm saying. And this is because the number doesn't change in reality and you don't go over the angle to see the number.
Okay. So maybe you don't understand. When I've drawn the 6 upon my ceiling, I take a few steps back and it looks like a 6. I travel underneath the 6 and then I turn around. Now it looks like a 9.
Do you understand the point that you're again, you don't turn around. Okay, it doesn't matter you turning around in this example.
My apologies to interrupt, but this is not analogous to the argument that we were talking about the orientation of the moon with regards to 2 observers looking at the moon. When you say that we don't turn around, then it won't be analogous to us looking at the moon. For example, the person north of the equator, when looking at the moon, is facing south and, quote unquote, it looks like a 6. For the observer south of the equator, who's facing north, so more or less looking at the person who's looking at him, now it looks like a 9. This is the argument.
Great. I understand your argument. Okay. But saying that something looks like something doesn't change that something. You understand?
No, it doesn't actually change that something, but because of the observation points, one would describe it as being upside down to the observer who is opposite to him.
How? Why?
You can do this with any object, for example. If you've got a tape... Okay, go on, carry on.
But I'm sorry, Jedi, again, we are talking about closed room. Okay, I'm not even trying to talk about planets or moons around it in an orbit or something like that. I'm trying to explain the simple logic, okay, that if you put a 6, okay, and you just move on, you have the x-axis and the y-axis on the ground that you are standing, okay? And you look up at your 6. The 6 is still a 6.
Yeah, the 6 is still a 6, dude. You're missing the point of 2 observers, which is why we're talking specifically about the moon.
Okay, okay. So, wait a minute. If you have 2 observers, in that same room, they both still see 6.
All right, bro. This guy's trolling.
I don't know how to help him.
No, when you say someone is trolling, it's like
my friends, let me try it like this. On my ceiling, I've got a clock. 12, 3, 6, 9. An analog clock, right? Now, from one orientation, I see 12, 3, 6, 9. From the other orientation, all the numbers look upside down, and at the top of the clock, to me,
there is no other
and a 3.
Define orientation.
At the moment,
there is no orientation in the room that you will see the clock turning to another way.
Dude, I'm talking about 2 observers. You understand this, right? 2 people looking at this thing. To one observer,
yes, 2 people in the same room see
Hold
the
on,
same.
He hasn't interrupted you. Let him finish because he's not interrupted you.
So I'll give you the example again. There's a clock on my ceiling, and when I look at the clock, the numbers read 12, 3, 6, 9. The person on the other side of the room who's facing me, when they look up the clock, at the top of the clock, there's a 6, and then a 9, then a 12, and then a 3. It's a different orientation to the two observers who have different orientations. The thing is still the same fucking thing, but depending on where the observers are, it will look upside down from one other person's position to the other.
Let's advance it for a second. Okay? You're saying two people
yes.
facing each other could see different thing. But the thing on the ceiling doesn't change. Okay, how do you apply it to your moon example?
Because the moon is, say, over the equator. I have an observer in north of the equator who is facing south. Someone who is south of the equator facing north. So the two observers are looking at each other. The thing is in between them in the sky. For one observer, it has one orientation. To the other observer, it looked like it's another orientation, 180 degrees difference. So that's why.
not necessarily.
Haven't finished.
Not necessarily.
Haven't finished, dude. So this is the argument with regards to why the moon looks upside down in Australia. It's because of the Orient. Oh, no, still going to talk. Carry on, Frenchie, you fucking idiot. Carry on talking through me. Off you go. Try not to interrupt me once, mate.
Jedi.
Try not to.
I actually I'm sick of this conversation, Jedi, so I just actually did it, and I taped a piece of paper to my ceiling with a 6 on it. And you can see that from
and you
a distance,
found out you're stupid because you're interrupting me in the middle.
And from the...
Is the conversation over and the floor is open to all comers, or is the rules that anybody who interferes with Jedi's conversation
No,
is muted?
I was muted
Hey, I
and
didn't
I'm
ask
trying
you.
to understand.
Bro.
I understood Jedi and I was trying to advance his idea and trying to understand together with him, okay, his example. What I'm trying to explain is two people standing in a room facing each other is not the same model as he claims, okay? He claims, for example, we are standing on a flat plane, infinite or infi, because you don't have measurements of the plate, but it doesn't matter. Let's say different people standing around the circle plane, and he says they see the moon from two different sides in 180 degrees. And what I'm saying is, it is not true. Because
Okay, great. We got your point. Since Jedi had no protest, I think he's going to allow AJ to interject. Since you, sir, have no practical demonstration, that's what you need to elucidate your point. So, unless Jedi protests, we're going to unmute AJ so he can present his practical demonstration. Fair?
Fair.
Sorry, guys. I actually wanted Jedi to present it. I didn't want to I just wanted to put in the chat for Jedi because no one had done the actual picture on the ceiling. So I just thought I'd throw it in there for you. So, Jedi, I apologise if I cut over your conversation, mate.
No, you're all right, buddy. I appreciate you helping. If you could post the image, I'll take it.
Yeah, 58 minutes past the hour. So I've got 2 from different angles from further back. And then I've got 2 from directly underneath, just turning around.
Hey.
so, if I don't know why you're talking about the moon, okay? But the simple proof for the shape of the Earth, shut up. The simple proof for the shape of the Earth is.
You don't get to tell me to shut up. You're saying it's got nothing to do with the moon. I'm trying to point out to you that it fucking does. That's where the whole conversation started. I don't understand why he says it's got nothing to do with the moon.
Because I was in the middle of the sentence, I said shut up. I understand you get offended, and you learn from Nathan Oakley to control.
Bro, why are we still talking to this person? He doesn't understand anything that's being said. He can't even provide the demonstration himself. He can't show the pictures himself. He knows nothing.
He can't even follow his own rules. Like he said, hey, here are the rules. And he just says, fuck it.
Yeah, I agree. Let's move on to someone else.
Why don't... Okay, is there anyone else in here that can actually talk flat Earth? Or can we just change the subject to this guy? Because let's just agree that you don't understand it. And let's just agree that we can't understand you.
Do you understand the question I posted at 2 minutes after the hour?
Wait.
Gonna read it out. What's the question, dude?
This is Tim. Tim wants to know where he can go to make the 6 look like a 9. Should Tim go to spot A, B, or C? And there's a diagram included.
Just need to go to the other side of the object for it to look upside down from your first position. The surface doesn't need to be curved. You just need to be orientated different from your first position.
So the answer would be...
On the other side.
Which is spot...
Oh, sorry, so I've got to look at your picture now. B.
Correct! Great. Glad we were on the same page.
If I was to uncurve that line between position A and B, I'd still see the same fucking thing.
Depends where you uncurve it from. What point
No,
would remain the same?
You don't need to curve it, you just need a straight line. It's got nothing to do with the shape of
I didn't need to use the pen tool either, but I did.
It's got nothing to do with the surface of the Earth that you're standing on. It can be curved, or it can be flat. You just need 2 observation points, the second being on the other side of the object you're looking up at. Now, within the heliocentric model, and I've tried to point this out to Matt Nuclear, the reason why we see the same side of the moon that looks flipped upside down is because of the distance to the object. You don't need a curved surface between the 2 observers to make this phenomena happen. You just need 2 observation points. My word.
Well, I could easily draw up a diagram where that wouldn't, in terms of getting to the other side of the object, it would be the hard part, right?
No, the other side of the object is point B.
But can you walk to get to the underside of the moon?
No, we're talking about being on the surface of the Earth and looking up at the moon from 2 different vantage points. You've labelled them A and B.
Oh.
Well, if you're saying that those could be spots on the Earth, then I think we've made more progress today than I'm willing to jeopardize. So.
What else did you think we were going to be making our observations from? I said it doesn't matter if the surface is curved or flat. 2 observation points A and B are on different sides of the moon. One's looking from A, south. The other one's looking north from C. Are you going to be the 5th person?
I just had a question. I'm not saying that proves it, because I think it does, but I hear your guys' point, and I don't have a better way to explain it.
Cool.
Now, I do think the fact that we've been to the moon is a bit of a silver bullet for the flat Earth.
Ooh, how have we been to the moon?
Via rockets.
Ah, where's the moon?
moons in space.
What is space?
You know stuff.
What is space?
No, but do you know what stuff is?
Stuff like, I don't know, stuff like a hairdryer?
Clothes.
Stuff.
Exactly, yeah.
Uh-huh.
When you got your hairdryer, it came in a box, right?
Uh-huh.
When you took your hairdryer out, what was in the box?
Just a box, man. It probably had some oxygen in there, you know, the gases and shit that's around.
Right, but
I
you
could
know
probably put
that
my
you
head
know
in there
that
and take a
the
deep
least
breath.
dense form of matter is a gas, right? So there's
Okay,
the
so what is
most
space?
space between. It's where there is nothing. It's where it ain't.
What is the nothing?
It is the lack of the thing.
How do gases behave without a container?
Well, I mean, that's a bit.
Do gases find their equilibrium?
That was a good one, Ray.
If I was to pop a balloon, where does the helium go?
See, I'm
If
not
I
even
was to
sure,
burst a
Peter,
tire,
if
where
it
does the air
was.
go?
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, sorry, it was just another example in case you didn't understand.
I'm inclined to I'm rethinking what I said now because if Peter said it was good, I think it's got to be wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Bambi's just asking you about the medium that the moon resides in. At the moment, we've got absence of anything, so nothing. And there's no gas, really. We call this a vacuum. So the medium that the moon resides in is a vacuum, right?
Not an absolute vacuum, right? It's just that when we're talking about pressure and having a vacuum, we're talking about the distance between particles.
Yes.
And as you get further from a mass that's holding all the gas molecules down, the density of that gets lesser, right? So the gaps between these particles is growing. So, yeah.
Yeah.
There you
There's
go.
more space between the gas particles.
Yeah.
Bambi's asking you about the medium that the moon resides in. You've already said something about the mass keeping the gas here.
No, I like to say that the Earth is in the luminiferous ether, to make it easy.
Bambi, back to you.
Sorry, I zoned out. What did he just say, the last bit?
I said the moon's in the luminiferous ether.
Wait, did you respond to me about gases?
Yeah, that's what we were just
to them?
talking about. Yeah, we were talking about how gas and pressure is denoting the amount of space between the particles.
So, you know, when I pop a helium balloon, you know, the gas finds its equilibrium, right? We go back to that part.
When you pop a
And how-
balloon, the gas finds its equilibrium. Okay, yeah, I agree.
Okay. So, you know, what's happening? How can I breathe?
With your lungs. I'm not sure of the relation.
You know, with the oxygen next to a vacuum, shouldn't their gases be finding their equilibrium?
Oh,
How do you
when you
create
say-
gas pressure in the first place?
When you say next to, right? Are you thinking
Or
of some kind of
within, whatever you wanna say.
locality? Like
Whatever
how
you wanna say,
close are we
within, next
talking
to.
here, right?
You know, your example, us via space.
Right, but we don't need to go to space to notice that the atmosphere changes in pressure.
How do you get gas pressure in the first place?
So, sorry, you're kind of jumping all over the place. There is a
Nah,
large
it's just
pressure
you said pressure.
differential. You were talking about pressure differentials in terms of popping a balloon and having that dissipate, and I went along with it, and then you just asked how you could breathe.
Yeah, so the point is that our gases should be finding their equilibrium next to a vacuum, so our oxygen shouldn't just be staying here. The things that we're breathing shouldn't just be staying here.
Right, and
That's the point.
my response to that was that as you increase in altitude, right, even on
There's
Earth,
less of it.
the pressure of air is lesser. So the amount of space in between the particles is greater. So
Yeah, there's also
when we observe the
between the two.
level of a gradient that we have going from ground, like sea level, 1 atmosphere of pressure, and as we ascend, it gets lower and lower and lower and lower. So you saying that there is pressure next to not pressure doesn't make sense because it's a gradual,
Because there's a
gradual.
gradient?
It's a gradation.
Even with one atmosphere of pressure, there's space between the gas particles, right, Rich?
I'm sorry. Every time you start speaking, I stop listening.
So,
What was
Rich,
that?
on Earth, at the ground level, right, we have 14 psi, but that doesn't mean that the gas particles are packed so tightly that there's no gaps between them. I think we all agree
But
there are gaps.
it's relative. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's just the
and
amount
then
of
you're
space.
saying,
Yeah.
then you're saying, as we go higher in elevation, let's say Mount
Mhm.
Everest, there's just more gaps than there was before, right? So
Mhm.
there's more empty space. We all agree there is no like another gas between those particles, right?
Right.
So there's no magical gas between the particles. So there's something. Some people say that's nothing. That something is nothing. Other people say it's the luminiferous ether, right? But we all agree it's not gas. So all he's saying, I think, as I'm listening to him, is that the higher we go, the more proportion of the nothingness to the gas increases.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he was going to say that the moon is suspended in a very thin solution of gas and nothingness.
Which is when you have that gradual change in pressure is different
Right.
than having a dramatic change very quick, such as popping a balloon or a
Right. So, but in a kind of like a physical way, that's not different than when you are close to the ground. It's just the proportion of the particles and the empty space is different. And that's what pressure is, right? Pressure is really, well, pressure is also the kinetic energy of those particles, but all things being equal, kinetic energy remaining the same, the fewer you have, the more empty space you have, statistically speaking, since they move in all directions for the gas laws. Therefore, you have more empty space in between them. Yeah, that makes sense. So I think that question has been answered. What is the moon surrounded by? Is just by a very much fewer gas particles than, let's say, Rich is currently surrounded by.
How many? What's the pressure there?
I think it's, Rich is in 760 torr, I think, of pressure.
Mhm.
And over there, it's like close to 0 torr. So 760
Okay.
torr less.
So can you get me a reading of that?
Some people have.
Something
I
we can
cannot.
verify?
No.
So you
I think
haven't?
we're.
No.
No, I don't.
How far is it?
I think it's quite far.
How do we get that number?
The one measurement I have seen that I like personally is that it's 1.3 light seconds away.
Yeah, I asked you, how do we get that number?
We sent light or electromagnetic waves to the moon, and it took 2.6 seconds for it to come back.
Are you sure that you hit the moon? Is the moon a physical object?
We're not sure, but when we aim it next
What do you
to
mean
the
you're not
moon, it
sure?
doesn't
Wait a
come
minute,
back.
Peter. What do you mean you're not sure? What the hell does that? You're not sure.
I'm engaging you.
So yeah, I know. So this reading is not. We don't even know if you hit the moon in this case, right?
Yeah, but we've not. Yeah, let me explain. I think we. Let me explain. So when we shoot it next to the moon, it doesn't come back. But when we aim it at the moon, it comes back.
Okay. So show me how this is done. You and who else did this?
Ham radio operators do it commonly. It's kind of a pastime.
They shoot messages at the moon. They shoot a lot of things up into the air and it comes back. So are you sure that it's the moon we're hitting?
Not 100%, no, but there's a good correlation between aiming it at.
Correlation. I see. So this is evidence of nothing then, right?
No, it's not evidence. I'm just answering your questions.
Okay. No, well, I asked you very specific questions. You're not answering those.
Well, that's on me. Ask me a question again so I can answer it directly.
Oh, I need to repeat myself so that you can not answer the direct question again. How do you know that you hit the moon?
I
think
don't
the dude
know
is
for
allergic
100%.
to
You
conversation.
don't know that. Terrific.
No,
So
not 100%.
you don't know that anybody's hitting the moon. Terrific.
No.
So you don't
What
know
I
the
know
distance
is
to
that
the moon in
there's
that
a
case.
strong
Is that about
correlation.
right, Peter? You don't know the distance to the moon then, is what you're telling me.
100% no. No.
Okay, great. So why are you telling me about how much gas pressure is near the moon or whatever if you don't even know how far away the moon is?
By extrapolation from the fact that there's way less gas pressure on Mount Everest than on the bottom of the Earth.
Oh, so you're extrapolating that you don't know the distance to the moon or what the moon is or what sort of medium the moon is, but you know the gas pressure there because you know the gas pressure at the top of Mount Everest?
Yeah, and even above it, like we know that it decreases.
Oh, above.
Yeah.
As so below.
Okay. So you as you don't know how far away it is. You don't know what it is. You don't know where it is. But you know there's less gas pressure above it, even though you have no locality.
Above
That makes
Mount
sense.
Everest, sorry. Above Mount Everest, I meant that was the
Above Mount Everest. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, so we're talking about Mount Everest again, not the moon.
We have not found a place above the surface of the Earth where the pressure would actually start increasing. So it decreases. And
Nobody made that claim. Excuse me, Peter. Nobody made that claim. Why are you bringing that up?
Which claim?
Where the gas pressure would be increasing. Who made that claim, and why are you bringing it up?
Oh, okay. So it's just a much lower gas pressure than on the surface. That's what I'm saying.
The surface where you've measured it.
The surface of the Earth.
So we still have gas pressure. So you're telling us that we still have gas pressure, just lower.
Yes, much lower.
And you don't know the distance to the moon.
I have some good educated guesses. Yeah.
You don't know the distance to the moon. I want to hear it out of your mouth. I do not know the distance to the moon.
I do not know the distance to the moon.
Terrific. And so no one who's measured this to the negative 17 tour. That's fantastic. Does anybody know how they measure 10 to the negative 17 tour in
I don't.
space?
I mean, I do know, but
okay. So
I don't know.
Where did that figure come from?
From apparatus placed very high above the surface of the Earth.
What apparatus? I asked you how it was measured, and now you're bringing up apparatus. Where did that figure come from, Peter? Or are you just making stuff up again?
It came from people who deployed a measurement device very high off the surface of the Earth.
Go ahead and get that for me. Post it in the side chat how it works and how we measure 10 to the negative 17 tour. I'll wait.
I'm not sure. I'm not. I cannot represent the methodology accurately.
Well, why are you bringing up? Are you just making stuff up on the spot? Are you not lying? Is that what you're doing?
Well, no. You're just asking me how do I know? This is how I know.
I'm asking you a question and you don't know, but you decided to make up some scenario out of thin air, right? People use an apparatus to get that. Even if I asked you, how do you know? You said, I don't, and then you made it up on the spot. So you're lying is what you're doing.
No, I'm answering your questions.
No, you're not lying, so you didn't make things up on the spot? Instead of just saying, I don't know, and it doesn't seem like I'll ever figure it out?
No, I'm just telling you how I know.
You don't know. I asked you if you know. You said, I don't, and I said, okay. And then you rambled on about people and apparatuses, and you don't know.
I know that there are people who deployed apparatuses.
Where? Show it to me. You hope. Excuse me. Why don't you say, I hope there are people that are using apparatuses to put in the deep space where I don't know how far away that would be. Okay, well then put it in the side chat how you know this. Show me how you know this.
I know this from having read multiple.
Okay. You're not going to go ahead and demonstrate how you know it. You're going to make it up on the spot, even after telling me that you don't know. That about sums it up. Anybody else want to talk to Peter?
Yeah, I'll talk to Peter. Okay, Peter, finish what you were saying.
I was just repeating the same thing, so I think you've got it.
So, Peter, what reason do I have to doubt that the Earth is flat?
That would be a geometric measurement of Earth's curvature.
A direct measurement?
A direct measurement, yes.
With what method?
Measuring two elevations, one distance over surface, and one zenith angle.
So, this isn't an arc segment measurement, right?
It is de facto an arc segment measurement, yes.
But not with solid materials.
With some solid materials.
Is it calculated? Are you talking about something that's just calculated or measured?
It's measured using some solid materials and some electromagnetic waves.
Well, now it almost sounds like you're talking about the same proof we are. I mean, wasn't someone just the other day coming in here saying that, you know, they had a microwave frequency that falsified the radius?
I cannot comment on what you heard. I'm just telling you what reasons you would have to believe that the Earth is a globe.
So who did this?
I did.
Where and when?
I did it a few months ago.
What was the equipment involved?
The equipment was maps and a theodolite.
Ah, theodolite, right.
The ancient relic.
You know, well, the funny thing is that they're useful for so many things, but not measuring convexity of the Earth, to the best of my knowledge.
No, that's true. They're amazing at measuring angles.
Yeah, but that's the problem. The not convexity of the Earth part. That's the problem, because that's what's in question. Convexity of the Earth.
Yes, but we're lucky that the convexity of the Earth or of a circle is defined by the relationship between the angle and the arc length. So we're good. Euclidean geometry to the rescue.
It seems to me like you're trying to use a tool to do something that the tool is not made to do.
Oh, it's meant to measure angles.
In reality, you'd be much more suited using steel rails, like the rails that we use to make train tracks. That would be far more logical, soundly
You're welcome
logical.
to do that. You are welcome to.
But you're doing it's not logical. It's just plainly not logical. It's the intellectual equivalent of trying to use a flathead screwdriver to use that for what you need an Allen wrench for, or whatever. It just doesn't work.
In a pinch, it'll do. No, it's way simpler than that. It's just employing physical materials, electromagnetic waves, and a rigorous system of logic reasoning known as Euclidean geometry.
So what would be your second?
In Peter's measurement, he's got the hump Earth, Charles. Instead of the drop away from his feet, he's got the old hump Earth. So apparently the Earth is humping up around Peter, and that's how he knows.
That's not what's happening. I'll go on mute for a few minutes. I need to cook some food, and then I'll engage on any follow-up questions from this globe proof. Thank you.
Wow. Hand wave dismissal or denial, and then running over.
I feel like a theodolite is like the blow-up doll for globers. Like it's like it's their form of intellectual masturbation, and the theodolite is their blow-up doll.
Well, I actually had Jesse Path of Light send me a message yesterday with all the tools he's using for his observations, because I stated that he's outside the parameters, yeah. And he's stating that the user manuals don't give a distance for accuracy. But the tools that he's using, as in the total station, etc., is too old, and I can't find the actual user manuals online for them. So if I have a look at just do a Google search on those models, it says that the total station he's using should only be used out to about 20 kilometers, and he's using it over 100 miles, I think it is. But yeah, just because you're on that topic, that I just can't find the user manuals.
Isn't it Jesse Path of Light's observation measurement that's 120 miles? I think Peter's is about 32 kilometers.
Yeah, okay. I might have missed that. I was muted for a minute.
No, you're all right.
Definitely. I'll drop it in the chat, actually, what he posted, so everyone can have a look.
Yes, mate.
Just let me find.
I don't know whether this is a good opportunity to give misinformation his final chance for the evening. If anybody has any protests, then tell me now. Otherwise, I'm just going to unmute him. Cool. Misinformation, you are unmuted.
I would like to change the subject if it's okay.
Yes, that's completely fine, buddy.
I will just stay muted until I think of one. Sorry.
Yep, no drama, mate.
Yeah, in the chat there for you, Jedi. But I've only been able to, I've spent about 3 hours looking for this total station. I haven't looked at the other devices or tools he's using, just that total station on the last one.
Cool, mate. I'll have a little look.
Yeah, which is Geometer 140 or Geodometer. But yeah, I haven't been able to find anything on.
Okay, mate.
Can I ask for your opinions about the final experiment?
If you want. The final experiment, just in case anybody doesn't know, is people going to Antarctica and hoping to see a 24-hour sun. That's correct, right?
Yes, some of the flat earthers right now claim that they never had claims like Eric Dubé. And what I mean by Eric Dubé is one moon and one sun circling the flat plane. Like, I'm just curious to hear if you're on the side that says there is one moon and one sun, or some of you have another solution with the personal sun and the moon.
Personally, I only see one sun and one moon, so I believe there's only one sun or one moon. I've never been shown any evidence that there is more than one sun or one moon.
So can I ask you about that? How do you know how they move, like around the Earth?
How they move? Can you be a little bit more specific?
Yes. For example, if we say there is one sun, one moon, one earth, and some space between them, not outer space, like regular space, like in a room, a medium. So I'm asking from the observations that you do agree upon, how would you imagine they move near the plane of the earth?
The only way I can describe that movement is from east to west, because that's what I observe. I don't know what else you mean by describe that movement.
Like why I said the final experiment is because they say if we see a 24-hour sun, it's actually not true, not just 24-hour sun, but a few days sun in Antarctica, it would say that we don't have a flat plane.
No, what that would say is the AE Azimuth equidistal Gleason's model, which is a flat Earth globe, wouldn't work. No one's saying the Earth has an ice ring of Antarctica around it. This is just a globe projection. A globe squashed out, so the circumference is now Antarctica because our midpoint is polar north. So that idea.
I agree. Can we say, okay, that the existence of the place on a certain day of the sun and the moon does not matter for a flat earther?
No. The position of the sun and moon doesn't necessarily matter for an Earth that's measured flat.
So yes, you mean yes.
Okay, then yes.
Because I asked, does it matter for you to say that the Earth is? Yes.
I said no, it doesn't matter for me. You said I meant yes. No, I didn't mean yes. I meant no. The motions of the sun, moon, and stars doesn't matter when the Earth is measured. Keyword: measured to be flat.
Yep.
I have to agree with Jedi. If the Earth did measure flat, then how the celestial bodies move would not matter. We would have to find a model to explain their motion accordingly.
Bingo.
I am familiar with a group of flat earthers, which I think are not representative of this group here, who are already prepared to explain the 24-hour sun in Antarctica observation. They are, to be honest, concocting some kind of model of the propagation of the sun that would explain why the sun bends in certain ways when it goes to the southern tropic and bends differently when it's in the northern tropic. So this whole final experiment is a joke on the Globers who are performing it.
Yes, but what I'm asking is, before the experiment even, there are a lot of flat earthers that debunk the idea of the azimuth plane map. Like, they don't even agree with that. You know, like Jake the Asshole? Would you agree with him?
So the people who believe in a certain map and the people who have also openly denied that 24-hour sun exists in Antarctica, there are some such people, they will be in trouble. But the people who never denied that and people who didn't make a claim about a specific map won't be in as much trouble. They'll just adopt either a different map or a different relationship between the sun and the earth, or a different optical mechanism through atmosphere or luminiferous ether or something like that. So There's always a way out because this is not a direct proof of the shape of the Earth. It's
Yeah,
just,
don't forget the flower of life, Einstein, Rosenbridge cornucopia. Don't forget that one.
for example, don't forget that one.
I don't want to divert. I want to understand Peter's opinion. And what I understand, and correct me if I'm wrong, it doesn't matter what experiments or observations, because some of you may say this is not an experiment. Some YouTubers will do, or globers, as you would say, since you're convinced that the Earth is measured flat and level, right? We agree upon this?
Well, my point is this. If you assume that the Earth is measured flat, if you agree with that statement, then no matter what I will tell you about celestial body movement, neutrinos from the sun originating from the bottom of the Earth at night, whatever I say, these are all arguments that are several layers away from the core question. And as long as you believe that the Earth measures flat, my arguments will fall short. And the 24-hour sun argument is one of those.
But you are a
I got a
flat
question
earther,
about
right?
this. No, he's not a flat earther. He's a glober.
He's a glober?
I'm a glober that hates some globers more than flat earthers when they present really crappy arguments or they cannot explain their argument properly.
So you're saying you hate me?
I hated you for what you did to the 6 becomes 9 argument. You literally made my head spin.
Figuratively. But hey, I got a question about this. Wait, hold on, guys. I got
Charles.
I think the question I got to ask, maybe the audience listening might want this question answered too. Are you guys talking about some specific group of people going to Antarctica in recent weeks? So who's in this group? Are there any flat earthers in this group?
It's a bunch of globers who are trying to bait some prominent flat earther YouTube channel owners to go with them to embarrass them by directly contradicting the claims they have made regarding there not being a 24-hour sun, which I think is commendable because there have been some flat earthers who denied the 24-hour sun in Antarctica, and they will be embarrassed, but this will not prove the globe in quotes.
All right, yeah, and fair enough, but I think it's just worth pointing out that, it's like they're again following the Antarctic Treaty rules, meaning that they're going to Antarctica, but they're not independently exploring Antarctica. Which
They're
is
not going to be
again,
exploring.
They are.
Yeah.
They
Again,
are.
which is
Don't argue this.
the problem. I want to underline this again. The problem. That's the problem.
Not for this observation. It's not the problem for this.
No, not in regards to this. Not in regards to this. I understand this is its own subject within itself, observing the sun and having fun doing that, and going kumbaya on a boat in the cold or whatever. But again, it's worth pointing out. You're going that far out there. You're burning that many resources, and you're still not doing the most important thing you could be doing. It's worth pointing that out from a logical perspective.
Charles, I could engage you on this, and we could spend 2 hours arguing, but I'm not going to give you a way out, buddy.
Well, and by the way, don't understand. Anybody listening to this, don't misunderstand me. I'm not suggesting they break the law. I'm not even suggesting they break the Antarctic Treaty. I'm suggesting they go home and get politically active and overturn the Antarctic Treaty like a real human being, like a real man. But these aren't real men. These are little spineless worms that just like to live in their own bubble.
We will vote on Ron Paul and he will abolish it.
Peter, I want to ask you something. I was trying to get some idea from the flat earthers here, and I was talking with Jedi when you interfered, like you were a flat earther. What was the point?
He didn't interfere. Hey, yo, bro, say small brain. He didn't interfere like he was a flat earther. He interfered like someone that was critiquing an open argument, for goodness sakes. Okay, you're allowed to critique any argument without accepting the premises of either the pro or against position. Freely, regardless of your position, right?
It wasn't an argument. It wasn't a way to explore, okay, and to understand how the flat earthers solve this issue. Okay,
There's no
this is
issue.
why I
That's what
asked
Peter
the
was telling you. What Peter was telling you is there is no issue. That's what Peter was trying to tell you, Holmes.
So what I was saying, misinformation, is this. The evidence that you provide, and many Globers do, including myself in the past, makes perfect sense as evidence for the globe for people who already embrace a certain framework of reasoning that accept a number of either observations or conclusions, whatever you want to call it. Then it's good evidence. When you come, you or I, when we come to this VC, we're dealing with people who openly admit that they challenge a lot of the components of the established framework. They actually very careful not to make claims where other mainstream people have made confident claims. They avoid this, so you got to give it to them. For example, Jedi told you the specific group here in this VC don't subscribe to any particular map. They don't even subscribe to any particular model for the movement of the sun around such map. So when you present evidence that incorporates all those other components of the globe model, you're either inviting a shitstorm, which I've heard like 100, 200 times, the same shitstorm. You unload all the entire framework on them, then they start skillfully, because some of them are Jedis. They skillfully dismantle one component at a time. How do you know this? How do you know that? We never claimed this. We never claimed that. And then it's just, it makes my ears bleed. They're specifically asking one question. The Earth measures, or they make a claim, the Earth measures flat. Engage at that level. Don't bring the moon, don't bring the sun, don't bring anything further remote, because you've been asked a very specific question. Can you measure the curvature? Don't answer it in a roundabout way, because you're then suggesting that you haven't measured it. So you're weakening your position.
Yeah, imagine that, friends. Hold on, before you continue. No, dude. Imagine that the topic of whether the Earth is curved or not is actually about the curvature of the Earth. Imagine that. Who would have thought?
So, you said before you're here, Bert, and so on about my explanation about the six. I don't agree with you. You did also horrible job explaining stuff before, so much that I thought you were a flat earther. Just so you know. And you don't know the reasoning and my research behind what I do. So please let me get answers from real flat earthers and don't explain how they deny or how they don't make claims, since they do.
Dude.
You could be the best, most brilliant mathematician or a physicist or who knows what in the entire world, and I wouldn't know that. All I'm saying is, you're a horrible educator. I listened to you for 30 minutes, scream your lungs out, yelling, it's a 6, it's a 6, it's a 6. That's literally, as I've been listening to you, that's all I got. I was walking around my room, drawing sixes on my ceiling, trying not to make my head spin, and you didn't help me understand anything with your delivery. So you're not a good educator. I'm giving you this feedback as someone who was on the receiving end of your pedagogy.
Excuse me. Again, you're going out of the assumption I need to educate someone. We all grown people. I'm not here to educate anyone. If I want to come and I want to fight on a certain subject, I can do that. It's
you
not
can do whatever
like,
you want. That's not the point. The point was you engaged in a
point is
conversation
you can
and you didn't present your point at all.
You can take yourself and not to listen. or you can tap me in the middle and ask questions, which you didn't do. Okay?
People did try
Don't tell me
many times.
about my ability to educate someone. Okay? Because you don't know.
Your pedagogy is non-existent.
Dude, he was literally the audience of you attempting to explain a concept to somebody, and he wanted to stab his ears out. That's what he's trying to tell you.
For example, my good friend Manu Factorum here, who has been gifted with a good sense of geometric imagination, unlike me, has explained in the past to me certain geometric relationships in a way that made me go, oh, I get it now. Well, you didn't do that. That's all I'm saying. You made my head physically spin, and I was running around my bathroom trying to imagine what that six looks upside down, and it took me like 20 minutes.
Too bad you didn't smack your head against something. It would be more helpful than hearing your
I did
opinion.
consider running at full speed into a wall.
Again, I am trying to talk to flat earthers about the final experiment.
Go ahead.
And what they think, not what you think, please. Can someone answer those simple questions that I was talking
Yeah,
about?
brother, I'll answer you definitively. So first, what is the final experiment?
The claim is if you go to the southest point on the earth.
Wrong,
Okay?
wrong. You're wrong. You're already wrong.
Oh, okay.
I'm not talking about the argument. I'm talking about what is the thing titled the final experiment. What is it?
An experiment that's sending two globers and two flat earthers to Antarctica in order to prove that the model is making the right prediction, or what you're talking about?
Nope, wrong. You're already wrong. It's simply to go there and either witness or not witness the sun being present in the sky for 24 hours. That's what it is. A trip of people that are going to go to Antarctica to supposedly witness the sun either being
Right.
seen or not being seen. Okay?
But why is it wrong to say they are going to see it in order to check if the prediction fits the reality? I mean, they don't just go to see a 24-hour sun. They do it because...
Okay, great. So where did you find out what it is they're intending to do or why they're doing it? Where'd you find that out?
What do you mean? Will Duffy
Okay,
presented...
so for example, Pastor Duffy, who is the man who incepted the concept of this trip, has videos that he published of why he wants to do it, why he wants to incorporate certain people, et cetera, et cetera. Did you watch any of that or learn of any of that?
Of course.
Okay, so then you should have no problem telling me what his intention is with this experiment, please. So-called experiment.
Again, I just told you what the intention is.
No. What is his intention?
His intention? His personal intention? You want to know his personal intention?
Well, I don't know, dude. Maybe in his broadcast he said, "Oh, we're just going to go there and see if it's a 24-hour sun or not," and that's it. Or maybe he had more to say. So what did he say? Listen, friend. You want to know about you want to know what I think about something. So I'm asking you what it is, so I can tell you what I think about it. And you're not being able to tell me is kind of rough.
I just fucking told you. Can you listen? Okay.
Okay, so hold on a second. Did that come from him or somebody else? Is that your opinion of what he's going to do, or is that what
Again,
he said he's going to do? Which one?
again, he's taking people to Antarctica to reconfirm the expectations of the spherical model in order
Is that what he said?
to stop the debate.
Is that what he said he's
Yes.
doing, or is that what you're
Yes.
saying he's doing?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Yes.
Was that so hard?
Why it was hard for you? I don't understand.
Because you never said that's what's his intention. You just had it in general terms. So, for example, as Peter previously said, some people claim that there is a 24-hour sun, simply being a fact in and of itself. Other people claim it doesn't exist, simply being a fact in and of itself. And going there and witnessing it would arbitrate whether or not it actually occurs. And that could be all they're mean to do. So that extra stuff is extra. But now that you included that he wants to accomplish that, now it's no longer extra, now it's coincidental.
Again, I want to explain the position, the idea, the overall thing.
I don't care about the explanation. You said you had a question, dude. Give me the question.
I don't think you understand the final experiment. So
okay, dude. Look,
I don't
homie.
know how.
I'm so far beyond you. I'm so far beyond you. I'm from the future. No, pay attention. Do you have a question or not? I don't need you to explain the premises to me. I just need you to ask your question. Go ahead.
The question was, like I said to Jedi, okay? If they see the 24-hour sun, okay? How do you explain that in your flat Earth model?
Okay, it's very simple. I'll explain it so simple a child could understand it. So, eyeballs receive light. When you see something, it's because you're receiving light. So when you see something, you're receiving light from it. There you go.
GG.
You didn't explain jack shit.
Yes, I explained why you see something, you dummy. So unless you want to parse out your question more particular, that answer that I gave you is sufficient.
No.
Yes, it is, dude. Listen, friend, I'm not going to play your assumptive games where I have to assume your conclusions. You are going to tell me the precise question you want.
How does the sun and the moon behave in your model? What can you predict?
Now you're changing the question now, dude.
No. I asked you, when you see a 24-hour sun, how can you explain the movement of the sun in the flat Earth model?
Yeah, so if you're seeing the sun for a duration of 24 hours, that means that the reception angles of the light from the image of the sun is reaching your eye for a duration that equals 24 hours. I rest my case.
But why does the sun in that place, you can see it for 24 hours, and in another place, you cannot see it for 24 hours on that
Yeah,
exact
perfect. I got you. I understand. Perfect. So the person who's seeing it for 24 hours has received the light for 24 hours, and the person who can't see it is not receiving the light for 24 hours. Thank you.
Or maybe it shines stronger in the south, this information. Maybe it just is in the mood to shine stronger in the south, so it emits more light, so it reaches more areas of the Earth. There you go. Why not?
See, the problem,
at this point?
The problem, misinformation, is in your questions is a whole bunch of geometric location assumptions that you're not openly stating. And you're trolling for people to fill in that information for you.
It's right. You're assuming that the framework you're bringing is universally accepted, and you're reasoning within that framework. And while I agree with that framework and I share it with you, the people that you're talking to do not. So pretending that that's not the case or being ignorant of that is just a waste of time. You came here on your own volition to engage with people who do not share a huge percentage of the framework that you employ. So why do you pretend, like he just said, why do you're trying to smuggle in the entire framework of reasoning without saying it explicitly?
There is difference between don't share the framework and deny reality and just
Sure,
say
but here we are.
nonsense.
Well, here we are.
Yep.
So this
Fair
is
point.
a
Okay,
conversation
so
you're opting
when I'm
into.
asking the mental guy
No.
why he's the mental guy,
Misinformation, dude. I want you to explain to me anything that I said as an answer to your question that is in denial of any portion of reality. Go ahead.
really, I don't see the point because you're not honest.
Yeah.
When I asked you a simple
No,
question,
I was completely
you
honest,
know what
dude.
I asked you, and I gave you the background.
No, dude. You asked me, why can you see something? And I told you because you're receiving the light from it. That's why. How is that false?
Because I didn't ask you in general, why can you see something? I asked you one
that's exactly what you
specific
said, dude.
something. I asked you, don't change what I asked you. You know what I asked you. You're just being an ass. But I know it is usual for flat earthers to be an ass. And you think you
Hey,
want some
why
kind of argument.
Why don't you learn to actually ask precise questions? How about that? Is that fair?
If you don't want to answer the questions,
So, for
you're
example,
being
someone
presented,
like you who alleges to be
can-
intelligent might actually, posit a question that is, let's say something like this. Where is the sun physically located in relationship to the observer in Antarctica? That might be a question, right? That might actually glean some geometric information. But just saying, why can you see it? Well, the answer is simple, because the light's arriving at your eye hole. That's why, for goodness sakes.
I wish you the best with the circle argument, but you don't
The
work my
circular
time.
argument, dude, is what you're presenting.
Info, I'd like to ask you a question. I pride myself in being good at detecting accents, and it's going to drive me nuts unless I know for sure. What is your mother tongue? What language is your first language? I'll go first. Mine
Why
is
do you
Polish.
think it is relevant to ask this question?
It's not relevant. I just need to calibrate
You
my
have
accent radar.
you have a private DM message. You can
Yes.
ask that question. You know.
I will. Thank you.
You don't need.
Oh man, it's such a secret. Hey everyone, my mother tongue is English. Holy crap! Nobody cares.
I just asked you in the DM.
Oh man, your mother tongue is Polish, dude. Now I can empty your bank account. For goodness sake.
No, not the point. But AI, I understand you're complicated individual. So good.
Does Poland have any shorelines to the ocean? It doesn't, right?
Hey,
Baltic
Does
Sea.
it?
The Baltic Sea.
What?
Poland has.
Where is Poland in your flat earth?
Next to the Baltic Sea, Charles.
Yeah, next to the Baltic Sea. There you go.
Why does Australia look like a sausage?
Man, that's a weird sausage, bro. Maybe a sausage that got bit out.
It is very ugly on the Gleason map, I have to say. It's very displeasing.
Well, Peter.
Yeah, so misinformation. Why don't you present a syllogism that carries the conclusion of a necessity where all the premises are proven that has anything to do with determining the shape of the earth directly from witnessing the sun for a durational period of 24 hours? Go ahead.
What's the point of this question? Again,
Hey,
I don't owe
hey,
you
bro,
anything.
you tell me. You seem to think that the 24-hour sun is somehow important for the discussion of the shape of the Earth. So I'm asking you to put it in the form of a syllogism where all the premises are proven that carries the conclusion of a necessity that the 24-hour sun determines the shape of the Earth. Go ahead, please. Sometime today, please. I have a finite lifespan. I'd like to hear the answer before I die. Oh, so you have no clue. You have no clue why this necessarily informs the shape of the Earth whatsoever, and you're just out there trolling for whatever answers you can get. I see now. Makes sense.
Hey, Peter, do you think that atmospheric refraction makes the globe unfalsifiable?
No, atmospheric refraction is just an optical phenomenon on its own. It doesn't make anything unfalsifiable.
Maybe I should be a little more specific. Does it make it unfalsifiable via long-range observation over bodies of water?
No, it doesn't.
So then that's why I was, bringing up. I guess I was thinking of Germany when I was thinking about European countries that have a lot less coastline, if any at all. But yeah, Poland, you have at least some coastline. So it's like, you ever think about
The good news
what
is
my question is you ever think about going out to the ocean and seeing if you can observe what you think may or may not be,
Yes,
maybe
Charles.
curvature of the Earth or the lack thereof?
Charles, I am an American and I live in Seattle, Washington. I could drive to you in Oregon. I could be there in 3 hours if I drive fast.
Oh well, all right. All the better. You got some
You're
islands
welcome.
up there. You got more islands up there than we do down here.
Did you pay attention when I demonstrated the measurement of the curvature of the Earth that was performed in Washington State and British Columbia, Canada? Were you awake at that time? I've done this many times.
So let me ask you: Does a theodolite trump a telescope?
No, a theodolite does not trump a telescope, Charles.
Can a telescope trump a theodolite?
A telescope cannot trump a theodolite cannot trump a telescope, Charles.
Wait. Well, so basically the question is, can putting your theodolite experiment aside, my question is,
It's not an experiment, Charles. You should know that.
Oh, yeah, test, whatever.
An observation and measurement.
Yeah, observation and measurement. Putting that aside, can a long-range observation over a body of water falsify the radius for you? That's my question.
It certainly could.
Well, you ever thought about buying a Nikon P900? You can get them for as low as $430 these days.
No, I have a Lumix S5. I don't need another camera.
Anyway, you should try bringing it over to the water. You got.
I frequently do.
20 islands.
What is it about the P900 that all the flat earthers use it for? Is it special for something?
For a while, for many years, it was, I think, the most powerful commercially available optics available. These days, I think it's the third most, with the P1000 being the second, and then something else being number one these days.
P900 is a cheap, relatively cheap camera with a fixed lens that has very long focal length, I believe. Focal
80
length.
times 80 times optical zoom. Design philosophy of the camera was to be able to shoot the moon in full frame in focus. To achieve
better
this
off buying a
end,
telescope.
well, to a degree maybe, but you'd have to integrate a secondary photography system. However, in order to achieve this with a single optic in the same machine, they had to sacrifice the pixel sensor size. So it's actually a low pixel resolution count
And anything you
relative to
obtain
other.
from it is CGI. I just needed to say that.
Yeah. Of course, you'd have to say
Computer generated image.
that.
What's going on, AI? It's been a while since I've ran into the best flat Earth philosopher out there.
Hey, Bobby Fischer.
What's going on?
Best Nazi to ever play chess.
Bobby Fischer is infamous, you know? He got a little insane, but still a genius.
Peter, so you're American, right?
Absolutely.
Who are you voting for? Curious.
Usually myself. I write myself in.
That's a based answer.
And a true one.
Yeah. If we put Matt Mooney on the ballot, all the issues will go away. Just vote for me.
Hey, you know what? I always write in Sonic the Hedgehog, but the problem is, in order for it to be a legitimate write-in, you must know their personal address and include it in the write-in. Otherwise, it's dismissed. So
Not
since
in
I
our
can't
state.
locate his home address, he'll never be allowed to win.
Yes.
In our state, you don't have to do that.
Really? Then how do they know if Peter, the Globe guy, isn't the guy that lives down the street or up the street?
I know how. It's a very simple answer. They are practical people, and they will worry about crossing the bridge when they get there.
True.
So when I win for any office, then they're gonna worry about how to prove that, you meant me. But so far, never happened.
I'll vote for you, Peter.
There was this lady in Alaska that won, right? Lisa, she has a Polish last name. Lisa Markowski, you guys say it? Murkowski would be the proper way to say it. She won via write-in. She went against the establishment of the Republican Party and won.
Hey, I'm curious. What was the number one reason you moving here from Poland?
I always loved America.
I mean, like, certainly you must love Poland. Like, where's America got that Poland ain't got?
America is the land of the free.
Isn't Poland free? Is there some issues with freedom in Poland?
No, it's not. It doesn't represent the liberal Western values as well as the country that was founded on those values.
Yeah. I think America's great. I think it's great that you have 50 states to choose from and you can live anywhere in those 50 states and you're still in the same country.
That's one thing that I like about it.
Yeah, that's the
On
one
top
thing
of that, it has 3,000 counties to choose from as well.
Yeah.
Don't forget county laws.
Yeah, all sorts of different cultures, a bunch of immigrants from all sorts of places.
And this is
just good.
This is
11 nuclear aircraft
they
carriers.
don't want to talk about. Okay,
Yeah.
is we want to talk about politics, but they won't talk about the fact that a kindergarten teacher said that the water forms flat. Okay, because that's what the Globers don't want you to know. Even kindergartners know that the Earth is flat. Wow. And now comes the globe cut Coke. Oh, it's kindergarten. It's simplifying. Okay.
You said your proof
Keep
is
going.
that water pours flat. What?
Exactly. Yeah.
What does that even mean?
I had a teacher who was a flat earther who told me some flat earth shit that was just wrong. You want to hear that story?
Yeah.
That's happened. He told me that the reason why magnets point north was because there was a bunch of magnetized rock under northern Canada.
That's true. That is true.
That's the one funny thing about the flat Earth. We have the magnetized flat Earth, which is pretty cool.
Fucking ridiculous, isn't it? Some people say that at the North Pole there's a magnetic mountain called Mount Meru, which point moves around. This mountain moves, apparently, if you're to believe this shit. Yeah, I agree with you. That's a ridiculous flat Earth claim.
With the magnetized flat Earth. I heard. I remember what's it called was discussing it before.
Magnetic mountain. It's called Mount Meru.
Oh, that's a thing people believe.
That's one thing that some flat earthers have said in the past, that, like the gentleman just said, the reason why compasses point towards this point is because of a magnetic mountain called Mount Meru.
I've believed it for a while.
Yeah. Stupid though, right? Because the magnetic point moves and isn't, in the same place.
Well, that's easy, bro. That's easy. It's just atop a floating iceberg, for goodness sakes. Easy solve there.
It's on wheels.
AI, you remember when you gave the explanation for asteroids or meteorites that we call them? You said that the flat Earth giants or some giants like take a shit and that's the asteroids. Like they open up the container or something. Remember that?
Yeah, it freezes in the upper atmosphere, and that experiences the friction as it's moving along. That creates the flare effect as the gases are being burnt off.
Yeah. That's the explanation for the container having falling rocks.
Exactly. All of these globe cuts will say, ooh, magnets. Guess what? The federal government regulates products, and they own NASA. What is a magnet if not a product? They're all made by the federal government, and the globe cucks won't admit it. They won't tell you that. But here
You can make your own magnets, right?
Sorry, say it again.
You can make your own
doesn't know
magnets
With a
magnetite.
leaf and some water, yeah.
Go find a rock. You can make it into a magnet.
Yeah.
You don't need NASA.
Yeah, okay. You can make a magnet, sure. By looking
Hey, go find
up
them.
on Google. And guess what? Google is also owned by the federal government. But here, 24/7 Flat Earth.
No, it's not.
Incorrect.
That's
Yes,
just
it
not
is.
true.
It is true.
Okay, can we have some clarity?
Another win for the Flat Earth. Another win.
If you say it's true, can you post the evidence?
Another win for the Flat Earth.
I'm still not going to get the answer, am I?
They're trolling. They just said Google's owned by the federal government. They're trolling.
The people who don't realize that Ham is trolling right now.
Yeah, I feel kind of dumb for falling for it. I took the bait.
Yeah, I did. I did for a sec.
Oh no.
Was it Ham? Oh, bye.
I love.
I mean, it's obvious. I mean, the kid is basically Schrodinger's autist. It's obvious he's a troll.
Could you explain to me how a Foucault pendulum works?
A Foucault? What's a Foucault?
Oh, yeah, there's this really weird thing that all these globe cucks talk about. It's called a precession period. I don't really understand what it means, but
What's a precession? What's a precession?
That's what they keep on telling me is precession is this it's super globe cucky, right? It's like this thing where I don't really understand it because if I did I keep on being told if I did understand it I would believe in the globe Earth, but I don't believe in that globe cuck shit. Anyway, they keep on saying, oh, the Foucault pendulum proves the globe Earth. How is that true? How is that true? How is that true if the flat Earth is true?
What's a precession?
I don't know. All these globe cucks keep on talking about it. Can you tell me?
Well, maybe you should have done some astute research and just looked up what a procession
Oh,
was
research.
instead of being
Quote unquote
dumbfounded.
research. You mean the globe cuck agenda?
What's a procession?
It's like when you like. Oh, I know what a procession is. It's like tell me if I'm wrong. It's like when you like swing a ball, right? That's what procession is, right? That's what's
No.
interesting about Oh, it's not. That's not what.
No.
Okay, well, man, now I don't understand why a Foucault pendulum. Okay, procession. It's like when Okay, tell me if I'm wrong. It's like
the movement of that axis of the ball, like the celestial sphere is doing, observably so. The celestial sphere is
it's like
spinning,
that.
right? And
Oh,
that will be a procession. That will be a procession. The celestial sphere moving will be considered a procession because it's the movement of the body, right? Rotating on the axis, isn't it?
Oh, it's
And
rotating on an axis. Okay.
yeah, like the sky. Look at the sky. We look at the sky, and it's rotating. There you go. You have it right there. Procession. Is the sky processing? It is.
Yeah, of course. Can you explain to me now that we all understand?
There you go. It is.
Amen. Now that we
That's
understand,
wrong.
can we?
That's not what procession is, dude.
What is the globe?
Okay.
What does the globe cuck mean?
It's being caused by that, isn't it? Caused by.
What does the globe cuck mean when he says that a Foucault pendulum has a consistent precession period? Can you explain that to me?
What's a procession? We still haven't identified what that is.
It's rotating on an axis. Remember Gemsley?
Wrong, false.
The effect of that, no? The effect of it. What is it? Tell us, please.
Well, the effect
It's one axis of rotation being affected by a separate axis of rotation. So in other words, it's a rotation affected upon a body upon two axes. You must have two axes or you have no procession, period.
Oh, that's what they mean when they say
The effect of the cause. Yeah.
Reference frames, right? Or inertial. Hold on. Inertial frames, right? Is that what they mean when they're talking about that? Sorry, all these globe cucks use all this fancy scientific language that I don't really get.
Yeah, so if you read substandard definitions, they'll say that the motion of the one axis relative to the other axis, which is like the primary axis. So, for example, if you have a tool, right,
Like
and you like say, no, let's use something more simple, like a grinder tool, right? It's a right angle tool, and it has a disc on the end that's spinning, right? And so that axis, the primary axis of spin, is controlled by the drive axis, right? However, you could take that device and then spin it in a different direction. And if you can spin it fast enough, you can actually defeat the force of the primary axis and cause it to essentially slow down or speed up in the direction of the secondary axis.
Oh, okay.
Now, usually that's described as a torsion or a torquing force, because that's usually how rotational forces are described.
Oh, it's not torque.
Applied.
It's not torque. That makes so much more sense. I learned a little bit of
No, we're not talking about logical fallacies. It's not the Pooh-Torquay fallacy, okay?
Oh, okay. So now we're on the same page. Okay, so what do the globe cucks mean when they say that a Foucault pendulum has a consistent precession period?
Oh, what they're saying is that they're assuming that there's a secondary axis and including that assumption at the beginning of their line of reasoning in order to carry the conclusion that they get on the end, which then supports their affirming the consequent in the first instance. That's what they mean.
That's a good point. That's a logical. Hold on, let me look this up. Logical. What is it called?
Yep.
Fallacy.
Fallacy.
That's what
There you go. Yep.
Fallacy. Okay.
Yes, and when you employ a lot of phallus in your argument, you usually end up acting like a dick, right?
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. Now that we're on the same page. Okay. So now I want to understand what is the Foucault pendulum doing?
Well, you tell me if a procession requires.
AI. I don't want to know the globe.
All right, hurry up.
I don't want to know the globe cucks. I want to know the real reason. What's happening with the Foucault pendulum?
It's a phenomena being caused by
no.
the cause.
Oh, I know this one. There are magnets that make it rotate the way it does.
There you go. Well, it is true that many of them are powered by magnetic drives, so that is true.
I'm back. Can you repeat it? Sorry.
Are we talking about just like a rope and a string and a
Oh,
bob?
what? So I looked it up actually. There's this one at the University of New South Wales. Did I pronounce that correctly? Where they say they don't have a magnetic drive. So what's happening with that?
What is
Well, I mean,
happening? Listen, what is
Go
is happening before the guy that pushed it in the first? What is happening when it's just not moving? What is happening there when it's not moving? When the pendulum is when they finish building it, when it's done, it's built, and it's not doing anything. It's just sitting there, not moving, motionless. What is happening there?
I think in my personal opinion that because the Earth isn't rotating, that means the Earth nothing's happening under it. So anyway, now that we know that there's Foucault pendulums without magnetic drives, what's happening?
What is happening? What is happening when it stops moving? You know, when you after you push it and it moves after a while, and then it stops moving. What's happening there?
The globe cucks will say something cringe and stupid, like, "Oh, what's happening there is, it stopped moving, right?" But me, I'm smart, so I know that the Earth is flat. So that means the Earth isn't moving under it. And that's the claim that they're making, right? That the Earth is moving under it. Right, AI?
Not
That's
necessarily.
what precession means, right?
No.
No. Oh. So we wouldn't expect anything to be happening if it stopped moving.
Well, I mean,
Completely
listen.
irrelevant.
What is the?
Hey, Gemsy, hold on, Gemsy. Wait, or sorry, 1 second, AI. So, Gemsy, it's actually completely irrelevant as to whether or not something is happening, whether or not it's
But that's the thing. We observing a phenomena, and then you asking a question away from the phenomena.
We are moving below it, but rather that there's a precession period, right, AI?
So we are observing the phenomena, and then you adding labels to people.
Below it, that's missing the point, right, AI?
Okay, go ahead.
You need a differential axis of rotation, so two axes, right? And you need a torsion force applied to the primary axis. So, what is applying the torsion force? That's the question of the day. So, in the globe claim about the alleged Foucault pendulum being a proof of anything, what is their alleged torsion force?
Oh, it's like something dumb and cucked, like Soralius force, right? Hold on, I could just type it. C-O Soralius. Oh, I typed it wrong. Hold on. Soralius. Oh, I just looked it up on Google. It's called Coriolis. My bad.
Okay, so what is Coriolis and how would it apply to a torsion force on this primary axis?
I don't really get it. The cucked guys, they keep on doing logical fallacies.
Well, then why continue the argument? If their entire argument is logical fallacies, just dismiss them outright until they come back with something that isn't.
Exactly. That's why I don't want to talk to the globe cuts. I want to talk to the smart flatty heads. What is happening with the Foucault pendulum? Can you tell me?
Well, I don't, dude, look, check it out. What's happening with the Foucault pendulum is whatever it does. That's what's happening. Now, if you want to say what's the cause of it, that's a different question.
Well,
I'll show you what it is. I'll show you. You want to see? He has a question. I can give him an answer. Look.
Oh, sure, Gemsy.
So look, it's the slow movement of an axis of a spinning body around another axis due to a torque, right? So when you look up below your feet, you don't see any movement, right? We cannot detect any movement. But then you look up, You look up and you know the celestial bodies are moving and causing, moving in an axis and causing an effect on the pendulum. There you go. You have it.
Okay, so the sky is moving, therefore the pendulum. Wait a minute. Now that I'm saying it, that actually sounds really stupid. Can you actually give an actual?
Observably so, but remember the mechanism that is built on the ground is not the same mechanism that is built in the sky, right? So the
Okay.
sky is moving indefinitely. The pendulum is you have to push it. It's gonna show a precession and then it's gonna stop, right? Unless you keep it going with equipment. But whatever phenomena we're observing, like I said, it's a phenomena that is being observed, and you're asking what it is, and that's the precession, and the precession is being caused by the slow movement of an axis of a spinning body around another axis due to a torque. Just look up, bro. That's it.
That's a good point. That's a good point. Premise 1, if the sky is moving, a ball is moving. Premise 2, the sky is moving. Conclusion, a ball is moving. Another win for the flat earth. I'm glad you and me did it. Amen.
No, that doesn't. That's not gonna show you any. That's not gonna show you any. That's not showing you. Hey, the pendulum is not showing you a word or a description on a piece of paper. It's not showing you that. So you saying that it doesn't mean anything on the topic. Actually,
Is this guy like a fake flat earther? Every time I say another win for the flat earth, he says some globe kick shit. I don't get it. Anyway, so okay, now I get it.
you don't get it, but now you get it. Good. I mean, observably so, measurably so. Like we can.
They'll talk to me and they'll say, "Well, the Earth is a globe because if you look
Less, dude. I could care less, Ham. I could give two fucks less, Ham. Go ask the globe cucks what's applying the torsion force. Come back and give us the answer, okay? Thanks.
Oh, it was it was actually Coriolis.
No. You can't just name it. For goodness sakes, they can't just say, "Oh, it's this name." What mechanism is applying the force? For goodness sakes.
Oh, actually, Coriolis force is actually, this is just what the globe cucks say. The Coriolis force is a fictitious force only present with reference to an inertial and reference frame, which, if you remember earlier, was actually the specific thing we were talking about when talking about.
Oh my god, dude, that's the Coriolis effect, not the Coriolis force, dude.
Actually, it's called both, but you wouldn't know that. Either
nope,
way,
not even close, dude.
Wait. AI, give me 2 seconds. You want
Coriolis effect is an apparent deflection. The Coriolis force is actually imparting force, dude. For goodness sakes.
Yeah. So, do you want to bet $500 that it's called the
Hey,
Coriolis?
I just want to correct him about earlier. He said you said that because the sky is moving, whatever. But I know that we know the sky is moving, but that's where the birds fly. I wasn't talking about the sky. I was talking about what's above. I mean, these observable bodies moving above us. So yeah, the sky is moving and it's causing effects, and it might be part of the equation. It might be part of the equation because remember, it's a whole mechanism in place, and it's not just one thing happening; it's a bunch of things happening. So if you say, "Oh, because the sky is moving, we observe the pendulum doing what it does," but that's not what I said. So
yeah, exactly. No,
get it right.
Because the sun moves sometimes, then the Foucault. Wait a minute, that doesn't make sense.
Yeah, that's fine. We observe the phenomena, and it's being caused by a movement. And then you're gonna have to find the cause, right? And you have multiple. You might have multiple ideas, and that's one of the ideas. You can't just say one. You can't just say it's this one without looking at the other one or the other one. You have to take many variables. You gotta take many variables into account to come to some type of conclusion.
No, that was a really good point.
Yes, that was a really good point.
The other day, I was talking to one of these globe cuck engineers. I took my car to the engineer, and I was like, "Hey, why is my car moving versus why do other cars not move?" And they answered, "Well, we know that some cars move and some cars don't move," and that was really helpful.
Wow.
So that was a really good point. That was a really good
cool story.
We observe some cars move.
Yeah, dude, bro. Yeah, cool story. So the cars that are moving
for the flat Earth.
The cars that are stationary are not applying rotational force to the tires to transpose the tire surface across the ground surface and propel them forward, whereas the car that is moving is, dude. It's very simple to tell which one is actually moving across the ground.
No, according to Gemsy, we don't need an explanation. We just need an observation.
Yeah. So what's applying the torsion force? Go ahead,
Oh,
please.
it's actually called the Coriolis force.
Yeah, what's applying the torsion force? Go ahead, please.
Yeah, no worries. The Coriolis force is actually a fictitious force that only arises once we take into account both a reference frame and an inertial frame. Do you want me to break
What's
that down?
applying the torsion? What's applying the torsion to the primary axis? Go ahead, please.
Yeah, no worries. So again, the Coriolis force is actually only a
Yeah.
fictitious force that arises
Yeah,
once it
you're dumb as shit. Thanks, bye. Thanks for playing. You're retarded. Okay, fictitious forces can't move objects, dude. The Coriolis effect being an apparent or deflection, right? An apparent deflection, optically, doesn't actually move objects. It's the differential between two objects' motion, dude. So in order to put a torsion on something's principal axis, you need an actual force, dude. You can't have apparent torsion, for goodness sakes. So, what's applying the torsion to the primary axis, please? Let's unmute you and see if you can comprehend that. Go ahead.
What's a fictitious force?
Your mother's love for you.
And this is why it's another win for the flat Earth. Because even when you argue for the globe Earth, you got to put in fictitious forces. Fictitious means fake.
Hey, dude. There is actually a proposed answer from the globe side in regards to this. I'm surprised you don't know it.
Huh? I'm sorry?
Yeah, so why don't you go ahead and tell us what it is? Go ahead.
What? The Coriolis force?
No,
I already explained
the
it.
the actual application of torsion to the principal axis.
I'm sorry? I just told you.
No, you didn't. Not even
Oh,
close.
repeat the question. Maybe I missed it.
What is applying torsion to the principal axis? Go ahead.
Oh, no worries. Yeah, actually, the explanatory reason behind the Foucault pendulum is typically going to be that the Coriolis force arises due to an inertial and reference frame.
Fuck's sake, dude. You're such a lightweight, dude. So I'm just going to have to mute you and explain it to the audience since you're too retarded. Okay, so let me explain it to the slow kids. But we'll never know since he didn't stick around to tell his story because somebody decided to rumpus over him because they're assholes.
Yeah, that was some kind of background noise. Yeah, that would be a lot. That would be a lot going on to try to have some kind of automatic thing that's going to lead a moving target or some nonsense. You know, the only thing that I've seen that can adjust after, there's that one thing, that frog missile that's got the little line. The little line that goes to it, and you can adjust after it's fired. That little spiral wire goes flying out with it, and I think that's called a frog. Not sure. Maybe I'm wrong.
Well, the Bradley has that. It has the tow missile, and you can steer the missile to the target.
Oh, so that's what the tow. It's called a tow.
The wire is for the signal transmission.
Dude, that's freaking wild that it's solid enough to stay intact, but light enough to not really affect the trajectory. You know.
Next, we'll have people come in and say that the javelin missile accounts for the Earth curve.
Oh my gosh. The javelin. Is the one in that one that they show in Iron Man, do they have shit like that?
That's the javelin.
The one that freaking goes up and it breaks into pieces and then it comes down in like freaking 20 pieces and
No, that's not it. That's not it.
That's not real?
No, I'm saying that's not a javelin.
Oh.
A multiple warhead missile system is definitely exists. Maybe not in the manner in which you saw there, but a javelin is
Dude, that's funny. In Iron Man 1,
javelin
he
is
turns
like
around.
a shoulder-fired rocket.
Right.
Or missile, sorry.
I was thinking of JDAM at first, but that's a lased bomb that's dropped from shit. Or, as far as I know. So what do you think? You think they have a study? You think there's a study somewhere out there where they factor in, they check tanks that use the Coriolis adjustment compared to ones that didn't use it? They would have had to check all that crap before they manufactured it, I would think. And they damn sure ain't gonna freaking say the Earth isn't spinning, so they had to put it in there. Maybe. I don't know.
Hey there, you guys. It's me, Saudi Man. I'm a new member of the Flat Earth community. I'm happy to be a part of this community, you guys. Ever since I joined the Flat Earth, I've my mind.
What's your Flat Earth ID number, mate?
I agree with Jedi. These cards are like
Dude, we need your username, and ID number.
Yo, these Indian scammers have a good accent now. That's insane. I'm not gonna give you my credit card, okay? I can tell you're a globetrot. I'm not gonna give you my information, okay? I'm a flat earther. I'm superior to you. I know the truth, man. Unlike you, you fucking idiot. I know the truth.
I know. You don't know anything. I don't want your credit card details, you fool. I was trolling you. You said you're a member of the Flat Earth community, so I asked for your Flat Earth identification number. Did you not get the joke?
Jedi, I can tell you're a globetrot in disguise. I'm not gonna bother with you. There is no
Okay.
such thing as a flat Earth identification number, okay?
Why do you say the Earth is
He's
flat?
so dumb. He's a globetrot. He's so dumb. Oh my god. Yeah,
You
what's
know
up,
it was a
Jedi?
Dude,
joke, Scotty, man. You know
you're
that was a
like
joke,
a
right?
tiny bit funny, and then it's just pathetic.
Bro, just say it, man. Just say you're a globetrot. Like it's okay. You have a small brain compared to mine. Mine is smart. My brain has muscles in itself.
Awesome. So for the purposes of this conversation, I will be a globetard, and I will ask you, as a globetard, why do you say the Earth is flat?
You see, you can't pretend to be a globetrot when you're actually one. So that's like hypocritical of you. So if you admit you're a globetrot, then I will go along with your debate.
Cool. So
And
why do you say?
stop lying to me.
Why do you say the Earth is flat? Answer that question. Doesn't matter my standpoint now.
Okay. So you're pretending to be a globetrot, right?
It doesn't
Or
matter
are
my
you not anymore?
Howdy. Doesn't matter my standpoint. You should be able to answer this question to anyone. Why do you say the Earth is flat?
First of all, I don't have to tell you anything about myself, okay? I'm happy by the way I am. I don't need your approval, okay? So please keep it to yourself, you globetrot.
You do. You see this that keeps happening to your microphone?
I really don't.
You do. See the red bit that happens on your microphone when you can't talk? That's me doing that. That is.
My cat is. Oh my god! Why would you do that? You globetrot! How dare you?
Why do you
Why
think
would you
the
do
Earth?
that to me?
It's like the 5th time I've asked you. Why do you say the Earth is flat?
Okay. Let me ask you something. Let me ask you something. So,
No, you're not asking me
when you
anything.
look at the moon,
Mm-hmm.
when you look at the moon, does it look around to you? Does it look around to you?
Yes.
No, it looks flat.
Well, that just means you're fucking retarded, you globetrot. Don't speak to me.
Even
You've
if
been
it looks
destroyed. I will go
round, it
now
could
and don't
be
even speak
a
to me.
flat. It doesn't. You can't really see its dimension, can you? When you look at the moon, it could be a flat circle.
That's right. Well done. But unfortunately, Saudi man has deafened himself, so he couldn't hear you.
Oh.
I know. That's a shame, wasn't it?
But yeah, when you look at the moon, you can't really look at its dimension.
Right, that's a good point, Titler. Well done. We've spoken before, haven't we?
I don't recall, but if you do, I don't.
That's not Juice Box. Is that Juice Box? Who is that?
What? Did he leave? Jedi.
No, I didn't leave. I didn't. Jedi's still here. He wouldn't leave.
Yeah,
What's your name? I can't even figure out my screen. I'm looking at all these big big pictures instead of a bunch of small little 1-inch squares. I still haven't figured out how to get the setting back. So I don't even know who I'm talking to. I'm sorry.
It's not Juice Box.
Okay, cool. Sorry.
Juice Box.
Yeah, someone has the name Dr. Juice Box. And you guys sound very similar.
Really?
Yeah, it's kind of funny.
Is he a prepubescent boy?
No, she's a little bit. She's got an even higher voice. I think.
Yeah, and she's definitely post-pubescent, I'll give you that. Anyway, I gotta bounce, so I'll catch you guys later.
See you later, man. Take care.
You too.
So how's y'all's day? BLK, Fight Club, What I Know Meme, Girl Daddy, Princess Noble. Z-word, Battle Pass, Nothing is real, Atheist real. Gay times. Oh, perfect.
What's your name? Is that a play on Hitler?
Yeah, it is. It's the two funniest things. Well, two things I find funny: tits and Hitler.
Not bad.
Hitler.
I will remind you, please remember that we are live streaming on YouTube. So anything you say or anything you type in the chat, the whole world can see. Just want to.
And will be used against you.
Well, that made Tiddler leave pretty quick.
Yeah. Dropped in a couple of times before. I don't think they're over 18, that's for sure. Anyway.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
No, neither do I. Anyway, there's a few people in the chat. I see Eggshells has joined us. I haven't spoken to Eggshells for a while. Hope you're doing all right, Eggshells. King is in the house. What's up, King? Hope you're doing well. And we've got lots of flat earthers. Rayleigh Criterion, Jonas Midgard's right at the bottom. Radwin's in the house. Plum Bob has joined us. Flatsy Klein, what's up, Flatsy? He's probably in the kitchen somewhere. Effie Batman's here. Does Studios. Crick, Paraplegic Coffee. Andy Flat Earther and AI's left the building. So, what's up, guys? Hope you're all doing well. Shout out to Eggshells. Hope you're alright, mate.
G'day, mate.
What's up? What's up? I like when people come in with their names upside down. Dot Girl Power. I don't know how to say your name that's put on the Discord, mate, but welcome, Girl Power. Hope you're doing well.
Hi, thank you. Hi.
No worries, man. How do we pronounce your name that's upside down?
Shoshi.
Ah, Shoshi. Awesome stuff.
Yeah.
What brings you into our channel today?
Not much. I love listening to the debates that happen in this channel. There tends to be decent moderation to a point, you know, and then, like all channels, kind of goes off the rails, and that's fun too.
Yeah, it's always good for a bit of entertainment. That is true. Not too much going on at the moment, though, my friend. It's a bit of quiet time.
That's cool. Thanks for introducing yourself.
Yeah, no worries. Good to meet you.
a silent day in flat Earth.
All right, since nobody's saying nothing, on the other channel today that I was in, they were talking about the plane that flies north to south. You know, the whole how does it pick up the tangential speed? And I was thinking, you know, the Globers that think that the plane is flying in the at the equator, wherever you're at, is flying within the 1,000 mile per hour moving Velcro to the Earth atmo. My question is, if it's flying along in the atmo that's moving the same speed, what if it has engine trouble and it has to turn around and go back to where they were coming from? How's that work? How's that work when you're flying along in your little 1,000 mile per hour? You know, just it happens to all work out. I'm sure they'll just say, you know, you slow down, you turn around, and it all just works out magically. I don't know. That's what I've been thinking about. How silly and nonsense.
Hey guys, it's been a while, I know. I came back because I've made some, I did some rethinking and I decided I'm still a flat earther. I didn't change my mind. I will not change who I am because some globetards in disguise pretending to be flat earthers are telling me they will mute me just because I'm speaking the truth. That's not who I am. Oh, wait, why did I get unmuted? Thanks, you guys. That's really kind. Flat Earth. I love being a flat earther, man. Being in this part of the community. Meow. 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 Flat Earth, meow. I wonder how cats evolve in the flat Earth. Will they still have two forepaws, or will they walk in 2 feet? Some questions, man. Some questions. If the globetards stop denying the truth, flat Earth is superior. It's the correct model. But some people, man, these globetards, I swear, just they just annoy me. One day I wish every human becomes a flat earther. It's only a dream, but I'm sure it can happen. Oh. In the future, everyone will be a cube earther.
You're just making a fool of yourself.
I'm a flat earther. No, I'm not. We always stand for the truth. The
You're a
real
fool
truth.
earther. That's what you are. Okay? Nothing more,
No, I'm a
nothing
flat
less.
earther, okay?
You're not.
Use my correct pronouns. I'm a flat earther. Okay, you better use the correct pronouns. I'm a
What a day, you guys. What a day. Crit, how are you holding up after all of this? Crit, you're a spiritual flat earther, so I don't think any of these arguments can make any difference. You're untouchable.
They muted the flat earther Saudi man. How dare they?
Did he admit to being a Saudi? He must be Hebrew.
I don't know. He comes in all the time and says he's a flat earther and starts trolling them. It's always funny for some reason. Oh, he's unmuted. There you go. Hey, Saudi man. They unmuted you.
Oh my! Oh, 1 second. 1 second.
Oh no, that's a different person we're talking about. Okay, never mind. What do I know? I'm a Glover.
What up, Saudi man?
And that's the biggest issue. If you don't become a flat earther.
Matt, you got to talk to Nathan Oakley?
Yeah, I did. I went over
That's
his
like
little...
That's like getting a personal audience with the Pope.
He's so lame, though. He's so lame with
He
such
is.
lame
It's
arguments.
horrible.
But this is the thing. He kept mentioning like the whole. He had this one citation that talked about the elevation angles being horizontal, and I try to explain to him that like they're talking about like a local horizon, and they mean that it is still curved. Like he doesn't know that they're talking about it being curved, and the people who wrote those citations for him think that the Earth is a ball, but he doesn't get that. He just takes the whole horizontal part, and he's like, "Well, it must be level, so there's no curve and all this sort of stuff."
Yeah.
I tried to explain that to him. And at one point, he kind of got it. I gave him citations, and then I got muted because everyone gets muted when they talk.
You didn't give citations. You gave Chat GPT.
Well, yeah, I got Chat GPT to give me
Don't fight
citations.
it.
3.0.
Don't fight it. Don't fight it.
Yeah, I got. This is the funny part, also, Peter. So I did get citations. A citation
You
is basically
didn't get
a quote
any
from the source.
citations. You
So I
went to
did get the
Chat
citations
GPT
from
and
the manual.
asked it.
Yeah.
Matt, I came here to relax, man. I came here to relax. Don't fight it, please. Nathan Oakley is like the Neil deGrasse Tyson of flat Earth.
Oh, no, he's not. No, he's not. I don't think so. I think he's really weak, to be honest. I think there might be better flat earthers in here, like than him, dude. He's really lame.
Way better. Way better.
Yeah.
Way better.
The thing is, like, he loves the monologue. Like,
Jedi.
it's really hard to... Yeah, Jedi's, like, a lot better than him. It's really hard to, like, not interrupt him, too, because he goes on these wild, like, tangents where he keeps talking, and he's like, yeah, I'm really making a fool of this guy, yeah? Like, it's hilarious.
No, I mean it. Like, Jedi at least can, will debate with you, will discuss with you, like, compartmentalized aspects of geometry or optics or something, right? So at least you can make some progress until you hit a wall somewhere, right?
Yeah.
But I mean, come on. Yeah, this is why I come here, man. This is the elite of flat Earth. I mean it.
Absolutely. Dude, I mean, Nathan Oakley is just... I mean, he's on another level.
What a shit show.
So basically, you gave your reasons why you think that you can get a angle from a curved surface.
Oh my god.
Just a question.
You're kind of cutting out, Peter. There you are, I think.
I'm driving, so I may be switching between different, GPS towers.
Oh, is that global positioning system or ground positioning system, like flat earthers would say?
I think for me it's ground because I mostly use it on the ground. Although I do use it when I fly sometimes, just to check in on the good old pilot there, if he's maintaining the right altitude.
Pretty whack in here right now, though, so I'll probably head out.
You know, some people I spoke to, some flat earthers, don't, and it's genuine, they're not lying. They don't know that a GPS works when you're up there in the airplane, hurling through the air at 500 miles per hour. I've met some people who think that GPS is emitted by cell network or ground-based towers, and it only works in like areas where there's cell coverage. He just left me hanging here.
We got anybody debating in here right now?
No, it's quiet.
Oh, sure.
What's your position on the shape of the Earth?
I'm gonna defer. I'm gonna have to
What?
defer. I lost my voice actually not too long ago, so it's like hard to talk.
You're going to defer it to whom? Your position you're going to defer? Maybe you smoke too much. Man.
It's actually water. It went down the wrong pipe. Fuck.
Water seeks level.
You know when you drink water and it like kind of goes in like your nose, like your navel like passage, and you're like trying to get it out. But I like low key inhaled that shit.
Don't be mad at water, okay? Just seeking level inside of your body right now. Fred, what's your favorite Olympic sport? I think it's got to be shot put. Women's shot put is my guess. Crit's giving me this passive aggressive silence right now. Giving me the silent treatment.
So you like those big, beefy Hungarian women there, Peter? That's what.
No, I'm guessing that's Crit's favorite sport.
Oh, crit. Oh.
But Crit won't tell me because he doesn't like to reveal any personal information.
Have you ever been to an Olympic event, Peter?
No. We're gonna have the Olympics here in California, in LA, in 28. And I think in 2 years we're gonna host the World Cup here, including Seattle, where I live. So we're gonna have some World Cup games here.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
When they had the Sydney Olympics, Sydney Olympics, they played some soccer in Melbourne, and I went along. It was fantastic. Really big crowd, and yeah, it was fantastic. Spain versus Chile. But the atmosphere was something else.
Oh yeah. I think this World Cup, the upcoming one or the one after, I don't remember which one. It's going to be 3 nations: Canada, US, and Mexico co-hosting. I think that's the most that ever have, right? Because we had dual ones before, but not 3.
Yeah, I'm not a big soccer fan. It's not enough goals, so the goals should be wider. And the ball's the wrong shape. It should be an oval ball.
Aussie
And you should
rules,
be able
huh?
to pick it up. You should be able to pick it up with your hands. And if the goals, you just take the crossbar away from the soccer goals, make the post higher. They need to do that. And instead of 1 point, it's 6 points for a goal.
I know. I've watched Aussie rules before.
And then, yeah, have you? Hey, what do you think of Aussie rules?
It's super entertaining. Because I used to live in Ireland, so they play Gaelic football, right? And
Yes,
once a year
it's
they would
similar.
have a game. Yeah, once a year they have a game with Aussies, some kind of like consensus rules, whatever. But because of that, I bothered
Yep.
to look at Aussie rules football, and it's fantastic. I love it.
I still like looking at the games from the 70s and 80s and how much rougher it was. And how the
Yeah,
players would
that is
get away
pretty
with
cool.
whacking each other and stuff a lot more in the
Yeah,
heyday.
the Ireland versus Australia one's called international rules.
Yeah.
Yeah. I didn't know
Yeah.
you were in Melbourne, Dazza.
What's that?
I didn't know you were in Melbourne.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Me too, man.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
I'm in the
And,
eastern suburb.
Yeah, me too. I'm in the east, inner east.
Mm. Yeah, I'm in sort of outer east. It's been freaking cold.
Yeah. Oh, you were out near Mount Dandenong out there?
No, not that far. No.
Ah, okay. Yeah. Yeah. I'm around Hawthorne around there.
Yeah, in the east. Yeah, Hawthorne.
Yeah.
That's a nice area.
Yeah.
I used to live in Richmond. I lived in
Yeah,
Richmond for a
just
few
across the
years.
river. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, it's a great place to live.
Yeah, I grew up around there, so I just kept it. Stayed there. Flat smack in the Globers, Peter.
Say again?
You flat smack in the Globers, mate.
Well, somebody has to. I'm actually globe smacking them.
That's funny.
See, here's the deal. You guys
I
flat
heard you
smack
this
them, and I
morning. It was
globe smack
hilarious.
them.
Back to work. Catch you guys later.
Good morning, Flat Earth! Come on, Timbo. I know you're awake. Daz?
I'm at work, man.
Oh. Well, I mean, at least you're awake at work, right? Got that much right. That's it. We just got Timbo at work. This is the best the Flat Earth has to offer. Oh, man.
Come on. It's not even a question. As soon as they start changing the plane manuals where you fly over a spinning, rotating, curving surface, then you guys can have the trophy back.